Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Parallel Universe Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What do you mean, you don't have your quirk yet? Kakin demanded in the center of the playground. I already got mine. But you're older than me. Izuku whined. You're 4. I'm 3. Hurry up and get it so we can play heroes. I'm tired of hide and seek. Mom, why am I over there? Izuku asked and Inko stared down at him with concern. What do you mean you're over there? I'm playing with All Might. I don't have that toy. I've never seen that toy. Izuku was staring with bright green eyes, brows furrowed in irritation. I'm gone. Honestly, Mrs. Midoriya, I can't tell you if Izuku is quirkless and schizophrenic, or if it's his quirk. I've never heard of a quirk that allows people to see themselves. Do you have any sight-based quirks in your family? History of schizophrenia? My little brother has a sight-based quirk. Well, it's probably his quirk coming in, but until I can confidently say what is exactly going on, I will have to recommend you to a psychologist to at least cross hallucinations off the possible options. I would also recommend you have a carbon monoxide test in your home, just to be safe. Mom, I didn't know I had an uncle, Izuku whined, not understanding what hallucinations or carbon monoxide was. We'll talk about it later, Izuku. They didn't talk about it. Izuku starts losing his sight at 6, and from there everything goes downhill. Izuku is 9. Izuku is 9, and he can't remember the last time he saw his actual mother's face. The sun was coming in, blasting on his eyelids, and he pulled his pillow over his head to hide a long, drawn-out groan. A whine broke him out of his misery and he took a deep breath. Izuku, it's time to get up. Inko called from the kitchen and Izuku sighed before opening his eyes. He can't turn parallel sight off. It's a passive quirk, always going with no end in sight. It wasn't until he was 6 and started losing his eyesight that doctors caught on and determined he had really pulled on the maternal genetics. The best way to describe it is he pulls various parallel dimensions into his eyes and lives their lives instead of his, generally the ones that take the paths that are most similar to his own. Right now, somewhere, he's sitting at the breakfast table, shoveling katsudon into his mouth. His brain whispers that like all of them, he's quirkless here. Izuku is trapped in a world where the only worlds he can see are not his. He knows different ways his mother looks. He knows she still has her green hair in most of them, although in one she got a little wild and bleached her hair in solidarity when Izuku decided to go red, matching him with a soft pink. He knows she's rounder than she had been when he was little, but still gives the best hugs. Another whine came from the foot of the bed and Aki crawled up onto his chest, a solid weight of fur and warmth. He could feel the tickle of the BLNDFLD in his mouth, and let out a sigh as he took it. The specially made BLNDFLD is one of many, woven with dampeners to shut his quirk off while it's pressed to his eyes. It's heavy, but it stays in place, and keeps his mind from exploding from the pressure. Aki had come to him 3 months ago. He was still learning to trust the dog. Mom said he's a treeing walker hound. Izuku liked to find his floppy ears and play with them. His uncle he had never met provided him. From what Izuku can tell, Aki is a highly trained seeing eye dog with a quirk. Specifically, a long life quirk that gives him a lifespan of about 50 years. When quirks first manifested, people discovered that it opened up a whole other level in terms of service dogs, and breeding became competitive. Intelligence quirks, longevity quirks, radar quirks were most sought after. Aki was from one of the best breeders and trainers in Asia. Mom never went into how the mysterious uncle afforded him. They had a falling out, ages before Izuku was born. Mom never went into it, but he evidently still cared. When Izuku's sight went out, he sent resources to learn Braille, recommendations on programs, a tablet he could take notes on for class. Mom said his name was Mirai, but beyond that, Izuku knew nothing of him. Apparently, Dad didn't like him. But Dad hadn't been around lately, which was the entire reason Izuku had Aki, because Mom couldn't always help him. There was a steady thump-thump on the bed, screaming at Izuku that Aki needed to go out, and he sighed. "All right, Aki," he said quietly and felt around so he could rub the soft fur right between his eyes. "Ready to go?" Aki climbed off Izuku and stood patiently at his bedside so Izuku could roll out of bed and put a hand on his shoulders. It was too early to bother with leads and hernses, so he let the solid presence at his side lead him out the door and down the stairs to the back door. He didn't really need to be led around the house. He knew it like the back of his hand, but Mom insisted it was good for him to get used to Aki leading him without a lead. Izuku's hand landed on the doorknob and he pushed it open to let Aki out into the yard. The sun was shining. It felt like a good day, even if he didn't want to get up. "Hey, baby," Mom said from behind him and pressed a kiss to the top of his head. "Go on up and start getting ready. I'll get Aki ready for you. You're going to be late." "Okay." Izuku chirped cheerfully and reached out, his hand landing on the wall to lead him back down the hallway and to the stairs. "Teeth first, fluff the hair." Mom said not to brush it unless it was before his shower. Something about his curls didn't need that, then clothes and breakfast. And then it was time for school. His shoulders slumped as he realized what was in store for today. It wasn't that people were bad to him. It was more that they ignored him. He was the kid with the quirk that ruined his eyes. He was the kid that wasn't blind but might as well be. He was the kid that needed help. And they were pretty nasty about it. He was nice and bubbly and himself at home, but at school he was scathing. Mom didn't need to know about that, though. As far as she was concerned, he had high marks on his classwork, no friends, and spent more time on his tablet than he did going to the park. She didn't need to know why he had no friends, what he had done to cement that general sense of distaste. Because she was his mom, and she had enough problems with Dad. He wasn't going to complain. It wasn't like anyone called home to complain about his antisocial behavior. He couldn't use his quirk, had been seen as quirkless for a long time, so he might as well have never lost that designator. None of them even knew what his quirk did. They just knew he couldn't see, and it was weird. Maybe in another world, he could have told Katsuki, not Kaken, never Kaken, but Katsuki was the worst of the lot. Izuku brushed his teeth in a daze, let the walls lead him to his room, his hands brush over the braille on the dresser. First drawer, socks. Third, shirts. Fourth, pants. He had no idea if he clashed or not, didn't really care, and Mom had learned to not dress him. Instead, she just tried to buy him neutral clothes and plain shirts, so everything worked out all right. He had only started walking to school by himself when Aki came into the picture, and every time it filled him up with nerves. He liked it. He did. He wanted to be like the other kids, and Katsuki had hated that he had to walk Izuku. Aunt Mitsuki was getting progressively louder and more aggressive as Katsuki got older, and Izuku personally thought he couldn't handle living in a house like that. It was no wonder Katsuki was such a mess. Mom had taught him very young that yelling was not how she wanted to talk to him, and she didn't want him yelling at her either. It worked okay. There were a lot of things that went unsaid, but it was okay. He liked it that way. "Izuku!" Mom called from downstairs as Aki pushed the door open with a creak behind him. "If you don't hurry, you won't be able to eat breakfast. I'll just take a jelly packet if that's okay." Izuku shouted. "I'm still getting used to walking. I want to take it slow. Can you save me leftovers?" Aki nudged him towards the door, somehow sensing the urgency, and Izuku ran his fingers through his hair to fluff it. "Aki, get the leash," he ordered, and Aki trotted off to go retrieve it as Izuku made his way down the stairs himself. The leather lead was pressed into Izuku's hand. He hated the firm HRNS, and his fingers ran over the service dog vest to find the HRNS and clipped the lead on. "Here you go, sweetie," Mom said and pressed a jelly packet into his hand. There was a shift as she rocked back and forth nervously. "Izuku." "Yeah, Mom?" "Maybe going on vacation tonight. Do you want me to pack anything special for you?" Izuku's brows furrowed. "Vacation? Just you and me. What about Dad? Why so sudden?" "He's really busy with work right now. Your Uncle Mirai is going to take us to Tokyo." "Oh, that was weird. Really weird. Is everything okay?" He'd never met his uncle. He knew he had a site-based quirk and a lot of money, but beyond that he didn't know much. Oh, I just thought it was time that you meet him and thank him for Aki. Mom was lying. Why was she lying? I put your tablet in your backpack, here you go. I can get it myself, Mom, Izuku grumbled, and she pressed a kiss to his forehead. She was shaking. Why was she shaking? I'm picking you up early from school, okay? Mom. Go to school, Izuku. I have some errands to run before we leave and can't take you. Okay. Go on, she prompted. Take care of him, Aki. Aki nudged Izuku towards the door, and he took that as a sign it was time to leave. Something was wrong. Something was so wrong. And Izuku didn't know what to do. Hey, Deku, your dog is kinda ugly, you know that? Katsuki's voice broke through his subconscious, and Izuku looked up from staring at absolutely nothing. No, I don't, he deadpanned. His ears are too big. I don't think whether a dog looks good or not really matters when they're doing a job. What kind of dog is he anyway? Is he some kind of mutt? No, at least not that Izuku knew. Mom said he was a purebred treeing walker hound, but he couldn't exactly verify that. Don't they use labs or something for guide dogs? You get a defective one. Can you leave my dog alone? It's weird you have to take him to school. It's really not. Katsuki, sit down. The teacher called from the front. Stop poking service dogs. Izuku hadn't even known. Why can't we touch him? Someone complained. It's rude to touch service dogs, we've been over this. Some are there for medical alerts and need to focus on what they're doing to make sure someone doesn't die. But Izuku's mutt isn't doing that. He's just laying there. Just leave the dog alone. It had been 3 months, and Aki had progressively become more and more of a distraction in class. Izuku could tell his teacher hated him for having him, but there wasn't much he could do against a disabled student. The school had already gotten in trouble for Quirk discrimination in the past. They couldn't add to the list of offenses. Izuku reached down on instinct to feel for Aki's soft fur under his hand, stroking across it to make sure he was still there. Aki perked up, only just, and Izuku scratched behind his ear before focusing back on class. Now, open your books to page 30. The teacher droned on as Izuku put in his earbud and navigated through his tablet to the digital copy of the textbook. His mother's unease was wearing on him. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. Lunch came and Izuku found himself on the roof of the school, picking at his bento while Aki laid next to him, basking in the sun. Something was wrong and he didn't know what to make of this. Meeting up with Uncle Mirai he had never met? The strange benefactor who had provided the financial support to Izuku's Quirk just imploding? Izuku honestly hated parallel sight. It was useless, robbed him of his own life and replaced it with other people's. He couldn't do anything with it. He had to experience life through the eyes of everyone else, and some of those lives were wild. He was a vigilante in some. In others, he was a hero. In some, he was an accountant. There were people there he'd never met, maybe never would. For the most part, he stayed close to the lives most directly near him. He was 9 in them. He was quirkless in a good chunk. In others, he had powerful quirks. A fire quirk, a singing quirk, a loving dad that was around every day, a dad that was never there at all. He saw secrets. He saw villains. He was orphaned in some, and all of it was useless because they were just possibilities. Possibilities that did not reflect his own life. Hell, in one world, his mother was a pro and divorced and in love with All Might. All Might. In others, she was a vigilante. He couldn't imagine his own mom being a hero or a vigilante. She was just the nurse with a disabled son and a husband that traveled too much for work. He wanted to be a hero. He wanted it more than anything. But he couldn't see. He needed a service dog. His quirk wasn't remotely useful. It provided fantastical worlds to escape to, fantasy lands with witches and wizards and dragons. It let him experience the terror of a zombie apocalypse. It showed him worlds where he was an astronaut, a pirate, a bard. Places where he was powerful. Places where he was useless. Places he had options. He'd lived a million lives and was doomed to be stuck in his own. Mom was scared. That was it. That was why she was shaking. She was scared. Shaking hands reached up to the BLNDFLD and undid it. The fabric fell loose across his lap, and he took a deep breath before he opened his eyes. Flipping through the universes was like turning the pages of a book. Mom said he would be gone for a few seconds, but to him it felt like hours. Sometimes. When his eyes were open, they glowed green with a ring of purple that almost eclipsed his whites, flicked about erratically as he moved from universe to universe, took over his own brains. The closest strings were the ones where what was about to happen to him had already happened in other ways, to other people. Izuku latched on and pulled on all the pages, wrapped himself in the book that made up his millions of lives, and lost himself in the ink. There he was. He was running, bare feet hitting the pavement as an apartment complex went up in flames. He was hiding in a closet, terrified, shaking. He was on fire, burning, his sight slipping from his grasp, flesh he couldn't feel shriveling up in the flames. His mom, screaming as the apartment burned. Screaming. Panic rose in his lungs as he flicked through all the possibilities, all the options, and all of them were Mom in a morgue, a burnt husk on the ground as she tried to run. A gasp ripped out of his throat and he slapped the BLNDFLD back on. He had to get to Mom. Aki jerked as Izuku rocketed to his feet, his bento going flying. "Aki, take me home," he ordered as he scrambled for his backpack and broke into a run, nearly smacking into the door. Useless. Mom was burning in all the options, all the closest lives. Dad was there, Dad was breathing, and Izuku couldn't see to know if there was smoke on the horizon. "Deku, where are you going?" Katsuki yelled as Izuku bolted down the hallway, Aki in a comfortable lope alongside him. Izuku whirled on Katsuki. "Is there smoke?" he gasped. "What? Is there smoke outside?" Izuku demanded. "No, you stupid nerd," Katsuki scoffed and Izuku turned again. "I have time," he blurted and broke into a lope. "Sensei, the nerd is running," Katsuki shouted. "Izuku! There is smoke. Where is that coming from?" Izuku froze and his world collapsed. "What do you mean we can't take him? I was there when he was born." Bakugo Mitsuki roared as Izuku quietly sat in the police station, Aki laying passively at his feet. His BLNDFLD was wet, but he didn't want to take it off. Midoriya Inko changed her will last week. It very clearly states that in the event of her death, he will go to her next of kin, Sasaki Mirai, the officer responded. He was trying to stay calm in the face of an angry Bakugo Mitsuki, but that was never an easy task. "Then where is he?" "He's on his way." "Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to calm down." Izuku met him when he was 2 and never saw him again. "I have babysat that kid once a week. I don't give if Mirai got him a nice and fancy service dog. He doesn't know him." "I'm sorry, Mrs. Bakugo, but Inko's will was very clear. He goes to Sasaki." Izuku never actually knew his mom's maiden name. She never mentioned it, and he wasn't really at an age where he needed it for security questions. Why did it sound so familiar? It was right on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't place it. Sasaki Mirai. Who was that? Mitsuki. A man's cool, calm voice broke through the cacophony and everyone fell silent. "You," Mitsuki snarled and there was the sound of a slap. Izuku winced and sunk down in his seat. "You. Mrs. Bakugo, you can't just strike a pro in a poly. Some hero you are, huh?" Mitsuki spat venomously. "Couldn't save your own sister from her husband? What did you want me to do, Mitsuki?" The man, who Izuku guessed was Sasaki Mirai, snapped. "Tell her to divorce her husband because he didn't let me touch him? I tried to tell her he was no good. I tried. What was I going to do? Put 24-hour surveillance on her house because I didn't like the man she married? Stalk him? Dig for proof because he didn't like my quirk when most people don't like my quirk? Abuse my license? You could have done something." Mitsuki yelled and Izuku winced again. "I was doing something," Uncle Mirai, right, this was his uncle, said. "I can't change the future. You know that. I'm not letting you take him. Can you protect him?" Mirai asked bluntly. "Could you protect Inko?" Mitsuki spat and Izuku couldn't stay silent anymore. So it was him, he said quietly. His BLNDFLD was so wet. A hush fell on the room. Just like what I saw. What is he doing in here? Mirai demanded, and Izuku flinched, tightened his grip on the lead from his place in the corner where no one could see him without looking. Detective Tsukachi had put him there to limit the amount of people that bothered him while he waited for his uncle. That had been a mistake. I'd like to go with my uncle, please, Izuku whispered. Mom had slipped all of his BLNDFLDS into his backpack with his tablet. It was like she knew something might happen. His favorite soft sweater, a knit affair people said was blue, his cane he never used anymore, a plushie, one of his precious Braille books. Good omens. It was way above his reading level, but he had begged for a copy after his mother read it to him, and he was determined to get through it. His MP3 player chock full of audiobooks he wasn't allowed to take to school. He hadn't even noticed. He never got into his backpack except to get out his tablet and sometimes the charger. He was clutching that backpack to his chest now. Aki whined quietly, a rare break in his service vest mode, and Izuku's BLNDFLD grew even more wet. Izuku, Uncle Mirai said quietly. There was a rustle of fabric, and Izuku instinctively knew he was kneeling in front of him. What do you mean you saw? Mom was nervous this morning. She said we were going to see you, Izuku whispered as he hugged his bag that much more tightly. I thought it was weird. And so I used my quirk. How did you see it? That's not how your quirk works. The lives closest to mine as it is now are stronger. Easier to find, he choked out. I went through all of them. She was gone in all of them, and Dad killed her in all of them. I saw him do it in some. Why would he do that? Why would he? Izuku broke off with a sob and his shoulders shook. A hand landed on that quivering flesh and someone was drawing him forward into a hug. I'm so sorry, Uncle Mirai whispered. I'm sorry. Dad wasn't around a lot, but he did his best when he was there. He talked to Izuku about the worlds he saw, asked him questions. He helped Mom with dinner, asked how work was, did the dishes. Izuku just couldn't understand. He knew Dad stayed away because of him. Because having a functionally blind child was hard, and he didn't want the responsibility. But that, he killed Mom. None of that meant he could kill Mom. He didn't act like any of the versions of him as a villain Izuku had seen. He was somewhere between the absent father of some of the good lives he'd lived, and the good dad he saw in the better ones. I don't understand, he whimpered, and Uncle Mirai rubbed his back soothingly. It's not going to make sense, he said quietly. I'm sorry. I tried to leave to warn her but I was too late, Izuku sobbed. You can't change fate, Uncle Mirai murmured. If that happened in every life, it was going to happen. I'm sorry. What would you know? Izuku demanded even as he clung helplessly to this man he'd never met. Izuku. I'm your uncle, but my job is... I'm generally known as Sir Night Eye. Izuku froze. Sir Night Eye. When he had been little, he had been obsessed with All Might. He loved him more than anything in the world, and then his sight danced away from him. All Might came to represent everything Izuku could never be. A powerful quirk, a healthy body, a sense of independence Izuku would never have. If he had an empath quirk, he could maybe manage better, but he didn't. He could have some independence, but he was going to need help for the rest of his life. So he knew who Sir Night Eye was. Izuku could not recall any universe where he was related to him. Family trees were generally a mess to him. Over time, his love for All Might had been replaced by love for a hero that haunted Midoriya Izuku's steps over several lifetimes. Aizawa Shoyuda, also known as Eraserhead. Izuku as an orphan was a general fixture in those lives. Izuku at UA was another theme. On occasion he was a vigilante. He had seen him in so many wild scenarios. Izuku worshipped him. He'd only seen a handful of snippets of life at UA. Flashes, denying him further access. Aizawa fighting a mob of villains in a plaza. Aizawa in a dark forest. Aizawa talking to him on a rooftop over a cup of coffee. Aizawa wrapping him up in a capture scarf with exasperation in his eyes, not righteous fury. When an Izuku was older than Izuku was now, he couldn't see much. Nothing concrete. But he knew that in most universes, even the ones where he was a villain, he always respected him. In some, he even loved him as a father. And he knew that one day he would meet him too. Izuku tended to avoid looking at the lives where all might was important. There weren't a lot of them, but there was an instinctual urge to look away. He didn't know why, but there was something there he shouldn't know. And Sir Night Eye was his uncle. He wasn't going to be able to avoid him now. He was stuck, with his useless quirk that couldn't save his own mother, unable to see the man that symbolized everything Izuku would never be. At least Uncle Mirai had a useful quirk. Izuku's quirk was little more than elaborate fanfiction played in an IMAX theater. He wanted to be a hero. But receiving Aki had just solidified that he would never be a hero. What kind of hero needed a guide dog to do their job? What happens when he doesn't have him? Izuku had only had him for 3 months and he honestly could not imagine going back to his cane. Izuku, Uncle Mirai said quietly. We have to go. Izuku nodded numbly into his shoulder and Uncle Mirai carefully took his backpack. Aki stood up and Izuku tightened his grip on the lead, feeling the gentle weight attached that let him know Aki was still there. Still with him. He still had Aki. He was going to have Aki for decades. He had barely finished his training. He was only 2. It was estimated that he would live to at least 30, but he was probably more in the 50 range. Izuku was going to have him for a long, long time. There was nothing left but Aki. A hand landed on his back and Aki guided Izuku to the front doors. I'm not going to take him from you, Mirai said quietly, probably to Mitsuki. But if Inko wanted me to take him, I am going to do exactly what she wanted. If he wants to visit you, he can. We're just a train ride away. Izuku didn't really want to visit. She was Mom's friend, but she was also angry. She was nice to Izuku, always was, but he was well-behaved and better than Katsuki. Maybe Katsuki would hate him less if Izuku wasn't around to compare. Maybe he'd even forget about him. Izuku's hand blindly reached up and felt for a hand. Uncle Mirai was taller than he thought he'd be. It took a minute to find it, and the hand he latched onto was large. Too large. He felt like a little kid. He wasn't a little kid, but he'd been holding hands for much longer than all the kids he knew. It was a comfort. His hand was cold. That was okay. The doors opened and the sunny day that was meant to be a good day, ending in leaving school early to go on a vacation to meet the uncle he didn't remember, embraced him again, laughing at the cruel joke the universe had played on him. Other Izukus that lost their Inkos rose up against the tide. They became villains, heroes, vigilantes. They made something out of themselves. All Izuku could do was watch fanfiction. All day long. Hang on to his BNDFLDS like a wooby to keep himself sane. Follow around a dog for the rest of his life. It really was a cruel joke. There was the sound of a car door opening and Izuku was brought out of his spiral. Mom was dead. Mom was dead, and his dad killed her. And he was still loose. His dad had killed his mom. Izuku was an orphan. And his uncle was All Might's sidekick. Or was he? Uncle Mirai? He asked cautiously as he crawled into the passenger seat and Aki leapt into the back seat. Yes. Uncle Mirai responded. Izuku felt cool air on his skin and determined he was holding the door open. All Might's sidekick, right? Not any longer. I recently started my own agency. Oh. Izuku fell silent and twisted his hands anxiously. Will he be around? Probably not. Oh. Izuku was not going to articulate the relief he felt at that statement. He couldn't save his mom. He watched her burn in 12 separate universes. But he couldn't save her. He just wasn't fast enough. The backpack was pushed into his arms and he hugged it close. The door shut and Uncle Mirai climbed in next to him, started up the car. Put your seatbelt on. Izuku fumbled around for the aforementioned seatbelt and clipped it in before opening his backpack and rooting around for his spare BLNDFLDS. With the humidity, this one was sticky wet and beyond uncomfortable at this point. He pulled it out and let the wet fabric fall onto the backpack before cautiously opening his eyes. World flashed past, the pages spinning in a dizzying array, and he fell on one that was completely black. He couldn't see when his other selves were sleeping, but he recognized this one. This was the one that was attacked by Dad. By Hisashi. Guess he wasn't the only blind one around here. It was a little comforting. Something was singing at the edge of his subconscious, telling him this one was quirkless and had just found his quirk. Outlines formed, white lines on a black backdrop, and Izuku wrapped the BGMI around his eyes, cutting off the feed. Half blind. Not quite, but they're just like him. The BGMI was knotted loosely and he closed his eyes, lashes scraping against the fabric as he settled into comfortable, familiar darkness. Izuku had a strange relationship with death. He had an even stranger relationship to identity. He had seen people die in front of him, and he had seen people die by his hand. He had watched himself die, become a ghost. When he was himself but so many versions of himself all at once, it got hard to differentiate between fact and fiction. He couldn't take the reins. He couldn't control the actions of himself. But he still watched. Silent, unknown, unseen. The gentle pressure at the back of their heads they never cared to discover meant something. He couldn't do anything about the crimes he witnessed. They were in another universe. But he still felt like he should do something. He wanted to be a hero, but had spent 3 years of his 9 just watching as other versions of himself did something with themselves. Made broken Quirk's work. Made it work with no Quirk at all. He saw the work, the drive, the effort, and he couldn't help but compare himself. Katsuki had been training his Quirk since it came in. Izuku's Quirk wasn't designed to have control, and the control he did have didn't help him much at all. My agency is in Tokyo, Uncle Mirai finally said as Izuku listened to the blinker click over and over again. The car shifted and he instinctively reached into the back seat so a wet nose could nudge his hand. Okay, he said quietly. There was a tapping noise, like Uncle Mirai was drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. I'll have to transfer you to a new school, he muttered. Maybe a private school for your middle school? Izuku was quiet for a second, fingers flexing to scratch under Aki's chin. Nothing survived the fire, so we're going shopping tomorrow, Uncle Mirai said bluntly and Izuku winced. The blinker went again and physics forced Izuku against his seat as his hand dropped. Is there room for Aki? Izuku asked. Quietly. I'm in an apartment right now, but there's a nearby park. He's a service dog, so there's not going to be any restrictions on him. Okay, Izuku whispered and Uncle Mirai started tapping on the steering wheel again. I need to figure out childcare. You're not old enough to stay home on your own. You'll have to go to the agency with me at first. Summer break is next week, so transferring schools will be pointless at this point. We'll have to work something out with your elementary. Will it be a big school? Izuku asked. I'll try to find a smaller one. Izuku knew Mustafu was not a good area. Tokyo, though, was massive. The thought of navigating those streets alone with Aki was terrifying. Uncle Mirai would probably get a school close to his apartment. He felt like he was still in shock. His mom was dead, and his dad had killed her. Custody had been immediately revoked and placed in Uncle Mirai's hands, but Izuku didn't even know him. He was a stranger. An All Might's former sidekick. Listen, Izuku, Uncle Mirai cleared his throat. We both went through something awful today. So, is there anything you want to do? Izuku was quiet, twisting his hands around and around. He was seconds away from asking for Katsudon. But the memory of the scent of Katsudon filled his nostrils, and he realized he was never going to smell his mother's special Katsudon again. In every universe, he loved Katsudon. It was the one thing that connected him with every Midoriya Izuku that had ever lived. And every Midoriya Izuku loved Katsudon because even when Inko stopped loving him, even when she died, even when she left, even when she lived to an old, happy age, doted on by her only child, there was always that memory. That one memory of her making it for him in the kitchen, humming along to the radio, swaying back and forth as cabinets flew open to deposit salt into her hand. There was always that memory. He couldn't stomach Katsudon right now. Can we get ramen? He whispered. I dropped the bento she made. The last time she cooked for him, and he dropped it. He had lived through her loss a million times. He tried to avoid it, tried to hide from it as best as he could, but he had seen it enough times to know how horrifying it was. None of his practice could prepare him for this. None of it. You could watch a million silent films, but it wasn't real until you heard the words, "Your mother is dead." Mom was dead, and he couldn't do anything about it. My little hero. Heroes don't matter when you're already dead. Tears were welling again and he sniffled, shook slightly. Blinker again. They were getting onto the freeway. He could feel the force of the car shove him back against the seat, press him down, and he choked out a sob. He just changed the BLNDFLD. Uncle Mirai? He whispered. What is it, Izuku? Uncle Mirai asked quietly and Izuku choked on another sob. I don't understand, he sobbed. There was a sniffle from beside him and he realized Uncle Mirai was crying too. His big sister, estranged, trying desperately to remain close even with the tension, was dead. Had she kept him safe at school as a child? Protected him from bullies? Had she put band-aids on skinned knees like she did with Izuku, pressed a kiss right on top, ruffled his hair? Had they gotten into fights? What was she like, for him, the indomitable pro-hero, sidekick to the #1 hero in the world, to be his hero? Mom was a nurse. Mom saved lives just like Uncle Mirai did. Mom braved the screams and cries of the trauma ward, stayed up with frightened patients at night, saved the lives of villains with patience and grace just the same she did to their victims. Mom was a good person. She didn't deserve this. I don't understand, Izuku sobbed. I have seen myself as so many people, Uncle Mirai. I have seen me. I'm a hero in so many worlds. Even a quirkless one. I overcame everything but I don't know how. How can I be a hero? If I couldn't, I saw her. I saw it play out. I've seen it before. So how did they just get up and go? Some of them were blind like me. Some of them were quirkless. Some of them had useless quirks, or broken ones and I don't understand. I don't know how. I just watch a movie where I'm the main player and I don't know how to get on the screen. Mom thought I could but how do I do it? How can I be a hero when I couldn't stop this? She told me I was her hero. How did he prove her right? He had watched himself, over and over again, do things he couldn't even imagine. He told his mom about all of it. How awesome he was when he was quirkless. How cool that one singing quirk was. He took notes about himself, recorded it all in the little voice recorder safely stowed away in his backpack. He analyzed quirks, even if he would never see them in real life, desperately hoping he could be himself. His mom had told him he was her hero, and he would be just like all the best parts of him. How could he prove her right? If he was a hero, why was she dead? Izuku, Mirai said softly and took a deep, shaky breath, sniffled again. A tissue found its way into Izuku's hand and he just started crying harder. Of course the brother of his mother, Midoriya Inko of the patented waterworks, would never break the habit of carrying tissues. Your mom used to talk to me about what you saw, Uncle Mirai said slowly. You in every aspect of yourself. You can't sit there and say you aren't destined for greatness. But Izuku, I need you to know. I can only see one possibility, and I can't stop it. I can only play the hand fate dealt me. But you can see every possibility. You may not be able to prevent everything, but you can do so much. So don't think you can't be a hero. I am the hero that walks the line of fate. But you can be the hero that just throws it aside. You'll need training. Aki will need training. But you can do it, okay? Every ounce of potential your mom saw, you saw. It's all right there. Right in you. You're not going to let her down. You could never let her down. Okay? Izuku was now fully sobbing, blubbering into the tissue, soaking the fresh BLNDFLD. The little studs that helped keep his quirk under control pressed into his skin, all around his eyebrows and across his cheekbones, and he just sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. He had two things left now. Aki and Uncle Mirai. He could ask for a lot more, but if Izuku knew anything, it was that when fate dealt a hand, you took everything you could to make it a little bit better. Look at you all grown up. Inko squealed and pinched his cheeks as he stood there uncomfortably in his UA uniform. My big little brother. Inko, stop, he grumbled and pushed her away. Looks like my training paid off. Hero course. Your training was throwing breakable objects at me for years on end. I bet you dodged the sheet out of those robots. There actually was a lot of dodging involved, but he would never tell Inko that. Mirai, Inko suddenly said and reached up on her tiptoes to take his cheeks in both hands to look up at him, eyes burning with conviction. If you're doing this, you're doing it. But you better promise me. You come home. Mirai swallowed thickly, and then pushed off his annoying older sister. It's my first year, Ko. I'm not going to see a villain until internships at the most. I'm fine. Inko looked at him with tears shining in her eyes, and Mirai sighed and pulled out his packet of pocket tissues. You're going to mess up your makeup before class, Ko. Get going. The world isn't going to wait for you to save a life. She smiled brightly and there went the tears. I'm so proud of you. My little hero. Mirai inconspicuously wiped at his eyes for the millionth time that day as he walked Izuku into the agency. He had taken 3 days off to take Izuku shopping for clothes and furniture for his room and get a special braille labeler. He hadn't realized there were so many drawers in the apartment. Everywhere. The cabinets. The doors. It was technically only until Izuku could find his way around and memorize everything, but it was unlikely those stickers were going to be peeled off until they moved. His sidekicks knew he had taken the days off for family matters. They didn't know the truth of the matter. It was going to be hard to hide with Izuku around until he could figure out childcare, and no, Izuku, Aki did not count as a babysitter, but he just wasn't ready to talk about it. And if he did, they would berate him into taking a bereavement PRD, and he just couldn't handle that right now. He needed to work, and from what Inko said, Izuku had no friends. He spent most of his time coasting through his lives and recording his quirk analysis, or listening to audiobooks. He could do well to get out of his own head, so Mirai had subtly started his training. He knew Izuku wanted to be a hero. It had taken a lot of strings pulled when he went blind, but he managed to secure Aki when Izuku was still 6 and have him trained extensively for leadless guiding in motion while running. It had been a sizable chunk of cash, but it was well worth the investment. Guide dogs were not cheap, and claiming one as a puppy and asking for specific targeted training was even harder. Aki would have to train with Izuku when he went to UA. Selecting him had been a nightmare. He had to come from a line with longevity quirks and intelligence quirks, and those were hard to locate in animals that couldn't speak. Eventually, he had to go to Korea and drag a quirk counselor with him, a lovely woman who could touch a living creature and determine their quirks. Animals were tricky, many quirked animals having the additional intelligence boost, but Aki had yielded the best results. Smart, trainable, and with an extensive lifespan. Mirai hadn't told Inko the lengths he went to. He wished he had. It was just that Inko had always believed in Mirai more than anyone else. She pushed him. He would have never gotten into UA if it wasn't for her letting him train with her. If she believed in Izuku he only knew from phone calls in the dead of the night. When Hisashi wasn't home, he was going to bring those dreams to fruition, and being the sidekick of the top hero had given him more money than he knew what to do with. If Izuku wanted to be a hero, if Inko believed he could be a hero, he would give him every tool he needed to get there. And that included a lifelong companion who could keep up with him when he went to UA. A cane wasn't going to cut it. He needed a partner. Which meant Mirai was starting his training now, even if Izuku didn't realize it. He had gone over the different nudges Aki would give him, what they meant, how they worked, how to respond to them. Izuku had noticed Aki doing them before, but generally stuck with the lead, and Mirai had told him to start going without the lead. Japan didn't have any laws requiring service animals to be leashed, thankfully, just within 3 feet of their owners if the business required it and a vest on if they were going off the lead. That law had actually been born out of a discrimination lawsuit, where a person whose quirk took their arms rightfully pointed out that he literally could not carry a lead. He had at-home care to put the vest on, but he was focused on independence and needed to have his dog. It was ridiculous that he had to rely on others to loop the lead around his waist when his dog had to be loose to actually get things for him. So now Izuku was practicing Aki leading him without hanging onto the lead. It was going decently well. Izuku tripped up sometimes, but he could see the trust blossoming. It also gave him something to focus on. And Izuku needed something to focus on. "Boss, you're back!" Bubble Girl exclaimed. Fresh out of UA, she was one of the first sidekicks he hired, next to Centipeder, and they were probably the only people he was going to hire, besides the secretary, Rio. Rio was excellent. "Oh, who's this?" Rio asked as Aki nudged Izuku into the foyer. "My nephew." "Izuku," Mirai replied bluntly. "Hello," Izuku said in the vague direction of Rio. "This is Aki." "Hello, Izuku." "Hello, Aki," Rio said politely. "Mirai, you have a 9 o'clock. Eraser head." He called to cancel. Apparently he couldn't work out childcare, but I told him his kid was fine to be in here. Mirai squinted at Rio for a moment, and she just gave him a sad, small smile. He should have learned by now to never underestimate a hero agency secretary. They knew more than most pros. The question was, did she tell? Was the family situation resolved? Karakoko asked politely, and no, Rio did not share. And now Mirai had to figure out what to say. Words caught in his throat. Should have he come into work today? Surely Izuku needed more time to acclimate to the new apartment. He was only going to be in for a few hours today, just meetings to iron out information trades. "Mirai, I need to go over your schedule with you today," Rio cut in, mercifully saving him, and he nodded. "All right. To my office." Izuku tugged sharply on his sleeve and Mirai looked down. "Eraserhead is coming here?" Izuku hissed, looking utterly panicked. It took a moment for Mirai to place the look on what little face he could see. It was the same look on his face when he found out he was about to meet All Might. Aizawa was an underground hero, 24 years old, and wasn't that a little young to have a kid, anyways? He hadn't exactly made enough of a dent for Izuku to know who he was. It dawned on him. "Is he important?" He asked carefully, and Izuku swallowed harshly, nodded once. The poor kid was shaking in excitement. He's coming. And apparently with a child in tow. He was really too young for a kid, barely getting his career started. Aizawa hadn't struck him as the type to settle down. When did people even have kids? Mirai had no idea. If he was the type, he would have made plans to wait until he was 30, secure as a pro and confident in his abilities to protect a child. Most pros in the field waited. "Oh," Izuku whispered. He really said that a lot. "Do you want to wait here, or come up to the office?" "Office, please," Izuku squeaked. From the excitement racking his shoulders, he probably would have imploded if he met Aizawa without Mirai to hide behind. "Bubble Girl, please let Eraserhead know it's fine to bring the child up," Mirai ordered. "Let's go, Izuku." Checking the time on his watch, he realized they had 10 minutes to go over the schedule for the day before Eraserhead arrived. It had taken longer than usual to arrive with Izuku's short little legs and Mirai physically holding himself back from guiding Izuku to rush them along because that was Aki's job. At this rate, it was going to take 5 minutes to even get upstairs. It wasn't often that he hoped someone was late, and while Eraserhead was eccentric at best, he always was punctual with professional meetings. Aggravating. Why did it have to be an exemplary hero first thing in the morning? At least Izuku could have picked worse heroes to worship. Mirai had been worried he wasn't a fan of any at all. Though, in hindsight, it made sense. Aizawa fought quirkless, just like Izuku would have to. His quirk was based on sight. And if Izuku had seen him in action in his other lives, you couldn't say it wasn't breathtaking. Mirai had healthy respect for him. It was slow going up the elevator. Izuku was managing to get his shaking under control, twisting his hands anxiously as Aki patiently sat next to him. Rio took advantage of the quiet to launch right into his schedule, swiping through the tablet in her arms. "I tried to keep meetings to a minimum and only schedule heroes that are easy to deal with so you can get out of here on time. Eraserhead will probably take an hour. He has a lot of cases coinciding with yours right now. After him is Mystic. You haven't met her yet, but she's pretty competent, will only take about 30 minutes or so. Endeavor wanted to send a sidekick to see you today, but I shut that down pretty fast. Edgeshot scheduled a phone conference for 11, so if everything goes smoothly, you should be able to have about a 30-minute break for paperwork. He shouldn't take long. Nizu also wanted to schedule a talk today, but you know how he gets when he's got a pot of tea, so I told him I would get back to reschedule. Fat Gum is sending a sidekick over around noon or so. It's in the middle of patrol time, so you may have to be a little flexible. You know how that agency works over there. 2DMN loose, if you ask me. I told him to send someone concise, but I don't think I've met a single concise person on that team. I gave you about an hour window, then Hiriko wants to see you, but I told him Fat Gum is ahead, so he's willing to be flexible. Personally, I don't think he'd mind taking a chance to talk to Miss Bubbles down there, so you can probably give them some time. Follows her around like a puppy dog, poor thing. You should be free around too. Centipeder is in his office. I tossed all your paperwork at him. You are not allowed to complain whatsoever. You have a kid stuck in this office for 5 hours. Mirai had scarcely noticed her monologue had led them to the door to his office. Rio checked her phone and grimaced. He's already here. Bubble says he's in a bad mood if the coffee is any indication. Sniffed out 7 shots of espresso. He's got the kid. Not a baby, surprisingly. Should I wait up here so I can take the kids somewhere? Yes. Thank you, Rio. Take them to the training room. Izuku, will you practice with Aki? Yeah, he said with a firm nod. See that you do. Eraserhead and I will come back down when we're done to collect you too. Practice. Rio mouthed, and he waved his hand, indicating that he would explain. Later, as they stepped into the office, Aki nudged Izuku towards the chairs, and he felt out for them before taking a seat. Mirai squinted at the spectacle. He knew Aki was supposed to be hyper-intelligent, but sometimes he had to wonder. No commands needed. Mirai collapsed into the familiar desk chair and closed his eyes for a moment, breathing deeply and evenly. It was going to be a long summer. He had no idea how to manage childcare for Izuku, had no connections, no friends with kids he could ask for help. Most pros didn't end up with kids. He hadn't even told Toshinori what happened. Their falling out was a mere 4 months ago, and it was grating on him that it was never as simple as calling him up and venting his frustrations. He was entirely in over his head. This was a kid he had been financially supporting, because being blind was expensive, having an overwhelmingly powerful passive quirk that needed to be controlled was expensive, and Inko had a nurse's salary. Head nurse of the trauma unit, but a nurse all the same. She could have never afforded Aki, but Izuku was going to need him. It was already going to be a struggle to be a hero. There was no need to make it worse when he could help. He was doing his best, he was pretty sure. Izuku was fed, clothed, reassured, had a bedroom all decked out, an apartment full of braille lettering, but Mirai's big sister was dead, and he didn't know what to do with that newfound void in his life. He had no one he was comfortable with talking to about it. Everyone would tiptoe. They knew how important Inko was to him. They knew she was the only reason he was a pro. In his early days, when he was scraping by as a sidekick before All Might picked him up, she would buy him groceries, clean his apartment. Inko was always there, even when she wasn't, and he just... His eyes opened to land on Izuku. He was an adult. Adults got up and kept moving. Adults protected the children they had been entrusted with. Adults got the job done, and that was about the only option right now. She was so close. She would have been here the day of, if she hadn't run all the evidence she had found to the safety deposit box and come back to get her things because she didn't have a car. Mirai had told her not to just take it with her, but she had insisted. Hisashi had already caught on. She may have been able to outrun him, get to Tokyo before he could reach her. It wasn't likely. Not if she was pulling Izuku along. Mirai had failed. He should have shown up to escort her, but evidently Hisashi, the villain dragon he now knew, had people watching. If he just showed up, it would have been a tip-off. They would have been swarmed. He could have held his own, but without that evidence Inko had given her life to hide, he simply could not put together a team. Protecting Izuku and Inko at the same time would have been impossible. He honestly just could not imagine any scenario where it worked out. Inko had found everything a week ago. She'd marched down to her safety deposit box Hisashi didn't know about, got that burner phone Mirai had given her, called him, and very clearly and concisely lined out her plan. He'd spent that week in terror as she carefully gathered everything, made photocopies, a digital file while Dragon was rampaging in Osaka. It had been radio silence. And then the fire. Hisashi had decided Izuku was just not worth the quirk he carried and cut and run. He'd gotten the contents of the box. He had an entire file of evidence they had been trying to wrangle up for years. It wouldn't be long before Dragon was captured, but he just couldn't handle the case. He would kill Dragon. He knew it. He knew he would kill the other man, and therefore needed to remove himself from the situation. Which was why he was passing the information to Aizawa, the most competent underground hero he knew. He had connections with everyone. He could get the team. He would have his first major takedown, cement his reputation, and Mirai knew he could do it. He had faith. But he didn't know that was why he was here. Mirai had sprung it on him last second. They had worked with each other once or twice, and Mirai had never needed to use his quirk to know he was going places. When Nizu had called to ask him for his honest opinion on him, he had told him the truth. He was a dead good hero, wise beyond his years, young enough to keep up with teenagers, with a head on his shoulders that couldn't be matched. He would be a perfect homeroom teacher. Supposedly, he had expelled an entire class, and Mirai couldn't help but think he made the right choice. That class had been a test, and Aizawa had passed with flying colors. According to the alumni grapevine, the entrance exam had been abysmal that year. Not a single rescue point in thousands of students. The most powerful ones that got in were a FING disaster. Aizawa took one quirk apprehension test, saw the trash he was dealing with, and kicked the lot out on his first day. Nizu had evidently cackled for an hour straight. The elevator dinged and Mirai took a deep breath as Izuku fidgeted in his chair. He was so nervous. Mirai couldn't help but wonder what kind of lives he saw, and why Aizawa had managed to make such an impact. He was important. According to Inko, important meant they showed up a lot. He knew in a lot of his lives, Izuku made it into one. He couldn't see those futures clearly, they were too far away, only bits and pieces, but if Aizawa made an impact from those bits and pieces, he had to be one hell of a teacher. The door opened as Ryo cleared something off her tablet and straightened up, and in came Aizawa, with a boy in tow. Mirai had a sharp eye. The first thing he noticed was this boy was definitely Izuku's age. Aizawa was too young to have a 9-year-old. The second thing he noticed was the kid's purple hair stuck straight up like Aizawa's did when he used his quirk, and while his brain would normally say blood relation, he also knew that the hair sticking straight up was common in quirks relying heavily on neurological power. His own hair did it, when it wasn't beaten into SBMson. The third thing he noticed was the kid had fading scars on his face. Mirai knew exactly what kind of scars those were. Those were muzzle scars, and it was exactly then that everything clicked into the place. It didn't happen often. In fact, it barely happened at all, but all heroes possessed an emergency foster license and permission to immediately revoke guardianship. Mirai had used that very power to get Izuku directly into his care, citing what Inko had been doing, the circumstances of the fire, and the evidence she had hidden. It was a quick form to fill out, but tended to come with a lot of baggage. Child services had to be brought in, the hero's living situation had to be inspected, things had to be done that people just didn't have time to do. The only reason Mirai escaped the scrutiny was because of the will and the fact that he was next of kin. It also opened heroes up to strenuous legal battles and ridiculous pressure to keep it all under wraps so it didn't explode into a media storm. So most heroes didn't do it. But he knew in a heartbeat, looking at those fading scars that had probably been carefully tended to with expensive creams, if the shimmer on the kid's face was any indication, that that was exactly what Aizawa had done. Aizawa paused in the doorway and looked at Izuku sitting there quietly, probably wide-eyed under that BGMI. His eyes took in the BGMI, Mirai's touch and sight quirk, the curly green hair, the copious amount of gel Mirai used to glue his hair to his skull, the dog laying on the floor at Izuku's feet, and turned back to Mirai. "Guess it's just bring your kid to work day," he said dryly. "My nephew, Izuku, and that's Aki," Mirai said by way of introduction. The kid shrunk behind Aizawa, looking like he wanted to have confidence but it was getting leached out of him. "This is Hitoshi," Aizawa said and nudged him. "Hi," the kid said quietly in what was almost a grumble. Mirai had not known adoption could result in sympathy insomnia. Those dark circles. "Izuku, greet Eraserhead," Mirai said mildly and Izuku jolted. "Hello," sends Eraserhead. So he was right. Aizawa's brows crinkled at the strange greeting. Hitoshi, Izuku needs to practice a new way of being led down in the training room. Would you mind accompanying him? Mirai asked politely and the kid just stared at him. He'd love to, Aizawa cut in. Come on boys, I'll show you the way, Ryo said. Up, Izuku ordered Aki and the dog clambered to his feet, waiting patiently for Izuku to join him before the three trooped out of the room. Mirai watched as Izuku reacted to the nudge that kept him following the other two. His response time was getting better. And then they were gone, Ryo closing the door behind her. Would you like to take a seat? We'll be here for a while, Mirai said comfortably. Aizawa raised his eyebrows. Your secretary said it was about a case. Yes. It's a large one I'm handing off to you. Sit. Aizawa sighed and pulled up the chair as Mirai set up the laptop and took out the file. It was thick. Extremely thick. Inko's information had bulked it up significantly, and he couldn't let it go to waste. This is about Dragon. We have a confirmed identity, and have received a lot of information thanks to a mole, Mirai started and swallowed thickly. He really should not have started the day with this. Businesses, drag routes, contacts, dirty cops, everything. I'm passing it to you. Please save your questions for the end of the briefing. Aizawa squinted at him, and Mirai powered on. The 45 minutes it took them to go through the file were the second longest 45 minutes in his life, surpassed only by the drive to retrieve Izuku from the police station. He caught himself stuttering once, twice, a family trait he had shaken years ago, and as he continued more and more cotton filled his mouth. He had failed. He had failed so horribly, to the point where he needed to give the case away. He shouldn't have let her do it alone. He should have gone in, guns blazing, paperwork and reprimands from the Hero Commission be met. He should have done something, anything, but now Inko was dead and he couldn't be the one to bring her killer to justice. He'd been at their wedding. He'd been at the FNG wedding. He'd given a speech, lifted that champagne glass, blessed their union, and she was dead, and there wasn't a dmed thing he could do about it. The files were swimming before him and he vaguely realized he had repeated a sentence. 3 days. 3 days without Inko. 3 long, long days. What was he doing at work? What was Izuku doing out of his sight? Why was he passing this case off to begin with? Responsibility? Not trusting himself to not crush Hisashi under heel like the scum he was? But Sasaki. Mirai jerked and blinked, his heart pounding in his chest. He was a pro, panicking like a first year. You come home. Aizawa's dark eyes searched his face, brows scrunched tight in worry. Why are you actually giving me this case? He asked bluntly. This is Dragon. He's a massive catch. Mirai cleared his throat and shuffled the files together. They weren't finished yet, but Aizawa could go over them himself. He was competent. Mirai needed a shot. He never drank, but he needed a shot. You're the most qualified to handle it, he said stiffly. Do you have any objections? Aizawa put 2 fingers on a picture of Midoriya Hisashi, tall, with curly black hair and freckles, the same nose as Izuku, and turned it towards Mirai. Why is the kid here? He asked shortly. Mirai focused on his breathing. I was at their wedding, Mirai said hoarsely. I gave them a toast. He wore white gloves. I didn't even think about it when I shook his hand. I wished my sister the best life she could have, and Aizawa was silent for a long moment. There was a fire in Mustafu, he said quietly. A house. Burnt to the ground, confirmed Quirk-based arson. 1 victim. Word in the underground is someone is blocking their identity from being released. Mirai shuffled the files again, worrying over the papers that just weren't properly sliding back together. If her identity comes out, her family relations come out, and Izuku doesn't need that media circus right now, he said, and F-. That was it. He'd said she was dead to someone that wasn't Izuku. It didn't feel real. She was terrified, he whispered. She was the mole, Aizawa said, but it was more like a question. I told her not to. I told her I would handle it, to just come to Tokyo, but she was the head nurse at the trauma unit in Mustafu General. She had treated so many of his victims, so many people that got caught in his crossfire. I guess it runs in the family, doesn't it? Wanting to be a hero. What was he even thinking, supporting Izuku like this? He could get killed. Inko's baby could be killed. You're worried if you keep this case, you'll kill him. Aizawa's tone was lacking any judgment, any malice. He understood. Mirai was making the responsible choice. The choice a hero would make. I know I will, Mirai confirmed quietly. The papers were itching in his hands, the flash drive taunting him. With a definitive movement, he slammed the folder shut and pushed it across the desk to Aizawa. So you became the father of an obviously disabled kid 3 days ago, Aizawa stated flatly. Do you even know what you're doing? Mirai coughed out a hoarse laugh and almost ran his fingers through his hair. Not a clue. I got a braille labeler. I got him clothes. I fed him. Bought specially blended raw dog food for Aki. I had to get a mini fridge for him. I bought a fridge for a dog. Inko didn't even have him on a raw diet. Wet food. Not dry. But Izuku. He wants to be a hero, and Aki will be his partner, and I need to make sure I can do everything I can to ensure his safety. He's blind and needs a guide dog and you're supporting him. Aizawa asked in something akin to shock. 10 million yen, Mirai choked out. 2 years ago, his quirk took his sight in a way. Inko was inconsolable, thought he'd have to give up on his dream. I told her I'd handle it. That's how much Aki cost me. I picked him out as a puppy, dragged a woman who can touch living creatures to determine their quirks, got him specialized training for 2 years so he can work with Izuku. 10 million. He can live up to 50 years, maybe more, has a moderate intelligence quirk I think is actually stronger than I thought, can guide Izuku without a lead in a dead sprint, if Izuku can manage to trust him and build up a decent response time. And it's still not enough training. He'll have to learn how to sniff out people in a disaster, track drags, attack. The therapy is probably ingrained already. But if Izuku has Aki, he can do it. He doesn't realize just how incredibly powerful his quirk is. What's his quirk? Aizawa asked in confusion and Mirai laughed at the insanity of the situation. Without his BLNDFLDS, he can open his eyes and see his lives in parallel dimensions through his own eyes. He can flip through them, find the ones closest to him, with minute differences so small you would barely be able to even tell, and act on that information. He can slide through their different time streams up to a few weeks, catch glimpses of things years in the future. If he hones his analytical skills, he will be more powerful than I could ever be. And he thinks it's just a glorified IMAX theater playing bad fanfiction, in his own words. Aizawa blew out a low breath and sat back, rubbing a hand over his face. He almost called me sensei, didn't he? Yes. In most of his lives he ends up in one. A lot of them end up with him orphaned. I thought it would be different in this one, but Mirai trailed off and then choked out another hoarse laugh. In a majority of them he makes it into UA, and presumably makes it as a pro without a quirk. I think he found one where he was blind, could barely make out shadows, and quirkless and still managed it. At least, it's either that or he's a vigilante, or possibly a villain. Or an MMA boxer, who knows. It's up in the air, since he doesn't have audio. Inko told me that I had to have a glass of whiskey. I figured he'd do just fine. Aizawa scoffed lightly under his breath. You know, Sasaki, if you're buying mini fridges for dogs, I think you're going to do just fine. I'm honestly in a panic, Mirai admitted. I don't know the first thing about finding appropriate childcare, or what to look for when you're vetting someone. I have no idea how I'm going to manage to get him to school, or what school to pick. I can't just drop him off every day. I'm a pro, things happen, and I have no idea where to start when it comes to figuring out his training. He'll have to be trained if he wants to get into UA, but how do you teach a blind person to fight? Where am I even going to find someone willing to teach a guide dog how to sniff people out in a disaster or attack someone? Inko said he loves Katsudon, but when I floated out having it for dinner he just started crying and wouldn't talk to me about it. How do I even handle that? What am I even going to do when he hits PBRY? How am I supposed to explain this to the media? I freaked out the same way when Hitoshi refused to let go of me, Aizawa said dryly. He has muzzle scars, Mirai muttered. Yeah, he does. I found him a month ago, dirty, black eye, choking on his own blood because his parents broke his nose and shoved on the muzzle and kicked him out. Bruised ribs, half-starved. It was a mess. Mirai muttered. He did not say lightly. I had to pass the case off too, Aizawa said softly, and Mirai's shoulders just slumped. It was funny how you didn't realize how much you needed to hear something until someone said it. How did you do it? He asked. I have no idea. My boyfriend and I are still figuring it out. We barely got him to talk to us 2 weeks ago, and that was only to say yes instead of nod. I was actually surprised he said hi. Must be more comfortable with another kid around. He's terrified of adults. We homeschooled him for the remainder of the semester, but we've been vetting schools like crazy trying to find one he can go to when summer's over. How did you even manage to homeschool him with your schedule? It was mostly Nizu. We just brought him to work, balance our schedules to make sure one of us is on patrol when the other is home. It's easier with 2 people, even if we see less of each other. Your boyfriend's a pro. It was the first Mirai had heard of it, but then again Aizawa was devastatingly private. Yamada Hisashi. I'm actually surprised that makes sense. Present Mike was rising in the charts like a star with his radio show. He really knew how to get the public going. The contrasting personalities were oddly appeasing. From what he heard, he'd been hired on at UA, too, as an English teacher and a Gen Ed homeroom instructor. Honestly, Mirai had no idea how they managed to get their college degrees with the level of chaos in a pro's life. Mirai had never bothered with it, even with how Nizu bugged him to get it. He wasn't going to be working for that rodent in any universe. Izuku would probably have something to say about that. Where do you live? Aizawa asked bluntly, and Mirai stared at the forwardness of the question. Pardon? We had our own apartments, but when Hitoshi came into the factor, Hisashi just ended up staying with me more, so we're making plans to move in together. We've been vetting schools like crazy, but I figured, both our kids went through a traumatic experience, right? And you're worried about letting Izuku walk to school. It would be easier if Hitoshi could just walk him. He needs to be around kids his own age. He's never really had a friend before, but if he's our kid, then Izuku may already know him with his quirk. I don't think Izuku had any friends in Mustafu, Mirai admitted. Inko didn't think so either. She was sure he was being bullied. He used to have one kid he hung around, the son of her childhood friend, but he was a late bloomer for lack of a better term. They thought he was schizophrenic and quirkless before he lost his eyes at 6. Not eyesight. Eyes. His eyes didn't belong to him anymore, and yet they did. You don't have any parent friends, do you? No, Mirai answered bluntly. And our kids are 2 kids who were bullied by their classmates, had no friends, went through traumatic experiences, and need to start at a new school once summer is over. And you have no childcare. And Hitoshi is willing to speak in front of adults if another kid is in the room, apparently. That does sum up the problem, yes. Mirai agreed, and Aizawa shrugged. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing, you don't know what you're doing, let's just figure it out and hope our kids can help each other. If they get along. My ringer is on. If they got into a fight, Rio would be calling me by now, so I'm assuming they are. Should we check on them? Aizawa gathered up the folder and swept up the flash drive. Yeah. Maybe Hitoshi has managed a few words. Mirai stared at that binder and tried to come to terms with the fact that he was giving it away. Aizawa paused and looked at him as they stood. Hey! Mirai looked up at him and Aizawa's lips just barely quirked. I'll get him. I promise. Hitoshi had been silent the entire time. It was going on 10 minutes now as Aki led Izuku around the mild obstacle course Rio had set up for him. Nudges here and there, the quickness or slowness of the head pressing into his hip telling him how sharply to turn. It was difficult. Izuku had banged his knee several times, but he was getting it. They were going pretty slow. Izuku knew what Uncle Mirai was doing. He knew very well. This was training, but he knew from 2 years of observing that just rushing into a run would be a bad idea, and probably would end in a concussion. He couldn't remember the last time he ran in a dead sprint. Maybe when he was 6. The prospect of it was exciting. There was a question pressing on his mind as he and Hitoshi silently walked through the obstacle course, awkward and unsure of each other. 10 minutes was up, and he couldn't take it anymore. Is your hair purple? He blurted, and there was a rustle of cloth next to him. He'd startled him. Great. Going well, Izuku. You sure know how to make friends. What FING weird question. How do you know? Hitoshi cut himself off mid-sentence, as if he was scared to ask a question. His voice sounded rough. Too rough. If he was who Izuku thought he was, that was to be expected. He had hoped he wouldn't find him in this condition. Izuku had to guess a lot with quirks. But Shinso Hitoshi always had a very clear off and on switch, so it didn't take a lot to figure out what was going on. He popped up in a lot of Izuku's worlds. Some of them he was a side character, but in many of them he was the leading co-star. Those were always his favorites. And he knew how to handle him in this condition. How do I know what purple looks like, or how do I know your hair is purple? He pressed gently. Both. My quirk. There was a long silence, and Aki nudged Izuku again, pushing him away from something or another, but he still managed to bang his shin. Ow. There was a rustle of cloth, but he held up his hand before Hitoshi reached to steady him. Don't. I need to learn how to do this. Silence again. Izuku had always wondered what he sounded like, with a vocal quirk like that. You want to ask about my quirk, and you want to ask why I need to learn how to follow Aki without a lead. Both. There it was again. Grating. Well, for Aki, I'm going to be a hero. And Aki is going to help me. But I need to be able to run and move freely, and maybe eventually manage without him for a bit. He's really special. Uncle Mirai had him trained for me specifically. He's got a longevity quirk and a moderate intelligence quirk. I wish I could talk to him, make sure he really wants to be my partner, but I guess some things you can't do. Or you have to wait. He could wait. He was pretty sure in a lot of his lives there was a kid who could speak to animals. Izuku wanted to get to know him better. He couldn't find many stories where he got close to him, but maybe it was too far ahead. Quirk, Hitoshi finally said, and Izuku just grinned. You know, I've never told anyone my age what my quirk is, so you get to be the first. I'm glad it's you. Okay, Hitoshi said carefully as Aki guided Izuku in a very sharp turn. They were getting used to each other's natural rhythm. Izuku did this all the time at home, but home was memorized, every step and turn, and home was gone. It still hurt. But he had Hitoshi now. My quirk's kind of weird. I'm not actually blind. Well, I am, but I'm also not. These Blendifeldis are designed to dampen it, with special fibers and these little studs. I'm not sure how they work, but they do. Basically, when I open my eyes, I can see through the eyes of me in other parallel dimensions, and flick through them. That's how I know your hair color. I didn't lose my eyes until I was 6. They thought I was schizophrenic. You know me. Izuku was going to get this kid talking one way or another. Yeah. You're totally badass and really cool, I think. Your quirk doesn't generally change a whole lot, so I'm guessing it's the same here. It is, I think. Brainwashing, right? Yes. I knew it, Izuku whispered. You're Hitoshi. Are you Shinso or Aizawa here? You're generally one or the other. Sometimes Yamada or Aizawa Yamada. I'm going to be Aizawa soon. Izuku turned to the source of Hitoshi's presence at his side, an innate sixth sense he desperately needed to start honing, and went stock still. You almost always make it into Yue, you know? And if you don't, you still get to be a hero. Even if it's a little illegal. I do. Hitoshi asked quietly, his voice grating and rough, and Izuku grinned. A question. You can't help what you want, but you always do something about it. I always like it when you're more there with me. It occurred to Izuku that he was being weird, and he immediately panicked. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I don't have many friends, I don't actually have any, I'm here, and you're there, and it's weird that I already know you, isn't it? You don't know the first thing about me. I'm sorry, my quirk is kind of creepy, and a little useless, but I'm gonna make it work anyways. I just don't really know what I'm doing, I wasn't sure I'd meet you, so meeting you and Aizawa at the same time was kind of a shock. Sometimes he's even my guardian, it's so weird, oh I can't shut up. It's fine, Hitoshi said suddenly, and Izuku clamped his traitorous mouth shut. I don't think you're creepy. Or that your quirk is useless. Oh, Izuku said faintly. I'm not good at making friends, other. Perfect. You have no experience to judge if I make myself look like an idiot, Izuku said before he could stop himself. Silence stretched out. I don't know, I think I'm getting the hang of it. There he was. Izuku grinned. Can I? Can you? Still avoiding questions. They were going to work on that. Can I see you? Izuku blurted. He saw his mother, sometimes. He didn't really want to think about the other person he saw. But he had done it enough times with Mom and Aki that he could get a good picture of someone in his mind. He wanted to know if Hitoshi matched the picture. I don't know what that means. Touch your face. Izuku said weakly. Silence again. Sure. Izuku hesitantly reached out and his fingers landed on a shirt. He groped his way up, felt along Hitoshi's jaw, his lips, his nose, his eyebrows, careful to not poke him in the eye. Fluffy, gravity-defying hair greeted him at the end, and a smile twitched at his lips. Yeah. It's you. Hitoshi had raised bumps along his cheeks, and Izuku tried not to think about that. He'd get him talking up a storm in no time. So, you see stuff, Hitoshi prompted, and Izuku brightened up. We were pirates once. Who was the captain? Me, Izuku said, like a liar. Hitoshi didn't sound like he believed him. He was right not to. If you want to talk to Aki, you can just see if he can nod his head. I can't see, Izuku deadpanned. Then use your hands. Behind the BLNDFLD, Izuku blinked multiple times. Oh, he was an idiot. I didn't think of that. You're thinking of it now. Izuku frowned and then felt for Aki's head, who was patiently waiting. Carefully, he knelt in front of him and slipped one hand under his jaw, put the other next to where he thought his head was. Here. Hitoshi adjusted his hand slightly. You're too far away. Thank you. Izuku bit his lip for a second as he thought of how to ask this. Aki had a moderate intelligence quirk. He knew that. He talked to him a lot about anything and everything, and sometimes he was certain Aki was following along because he'd nudge him when he trailed off mid-thought. Can you nod yes for me? A gentle weight pressed into his palm. Could be a fluke. Now to follow up. Can you shake your head no for me? Warm weight into his other palm. Do you understand what I'm saying? Another weight into the bottom palm, and there were 2 gasps of joy. Serious question. Ready? Weight into his bottom palm. Izuku had never been so excited in his life. Do you want to be my hero partner? Another weight into his bottom palm, and Izuku couldn't help it. He burst into tears. Don't call Uncle Mirai, Ryo. He howled as he surged forward to hug Aki. I'm just happy, promise. Yeah, sure, kid, Ryo responded from somewhere way off on the other side of the other room. A rustle of fabric to his side, and Hitoshi must be shifting awkwardly. That was fair. You cry a lot, don't you? Yes. Izuku sobbed as he pressed into Aki's warm weight. The dog tucked his head over his shoulder as Izuku hugged him tightly. Aki wants to be a hero. How can you not cry? I met him 10 minutes ago. That's no excuse. It took about 20 minutes for Izuku to calm down, chattering cheerfully about this quirk he saw or that fighting style he encountered, randomly bursting into tears mid-monologue and wondering when he was going to send Hitoshi running for the hills. But Hitoshi didn't leave. He didn't talk much, content to let Izuku chatter away as they navigated the obstacle course, banging into bits here and there. Izuku knew it was going to be slow going. He understood he wasn't just going to start running out of nowhere. He had Aki for 3 months, and he was barely letting go of the lead. Of course it was going to take some time. But he was itching to run, get the commands to jump, anything, everything. But that was going to take time and effort. So for now he walked. And talked, mainly to the air, sort of to Hitoshi, who would respond every so often just so Izuku knew he was still there. I can't wait until I can run. Izuku suddenly mumbled, and Hitoshi's clothes rustled in that way they did when he was startling a little bit. You can't run. I can't. Too easy to run into something, And I barely started working with Aki 3 months ago. Not enough time to learn. That's why we're doing this. Can he lead you in a run? Yes. He's trained for it. Uncle Mirai said he was going to get a treadmill so I could build up, but it's not the same as running, Hitoshi supplied, and Izuku nodded. It's not the same. Mom would take me on jogs, guide me that way, but it wasn't running by himself. Granted, he may never figure out how to run by himself, but Aki didn't count. Aki meant independence, and if Izuku was going to be a pro, he needed that independence. Your mom isn't here. Are you visiting your uncle? Another question, but Izuku couldn't help but not want to answer it. I live with him, he said shortly, and that was right. He lived with him now, in a high-rise apartment in Tokyo. Not in his home in Mustafa, with the big backyard where Aki could play and the smell of katsudon for dinner. Oh. Hitoshi seemed to catch on that it was a sensitive topic, and Izuku was grateful for it. Right now, what he needed to do was focus on walking, and then running, and then fighting, and maybe surviving school as an afterthought. There was nowhere else to go but up. Shoyuta wants to put me in school after summer, Hitoshi suddenly said. Maybe we'll go to the same one. That would be cool, Izuku said with a small smile. Yeah, Hitoshi mumbled. Izuku, personally, liked the idea a lot. We're moving to Tokyo soon. You don't live in Tokyo? No. We live in Mustafa, so they're closer to work, but Tokyo is really close, anyways. Maybe we'll be close to each other. Yeah. Izuku heard the door open and perked up. Hey boss, Ryo said distantly. Ready to go, kid? Aizawa asked. There was no response from Hitoshi, so Izuku guessed he nodded. Aki led him back to the door and Izuku tilted his head. Did you two behave? Uncle Mirai asked, and Izuku nodded. Yeah. We just talked. You talked? Aizawa asked, sounding a little stunned. Yep. Izuku chirped. He helped me figure out if Aki can answer yes or no questions. Uncle Mirai, Aki says he wants to be a hero. I see, Uncle Mirai said gruffly. Hitoshi, you didn't touch the dog, right? Aizawa asked seriously and then paused, probably waiting for Hitoshi to nod. Izuku, just to be sure, Aki is trained to recognize when he has his vest on he's working, right? I mean, he doesn't really turn off, but yeah, if we're in public with the vest he knows to focus more, Izuku said with a shrug. Alright, Hitoshi, it's time to go, Aizawa said. Thank you for keeping him company, Izuku. Can we? Hitoshi suddenly said and stopped abruptly. Izuku waited for a few seconds to see if he would finish, but it was apparently too much for him. Can we hang out again soon? Izuku finished. There was a long pause, and Izuku just knew they were looking at them both. Sure. We can set something up, Aizawa finally said, and the tension drained out of Izuku's shoulders. He was going to have a friend. Mirai was staring at the tub like it had personally offended him. He knew it was objectively a simple process to wash a dog. You put him in the tub, you get him wet, you scrub him down with dog shampoo, you rinse him off. Research had pointed to once a month being the proper amount of time to wash a dog without skin issues, and Izuku had been here for 2 weeks. He didn't know the last time Aki had a bath, so he figured now was as good a time as any to give him a scrub down. The problem was the nails. Articles from professional groomers all agreed the best time to clip a dog's nails was immediately after a bath. The nails were softer then, easier to snip off, but there was a problem. The quick. Objectively, he should not be so scared of a quick, but honestly, who thought it was a good idea to basically put a vein in a nail? Not even the nail bed. The nail itself. Aki had mismatched nails, black and white, and Mirai had stared at those black nails for a good hour last night as Aki laid on the couch with his head in Izuku's lap while Izuku alternated between flicking through his universes and recording his analyses. Really, he should be paying more attention to the analyses. They were good. But those nails. Uncle Mirai, Izuku said cautiously as he rolled up his pant legs. Aki was patiently waiting in the corner as Izuku tested the few inches of water in the tub. Yes, Izuku? Are we going to put him in or? Mirai grimaced. All right, Aki, into the tub. Aki slunk forward obediently, his tail between his legs, and paused at the foot of the tub, looking at Mirai with pleading eyes he almost wanted to give into. In the tub, he repeated, a little more firmly, and Aki very, very slowly got in. Apparently some things training just couldn't break. Mirai sighed and grabbed the cup. Be careful to not get water in his ears, Izuku cautioned. He's got floppy ears, so it's easy to get an infection. We have to dry them really well when we're done. Mirai was a pro. He stared down villains and took them down like they were little more than papier-mâché mannequins. He closed case after case. He was All Might himself's only sidekick, and he was terrified of washing a dog. Ear infections? Taking a steadying breath, he poured the water over Aki's back, and set to getting him wet. Aki stood patiently as Mirai thoroughly soaked him to the bone, and then he started lathering him up. Why Mirai had gone so overboard on making sure he had the most expensive items for Aki, he had no idea. This moisturizing shampoo had been pricey. The mini fridge was definitely a weak point for him. He could have kept the food in the regular fridge, but it had made sense at the time. He wasn't sure why it had made sense, but it did. Aki stood waiting patiently as Mirai scrubbed between the pads of his paws, noting the cracked skin there. There were creams for that, right? It didn't seem to be hurting him, but it was dry and scaly, and he wasn't content with that. Izuku wasn't really going out on concrete much with Aki, but dogs could burn their paws. At least, he was pretty sure they could burn their paws. How was he going to prevent that? Did they make shoes for dogs? Would he have to get dog shoes? Mirai didn't know the first thing about caring for an animal. Aki was now thoroughly lathered, and Mirai knew this was the point where he started to rinse him off. Don't get it in his ears. Thank gods this dog was well behaved. Mirai dunked his cup in the water and started to pour it over him. Soap ran off in rivulets and he wondered just how much he would have to rinse him. Aki tensed halfway through the rinse, and Mirai froze. Aki shook, and a combination of soapy water and foam splattered Mirai, soaking his shirt, splattering across his glasses, drenching his pants as he closed his eyes tightly. Aki, Izuku whined and Mirai looked over at him. He was soaked. They were both soaked and smelled like wet dog. Aki shook again and Mirai took a deep breath, eyes shut tight. Breathe. He had to breathe. And now he'd have to rinse again. It didn't matter how much training a dog had. If they were going to shake water out of their fur, that was just what they were going to do. Aki, stay still, he said far too calmly, and started dumping water all over again. Screw clipping his nails. He was just going to a groomer next time. Who knew taking care of a dog could be so complicated? Summer break was almost over, and Izuku was not ready to go back to school. Next week it was back in session. Shoyuda had vetted the schools thoroughly, handled most of the paperwork and meetings just to make things easier on everyone and limit knowledge of 2 new students being the children of pros. Uncle Mirai had primarily met with the principal over the phone. The school had been chosen because of the good history with a low tolerance for quirk discrimination, the accessibility features, and the fact that it was near at least 7 hero agencies, including Night Eye Agency. Izuku didn't feel like he was ready. Hitoshi had moved in right down the street, in slightly cheaper apartments, and Izuku saw a lot of him. After the disastrous bath that honestly wasn't that bad, Uncle Mirai had gotten Aki booties. Actual booties. Izuku wasn't sure it was that big of a deal, but Japan was hot in the summer, so he figured it couldn't hurt. Hitoshi said Aki looked ridiculous. The funeral hadn't been small. Izuku had been crushed in hugs and well wishes for his new life. Mom had touched life after life, brought hundreds of people back from the brink of death, sat with them when their families abandoned them to struggle to cling to life on their own. She wasn't a famous hero. She didn't make the news. But she mattered. Izuku was going back to class in a week. Hisashi had not been captured yet, and Uncle Mirai didn't feel secure in leaving him with a sitter until he was behind bars, so Izuku had spent the entirety of summer either at Hitoshi's or in the agency. He kept himself entertained for the most part, walked the obstacle courses people helped him set up. He could handle a light jog for a minute or two now before he hit something. Izuku shifted in bed and hit the warm, solid weight at his side. Hitoshi, he whispered and poked the lump next to him. Umph, Hitoshi groaned. Toshi, he insisted, poking him again. What? I'm gonna run tomorrow, Izuku whispered. Okay, Hitoshi mumbled and pulled the blanket over his head, effectively yanking it off Izuku. Hey, Izuku snapped and pulled it back. I'm really going to do it. You could have done it a week ago, Hitoshi said and yawned loudly. Why are you telling me now? Because it's exciting. You run, and I'll watch you, Hitoshi promised. Now go to sleep. It's 12 am. It is. That's what it says on your clock. Wait, it actually displays the numbers. Yeah. Go to sleep. Then give me my blanket. You have Aki. Aki was currently pressed up against Izuku's other side, warm and furry and fresh from the groomer. His nails were finally trimmed. He was also entirely unconscious, if the snoring was anything to go off of. That doesn't count, Izuku replied with a sniff, but he rolled over anyway to throw an arm over Aki and loosen his BLNDFLD to slip off. Messily, he discarded it on the nightstand and kept his eyes shut tight. If he dived in now, he would never be able to sleep. 2 days ago he had found an amazing universe where he and Hitoshi were wandering adventurers, and the shenanigans they got up to were amazing. It was addictive, and gave him too many ideas. The magic was very visual, dancing lights and flashing colors. Izuku would stay awake for hours finding all the threads that connected that universe, just to keep going even when it ended, and he really shouldn't be doing that tonight. After all, he was running tomorrow. Sleep claimed him eventually, lulled to sleep by the steady heartbeat against his back and the heavy breaths expelling rumbling snores under his hand. Mirai was a creature of habit. On days he didn't have to be up early, he always got up right at 7, unless he was recovering from a long night of work and needed the extra few hours or so. He would shower first thing in the morning, do his hair, pat on his skincare, get into his clothes for the day, make a healthy breakfast, and leave. At least, he had done that until Izuku happened. Now his mornings consisted of waking up, going through the same routine, and dragging Izuku out of bed before he started breakfast. He didn't like it, but the threat of Hisashi remaining loose had necessitated GPS trackers being sewn into Izuku's clothes. So, while he made breakfast, he opened up the app on his phone and kept an eye on Izuku as he took Aki out for his morning business. The apartment building they were in had an extensive dog-friendly park in the back, away from the road, and he'd go and sip his coffee while he watched Izuku down at the bottom with Aki while the rice cooker sang at him. Then Izuku would come back up, and Mirai would make sure he ate before sending him for his own shower. While Izuku got ready for the day, Mirai would get his laptop open, or his tablet, and got a head start on his paperwork. Before Izuku, Mirai would often burn through the day without a lunch break. Running an intelligence agency was difficult. He worked with an excess of other agencies, far more than most agencies had to cooperate with, and his days were always chock full of meetings and phone conferences and hitting the streets in disguise to gather information on his targets. While he was technically a daylight hero, most people didn't recognize him if he colored the yellow streaks in his hair and put in contacts and traded the suit for street clothes. Even with his abnormal height, changing his gait and posture was second nature to him at this point. Izuku had changed that. He still had a busy schedule, still hit the streets to gather his information, still hit the gym and training rooms religiously, but now he had to take a lunch break just to make sure he wasn't dying in the agency and still ate his meals. Of course, there were days he just couldn't, and had no choice but to rely on Ryo to make sure Izuku ate. Or his sidekicks. Honestly, they were good with Izuku. It was a little strange to them that he insisted on turning this past month into bring your kid to work summer, but when he finally broke and explained the situation to them, they took it in stride. For the most part, Izuku managed just fine on his own. Mirai hadn't heard of him running into anything, even in the small obstacle course, in 2 weeks, beyond a few jogging instances. He'd be able to put him with Kazan soon. Maybe even when he started school. It had taken some wrangling for her to agree to train 2 kids at once. She normally operated on a one-on-one schedule, 2 hours a day, 4 times a week. Kazan was selective about her personal students. She'd give anyone pointers around the gym, but personal students were accepted on a case-by-case basis. Izuku's quirk had intrigued her, and she agreed she would be the only person qualified to train him. Hitoshi had solely been accepted based on the fact that he had quirk-related trauma, and she had experience dealing with that, even if her experience was more surrounding kids whose sensory quirks got to be too much to deal with. Aizawa wasn't entirely happy he wouldn't be training his kid, but he also knew he just didn't have the schedule for it. Between his daylight and nighttime jobs, it just wasn't feasible. He was still trying to learn how to balance it all with a kid. Takahashi Yuna was the other trainer. Specifically, Aki's new trainer. She was pricey, but worth the investment. It wasn't often you could get a work dog trainer who could actually speak to canines, and he had no qualms about taking advantage of the fact that she was in Tokyo. Izuku needed to learn how to fight without Aki before he could figure out how to fight with him. The schedules were lining up pretty nicely. Aki would be with Takahashi for the 2 hours Izuku was with Kazan and Hitoshi. They would get out right as the parents were getting off work. It was only a short walk to pick up Aki, and then one of the 3 parents could pick them up from the kennel. Honestly, the addition of Hitoshi had really soothed Mirai's worries. Izuku needed to be independent, yes, but that could wait until he was older. Much, much older. And Hitoshi could use a friend, too. Mirai straightened up and looked at himself through the fogged-up mirror. He had never held weight in his face well, not like Inko, but he could honestly see some changes. He was more haggard. The skincare routine was not beating back the lines forming, or the bags under his eyes. Parenthood was not suiting him well. Or it could just be losing his last remaining family member sans Izuku. He wasn't sure. It's hard now, but you'll push through, he told the face staring back at him. You're getting everything worked out. Izuku is going to go back to school, he's going to make more friends, he is going to manage just fine. You're not FNG it up. Great. He was giving himself pep talks in the mirror now. What next? A training montage? He had to get the kids up. Hitoshi had some nasty insomnia, took melatonin gummies that Mirai now had a bottle of in his cabinet, and he tended to rocket back and forth between sleeping like a log to being up for days on end with a few hours of rest to keep him going. He was starting to ask for coffee. He was 9. Mirai cut him off at green tea, but he was pretty sure Hisashi gave in and slipped him some every so often. As soon as he started talking more, Hisashi became the biggest pushover Mirai had ever met. It was almost embarrassing. Even so, he always felt guilty about waking him up, especially in the early morning hours, but the psychologist had stressed the importance of a semi-regular schedule, with breaks when it got to be too much. Then again, it was nearly 7:30. He wasn't waking him up at 5 a.m. 7:30 was a normal time to wake kids up. Maybe he'd give him 30 more minutes. He had seemed dead tired last night, and Mirai could stand to be a little late. He was the boss, after all, and there were no meetings today for once, just paperwork. Besides, he had his tablet. He could work from home. He'd just crack the door to the bedroom so Aki could get him if he needed to go out. Honestly, Mirai hadn't entirely banked on getting a semi-second kid when Izuku burst into his life like the firework he was, but it felt like that sometimes. They were inseparable. School would do them good. If it went on for much longer, Mirai was concerned they'd develop a pseudo-trauma bond. It was helping them now, the 2 friendless boys finding a friend in the wake of their lives falling apart, but that didn't mean it would be a healthy long-term solution. With a long, tired sigh, he made for Izuku's bedroom, right across from the guest bedroom, and cracked the door. Oh, Hisashi would definitely want a picture of this. Hitoshi and Izuku were a tangle of limbs, Izuku's back to Hitoshi's chest. Hitoshi was basically koala bearing him, the blankets almost completely kicked off, and Izuku was wound around Aki, the dog's own back to Izuku's chest. And their hair. Messes. Disasters. Mirai would have to make them wash today to fix that. It was a good thing Mirai had opted to not switch the bed out for a smaller one. Silently, he brought up his phone and snapped a picture before sending it off to Hisashi. It was time for coffee. Leaving his jacket draped over the back of the couch, he went into the kitchen and popped a cup into the Keurig. His favored all-might mug slipped under the stream. What to do today? There was that report on the increased missing persons reports in Mustafa, a whole host of emails to get through, and he had to call Tsukachi. Briefly, he considered working from home today. He almost wanted to change into his joggers. He had had Izuku at the agency almost every day this summer that he wasn't with Shoyuta and Hisashi. Mirai rarely took weekends off. It was fine for now. Izuku wanted to practice, and wasn't really interested in going places, since there wasn't a whole lot he could enjoy. Mirai had told him a lot of museums in Tokyo had accessibility features, but Izuku just wasn't interested. He just wanted his books and his eyes and Hitoshi, and Mirai wasn't sure what to do about that. He wanted him to go out and do things, but he also didn't want to push him. Izuku didn't really act like a kid. Granted, Mirai's experience with actual children was next to nothing, but Izuku didn't act like a kid. He and Hitoshi were primarily interested in sitting quietly together, Izuku listening to a book, Hitoshi reading one. When forced outside, that was just what they continued to do. 9 was an awkward age. Mirai knew that. Too old for make-believe, too young for talking about girls. Or boys. It was the age you started to find your hobbies, what you wanted to do, and while there was nothing wrong with reading or diving into alternate realities of yourself for hours on end, and gods, did Mirai worry about that sometimes. He knew there were so many versions of Izuku's life that weren't happy. But in any case, there wasn't anything wrong with that, but there also wasn't anything wrong with the occasional skinned knee or broken bone from falling out of a tree. Granted, he didn't want Izuku to break a bone, but both he and Hitoshi were used to living in the quiet. So that was how things worked for them. They would sit in the quiet, and Izuku would come out of whatever fantastical land he had wandered off to, chatter about it, Hitoshi would listen, and then they would go back to their own things. Audiobooks or his eyes. Books or TV. It was like their shells had just grown to encompass each other, but they hadn't actually come out of them. Maybe they needed another friend. Hopefully whoever came next wouldn't be as quiet as them. Mirai took a deep sip of creamer-laced coffee and his phone pinged. And then again. And again. And again. Hisashi had checked his messages, then. Hisashi, oh my. Hisashi, gods. Hisashi, have you sent this to Shoyuda? Hisashi, I already sent it to Shoyuda. Hisashi, I sent it again, just to be sure. Hisashi, look at them. Mirai sighed. How Hisashi always managed to have boundless energy was beyond him. It was 7:45 in the morning. How does that man do this? Does he have a secondary quirk where his veins are full of caffeine instead of blood? Mirai, I did look at them. Hitoshi seemed exhausted last night. Is today an okay day to let him sleep in? Hisashi, yeah. Just wake him up by 10 and he should be fine. Hisashi, but also look at them. Hisashi, oh by the way, Shoyuda and I had an emergency come up. Is it okay if we pick Hitoshi up later tonight? If not, we can send Nizu over to get him. Mirai paused. An emergency that would take all day? It wasn't even 8 a.m. What kind of emergency would take them away until the night? Were they being called to the other side of Japan or something? And how often did they even work together? It could be a personal, family matter. He wouldn't pry. It was none of his concern. Mirai, that would be fine. Hitoshi is welcome to stay as long as you need him to. It's not like he makes much noise. Mirai would prefer it if he made a little more noise. He was barely getting the kid to talk to him. Though on second thought, Mirai, I may call in today, so let me know when you're heading over to get him so I can tell you where we're at. What's the estimated time you'll be done? Hisashi, I honestly don't know. Could be anywhere from 6 p.m. to 10. It came up a little suddenly. Sheet, I'm sorry, it sounds like I'm just dumping my kid on you. We generally get better notice than this. Mirai just rolled his eyes at that. Mirai, I'm a pro, too, Hisashi. I know how it goes for those of you not drowning in intelligence. It's fine. Go get your mission done. Hitoshi will be fine with me. Izuku will be ecstatic to have him for so long. There was a click of nails in the hallway and Aki came padding out, his tail wagging hopefully. Mirai stared down at him for a second as big puppy dog eyes sent him a pleading look, as if Mirai could possibly deny him anything, let alone going out to go to the bathroom. Good morning, Aki. Let's go, he said and stood as Aki made a beeline for the door and stood there, tail wagging slowly, and Mirai dragged on his proper shoes, leaving them untied, and unlocked the door to let him into the hallway. There was a nudge to Mirai's knee and he sighed at the dog for perhaps the millionth time. I'm not blind. You don't have to guide anyone but Izuku, he said, and there was a glint of something akin to amusement in Aki's golden brown eyes. He tilted his head and Mirai pushed the button to the elevator. I honestly don't know why you think it's funny. Is it the height difference? Are you practicing for his growth spurt? I don't think he'll end up as tall as me. Mirai's mother had been a behemoth. Standing at 182 centimeters, she had dwarfed her father by a full 30 centimeters exactly. She was a calm, compassionate woman, while their father had often encouraged Inko's wild and reckless nature that mellowed after she discovered her PRGI and with her time as a nurse. They had both died in an earthquake ages ago, a month after his high school graduation. He wasn't sure Inko had ever truly recovered from the loss. There was just no time really. She just stepped up. Mirai hadn't been sought after with his quirk and specific skill set, had to settle with a subpar sidekick gig with terrible entry pay. Inko had paid for his groceries for a year, put him on her phone plan to cover his bill, bought him his train pass. He'd been struggling in the wake of losing their parents. Inko had covered his electric bill many times, even gone so far to help him with rent once. When Toshinori picked Mirai up, he had tried to pay her back. The pay from being the #1 hero's sidekick was astronomical. But Inko had refused it. Said she was living comfortably, happy, healthy, had all of her needs met, what more could she want? Certainly not his money. He'd still helped pay for the wedding. A wedding he sorely regretted. Izuku would have been born anyways, wouldn't he have? From what he could tell from Izuku's quirk, if someone was meant to come into the world, they would. If someone was meant to have a child, they would. And Izuku's was always Inko's first. Sometimes the actual biological father changed, but it was always Inko. He was always supposed to be hers. And then Izuku went blind, and Mirai could help her as much as she had helped him. Aki was paid for almost immediately. All of the training, the room, the board. Legally, you couldn't exchange money for a quirked animal, especially ones with intelligence quirks in their lineage. They were only meant to be bred in specific circumstances, for work dogs, and doing so required a mountain of paperwork and licenses. So, the cost of training went up instead, because the breeding, while funded independently by a non-profit, was expensive. With an intelligence quirk, Aki should have been training for a year, but with Mirai's specifications it had taken 2. He wondered if this was what it felt for her when their parents died. To feel out of your depth. He'd had Izuku for 2 months now, and while they were falling into a schedule, learning to exist around each other, it was still hard. Izuku cried. A lot. Sasaki's were known for 3 specific traits: rambling, crying, and stutters. Izuku and Mirai had overcome their stutters. Mirai had outgrown the tears, only slipped into his rambles when his life was in shambles. Izuku, it seemed, was stuck with rambling and tears. Learning how to hug was a work in progress. It was never easy to hug when you were as tall as Mirai. It took him a long time to realize that in his musings over the mess his life had become, he already had Aki down in the park on the backside of the apartment building, and Aki had already finished his business. He was just sitting there, staring up at Mirai expectantly, and Mirai sighed. Alright, should we check on the boys? Mirai pulled out his phone as he waited for the elevator to rise. Mirai, may work from home today. You didn't schedule any surprise meetings, did you? Rio, your schedule is clear, just make sure your Wi-Fi is secure. Mirai, why on earth wouldn't my Wi-Fi be secure? Rio, some of the secretaries have been talking about a villain who can hack into Wi-Fi through cable connections with their quirk right now, and they were last spotted in your area. I'd say if you're working from home right now, keep the TVs off unless the kids are streaming or something. Not much known about the quirk. Mirai may be able to see the future, but he couldn't help but feel that Rio would always know more than him. The second they re-entered the apartment, Aki made a beeline for Izuku's room, probably to curl back up with him. Honestly, for a hunting dog, that animal was really just incredibly lazy. He liked the cuddles. It was probably a mixture of both. Hisashi said Hitoshi could sleep until 10. Perhaps Mirai would wake them up then. In the meantime, he had the apartment to himself, and it was time for paperwork. Mirai set an alarm on his phone to wake the boys up and settled down with his laptop at the kitchen table. For a moment, he entertained the idea of possibly being a workaholic, and then he dismissed it. Work was about all he could do right now. Izuku went back to school in a week. Maybe they could set up a trip to the beach before then. Either with just the two of them, or with the little Aizawa Yamada clan. He would at least like the beach. He could swim, would have an open stretch of land to wander around without needing Aki to guide him, so Aki could have a bit of a day off. 2. They could get ice cream, have a picnic. He didn't think Izuku had been to the beach in a while. Maybe not since he had lost his eyes. It would be good for him. Mirai had a cooler somewhere they could pack food into, throw it into the trunk of his car. That was a good idea. Not even really thinking about the implications, he added both Hizashi and Shoyuta to a group chat and typed out a message. Mirai, would you be interested in going to the beach before they go back to school? I thought it would be good for them to get out of the house. I can take a day off whenever I need, so it's all dependent on your schedules. It took less than 30 seconds for his phone to ping with a notification. Hizashi, sounds like a good idea to me. Shoyuta, both me and Hizashi have next Tuesday and Wednesday off. We wanted 2 days in a row with Hitoshi. Mirai, I have a car so it will be easier to bring a picnic in a cooler. Hizashi, we can pitch in for gas and get snacks? Mirai, do they even have swimsuits? I'm working from home today so I can pick them up some pears and sunscreen. If you're okay with me taking Hitoshi to the mall. Shoyuta, I don't think we've gotten him a swimsuit yet. He's got the essentials, but we haven't been able to branch out. I don't mind, but let us know how much it was so we can pay you back. Mirai rolled his eyes at that. Mirai, don't worry about it. I'm getting him swimming trunks, not a phone. You've fed Izuku enough that I think it's fair. Shoyuta, you sure? Mirai, I have more than enough money to throw around. My bank account isn't going to notice one set of swimming trunks. It's fine. This past month had been strange, for lack of a better word. Mirai had friends. He had plenty of friends, mainly colleagues, so they were more like work friends. He knew just about everyone in the industry, had a finger in every pie. His work kept him so busy he didn't really have time to go for drinks after work, or organize a brunch, but he was friendly with people. And then came Izuku and Hitoshi. Izuku had told him at some point or another that Hitoshi was important, much like Shoyuta. So Mirai didn't discourage their blossoming friendship. But they had latched onto each other like koalas and refused to be removed. With their busy hero schedules, it was almost a blessing to the three pros. Hitoshi had been mainly going to Hizashi's agency or with Nizu, whose work schedule was erratic at best. The rodent essentially exclusively worked from home, rarely going out into the field. His specialty was taking down organizations from the inside through wild means. Something as simple as orchestrating someone to run into a henchman in the street and spilling the cups of coffee they were carrying could throw an organization into chaos. So Hitoshi was generally fine with him. He didn't really look like an adult, so Hitoshi was also more comfortable. Even so, Nizu wasn't entirely the best influence to be with all the time. He was an excellent principal, but his few personal students tended to end up like Mirai. And Mirai knew better than anyone that while he was probably the second best intelligence pro out there, only below Nizu, he was also hard to work with. His methods worked. No one could deny that. That was why he was as popular as he was, and respected as he was. But that didn't mean pros didn't dread having to schedule a meeting with him. Endeavor flat out refused to work with him entirely, although that may have been because of his relation to All Might and the fact that everybody in his agency, including Mirai, hated him, and that led him back to Izuku and Hitoshi. The boys basically bounced between Mirai's agency and Aizawa or Hizashi on their days off. It had blossomed a strange friendship with the three pros. Mirai hadn't expected to get a friend out of Shoyuta when he came in that day to take his case off his hands. He definitely had not expected to fall into this strange pseudo-co-parenting situation. He had no idea how parent friends acted, and neither did Hizashi or Shoyuta, so they just did whatever worked. It was just that. When Izuku said Hitoshi had actually talked to him, the look on the normally stoic Shuta's face was. Mirai was positive that Hizashi had cried when Shoyuta told him. And Hitoshi was talking more. To adults, no less. It made sense to encourage this bond for now, worry about making sure it didn't dissolve into something unhealthy later. Hizashi was teaching Hitoshi sign language to make things easier on him, of course, but he couldn't use sign with Izuku. He had to speak and he pushed himself through it. And in doing so, he also found himself summoning up the courage to use his words with adults. And Izuku. Mirai wasn't stupid. Perhaps he had friends when he was little, before the schizophrenia misdiagnosis. But for years he had been on his own, with only Inko and occasionally Hisashi for company. He had fallen into his quirk, watched other versions of himself form friendships, powerful quirks, no quirks at all, in a desperate effort to fill up that void in his own life. Now he had his own friend, and Mirai was far too weak to try to institute boundaries now. Not when the friendship was so young, so fragile. Maybe when they were older, had more friends, because Mirai knew that one day they would come, with their fresh starts, but for now. It was the summer. Summer was spent away from the house for most kids their age, playing in the parks for hours on end with little parental supervision. Hitoshi and Izuku were a little different. It was a new city, one they had not grown up in, and didn't know their way around. Izuku was learning his independence, but he could get lost relatively easily. Hitoshi was just too young for them to shove the responsibility of Izuku onto. It wouldn't be fair to him. And Hisashi was still loose to boot. So this worked. They were spending their summer with their friends, just like other kids, they were just doing it a little differently. And Hitoshi didn't seem to mind being kept under wraps at home or at Night Eye Agency if it meant he got to hang out with a kid he trusted. And anyways, while he was terrified of adults still, just a little bit, he was also living the dream right now for a kid his age. Pros came in and out of Night Eye Agency all day long, and while he didn't outwardly state it, Mirai could tell he was starstruck. Mirai was also getting a lot of good-natured ribbing from his colleagues about collecting kids. For some wild reason, having the two of them around all the time had improved his reputation. Apparently, having kids made him look more approachable or whatever. It was weird. And Aki. The pros knew not to approach him. He was working, but Aki was definitely a favorite. They all thought it was hilarious that little Izuku had such a big dog leading him around. Mirai couldn't deny that it was cute. Izuku would grow into Aki eventually, but Aki weighed almost as much as he did. Mirai could only hope he got his grandmother's tall genetics. For some reason, he just knew that it would be important for Izuku to be tall. Perhaps that was just his quirk talking. Sometimes he got these feelings that something needed to happen when he spent a lot of time with someone. He was spending too much time thinking and not enough time working. With a sigh, he focused back on his reports. Emails, 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 he was so tired of emails. With a frown, he went into his thread with death arms next. As per my last email. Izuku woke up first. Aki was half on top of him, Hitoshi was pressed up against his back, and not even the quietly blowing air conditioner could tone down the sticky, wet humidity of being in a cuddle lump all night. With a groan, he reached out blindly to press the button on his alarm clock that would read the time to him. 9:34. The alarm clock chirped and Izuku's brows furrowed, eyes still squeezed shut. Had Uncle Mirai let him sleep in? Hitoshi was tired last night. He must have noticed. He didn't really want to deal with his quirk this morning, so a fumbling hand reached out and groped for the BLNDFLD on his nightstand. He only had one right now. Uncle Mirai had taken the rest, having said they needed to be washed. They were left to dry last night, slung over the curtain rod in the shower. They had to be around here somewhere. Hand-wash-only items were a nightmare to deal with. Hitoshi grumbled at the movement, tightened his grip on Izuku. "Toshi," he said and nudged him as he tied on his BFLD. Get off me. I have to go to the bathroom." The legs slung over Izuku tightened and he let out a huff of frustration. "Toshi." Hitoshi just whined and buried his face into Izuku's neck and Izuku went limp. Looking at him, you wouldn't know Hitoshi was clingy, but he was an octopus when he was tired. It was a nightmare to deal with in the morning. "Toshi, I'm not waking you up. I just need you off." "Stop talking," Hitoshi mumbled and blindly reached up to slap a hand over Izuku's mouth. "Bad move." Izuku immediately liked it. Hitoshi froze, tightening up around Izuku, and Izuku felt his lashes tickle his neck as he opened his eyes. "My hand's gonna smell like morning breath now," Hitoshi growled and rolled over, finally releasing Izuku as Aki slithered off the bed with a loud yawn. "You already stink," Izuku shot back and sat up. "I'm gonna go shower." Uncle Mirai let us sleep in. It's 9:30. I'm tired, Hitoshi whined and Izuku moved to put his feet on the ground. You're always tired. Izuku wiggled his toes and sniffed at his shirt. Oh, that didn't smell good. He was going to have to change his sheets. Honestly, they wouldn't get so sweaty if Hitoshi didn't cling the way he did. Izuku couldn't really complain. At least, not until he had to go to the bathroom. He clung to Aki after all. But Aki was a dog, and dogs didn't sweat. They just smelled and, according to Uncle Mirai, got hair everywhere. Izuku had to brush Aki daily. Hitoshi's stomach growled and Izuku laughed at him. Hungry? He teased and poked vaguely, hoping the squish he found was his stomach. Hitoshi slapped his hand away and rolled, presumably burying his face in the pillow, because the resulting groan was muffled. Go take your shower. You smell, Hitoshi grumbled. And whose fault is that? Izuku shot back. If you don't want to be snuggled, you shouldn't be so comfortable, Hitoshi retorted. You're helping me change my sheets, Izuku said threateningly. If Izuku got up and padded out, Aki nudging him this way and that to the kitchen. There was the clacking sound of typing coming from the direction of the kitchen table, so Uncle Mirai had to be working. Morning, Izuku said with a yawn. Did you feed Aki yet? Left it for you, Uncle Mirai replied and let out some rapid-fire clicks, probably backspacing. Izuku moved to where he knew the mini-fridge was, opening it up and pulling out 3 rolls of the dog food. Raw food diets had come a long way for dogs since they were first introduced for the family dog and not exclusively sled dogs. Methods were developed to ensure food safety, limiting dangerous bacteria, and after the mess about 10 years ago where there were a rash of kibble brands causing lethal seizures, people had branched out, especially for work dogs like Aki. At first, veterinarians had been wary of raw diets, citing concerns of bacteria and illness. Uncle Mirai had done extensive research into brands and their safety protocols before settling on a 50-year-old Japanese brand with no incidents in the past 20 years. American brands, apparently, simply did not have enough food safety regulations. The scissors left on top of the fridge were swept up, and he snipped open the tubes before squeezing them out into the waiting bowl. Aki! He called as he set it on the ground. Breakfast! A warm weight pressed against his leg, letting him know Aki was there, and he left him to eat while he threw away the plastic. What are we doing today? Izuku asked as he felt around for the canister of tea, the container neatly labeled in Braille. He checked the Keurig to make sure it was empty and slipped a mug under it before running it, dunking in the tea bag and locating the honey to drizzle in. His fingers brushed over the neat Braille labeling, even if he could literally tell from the shape of the bottle, Uncle Mirai was so excessive, and he sniffed it on impulse just to double-check. It was a good habit to get into. I'm working from home. We're planning a trip to the beach next week, so we're going to the mall later today to get swimming trunks for you two and sunscreen, Uncle Mirai replied and Izuku paused. The beach? Oh. I wanted to run today, he said quietly, and there was a rustle of clothing. Do you think you can? Uncle Mirai asked and Izuku nodded firmly. I can. We can swing by the agency after shopping and a late lunch then. Hitoshi's dad's had an emergency today and won't be back until late. Do you want to get anything else at the mall? Izuku paused for a second, racking his brain. Can we get a parfait? That's fine. Can we go to a craft store? Izuku asked tentatively. A craft store? Uncle Mirai echoed. I want something to do with my hands when I'm seeing. I want to practice detaching my body from my eyes so I can keep moving more easily, so I figured I could pick up something that takes concentration. That's a good idea, Uncle Mirai agreed. What about crochet? I know a little about it, so I can show you what to do with your hands, and you can practice increasing what you can feel to pick up errors. Crochet sounds good. I thought about models, but that takes painting, and I'm told that's half the fun, so. Hitoshi could paint them for you. We could try out a few things. Maybe puzzles, though that may be more difficult than crochet. Izuku frowned suddenly. Does crochet require being able to see colors? Not necessarily. We can start with solid colors first until you get good enough to count when to switch. I'll start you on a scarf. Okay, Izuku said as excitement pooled in his gut. He knew it was important for him to be able to function while his quirk was running. He couldn't just sit and stare into nothing for hours on end. As it was, he could only manage running parallel sight for around 3 hours a day. His quirk was dangerous for him. He knew that. He had stumbled across realities that warped his very perception of existence. Realities where he was some great eldritch beast devouring worlds, traversing dimensions. He wasn't even sure how that happened. He never stuck around long enough to find out. Besides that, his basic understanding of parallel universes was that they were infinite. With every chance to make a choice, they split across more and more and more. Something as simple as choosing to not brush his teeth while another identical Izuku chose to do so opened up new possibilities. For every version of Midoriya Izuku, there were infinite possibilities and infinite realities. His quirk was dangerous to his mind, and the longer he stayed submerged, the harder it was to hold onto the threads. Eventually, if he pushed himself too hard, he just ended up bouncing between different realities with no control of where he was going. He never touched the other parallel Izukus. There were so many of them, all living their lives, and he just didn't see the point. He would only see what they decided to look at, or he would see black. Their threads were the strongest, and he consciously ignored them. There was just a deep-rooted fear in his gut that if he looked, he would either not see at all, or he would see himself just existing, not doing anything, struggling, not accomplishing anything he wanted to do. It was a stupid fear. It wasn't like he could see. He'd just see whatever they were looking at. But he didn't want to look. In any case, there weren't any stories to be found there except the ones he would watch anyways. He couldn't see. He was functionally blind. Nothing to be discovered that he couldn't find himself. So he didn't look. "Go shower and brush your teeth," Uncle Mirai ordered, interrupting Izuku's buzzing thoughts, and he straightened up. "All right. Hitoshi is awake, he just doesn't want to get out of bed. I'll start on breakfast. Aki has already been out. Make sure you at least wet your hair. It's a disaster. Are we going to the mall soon?" Izuku asked hopefully. It was going to be his first time really being in a crowded place without a lead. "After breakfast. We'll stop by the agency on the way home and you can run then, so no stuffing yourself with parfait. You can share one with Hitoshi." "You're no fun." Izuku pouted and zipped down the hall to hop in the shower before Uncle Mirai could reprimand him. There was a creak from his bedroom, shuffling around, so he assumed Hitoshi was up. "Get in the bathroom now if you want to brush your teeth before my shower," Izuku called, and there was another muffled groan. Feet padded into the bathroom after him, and Izuku ran his hand over the toothbrushes, all different shapes. He had almost had a fight with his uncle when he tried to label them, and plucked his out so he could dash it under the water and squeeze out the toothpaste. "The dad squad is planning a beach trip next week," he said and stuck the toothbrush in his mouth. "I don't think I've been to a beach," Hitoshi mumbled, and Izuku half turned towards him, toothbrush stuck in his mouth. "We live on a island," he said in shock, voice distorted by the toothbrush in his mouth. "Don't talk with your mouth full." The sound of brushing filled the bathroom as Izuku's brain reeled at this information. Hitoshi had never been to the beach? He lived in Japan. It was never more than a couple of train lines away, no matter how far inland you were. "Hey," Hitoshi said and nudged him. "Brush." Izuku's hands caught up with his brain and he started to brush, neurons firing away. He had to make this the best beach experience ever. He was going to insist they leave early and have Hitoshi sleep in the car so he could see the sunrise. Izuku's favorite thing when he could see was their trips to the beach and watching the sunrise. Even now, sometimes he would search and search to find that sight again and look at it in his universes. It was the little things you had to appreciate. Which beach were they going to? Mustafa had one or two, but one of them was covered in trash and no one had bothered to clean it up. It was supposed to be a whole day, from what he could infer. They were probably going to stay near Tokyo. Maybe Shirahama? He heard Shirahama was great. Or would they be going somewhere a little more secluded? Mirai was famous, as was Hizashi, so maybe they would be going somewhere more private that was harder to reach. Would they go to Boso or Aizu? Boso was more crowded, but it was closer, but Aizu had more secluded places to go. "Are you going to spit or?" Hitoshi prompted and Izuku jerked out of his brain blur. "Yeah," he said and spat, cupped his hands and rinsed out his mouth. Check me. Izuku smiled wide. Looks good, Hitoshi replied and gargled. Oh, your dad's had an emergency come up, so they're going to be back late. Izuku blurted. How could he have forgotten about that? He just got so excited when Hitoshi said he'd never been to the beach. We're going to the mall after breakfast to get swimming trunks. Uncle Mirai said we can share a parfait. You should shower. You stink. And that is your fault, Izuku said with a huff. Hitoshi tugged on a lock of curly hair. Wet your hair. The door clicked shut and Izuku was alone. He hoped today was going to be a good day. He was going to run. He was pretty sure he was going to implode with the excitement. He knew he could do it. He had a hard road ahead. But he was going to make something of himself. Because that was what he was meant to do. Izuku and Hitoshi's spoons clashed for perhaps the 10th time and Izuku sighed. We need to time this better, he said ruefully. Yep, Hitoshi replied, still quiet in the presence of an adult, but the sound excited Izuku all the same. He was talking around Uncle Mirai a lot more. Okay, I'm going in, Izuku said and dipped in his spoon to get a mound of sweet deliciousness. Going, Hitoshi said and Izuku tilted his head, straining to pick up the sound of the spoon cutting through ice cream and sponge cake. He needed to get better at this. He knew on a scientific level, his brain had been rewiring itself for the past 2 years, bored at the general lack of visual input, responding more deeply to his other senses, especially his hearing, but sometimes he didn't feel like it was. Even if he could now get a general idea of how close someone was to him based on body heat, breathing, rustles in clothes, etc. By the end of the year, he was determined to be able to easily share a parfait. So, you're going to run today, Uncle Mirai said and Izuku nodded firmly. I'm going to do it. Uncle Mirai hummed thoughtfully, tapping his spoon on the edge of his tiramisu thoughtfully. Then it's about time we had the talk, he finally said and Izuku perked up. Myself and Hitoshi's dads have set up training for you. And training for Aki. Your trainer will be Torino Kazan. She's a retired underground pro, owns a gym in Tokyo. It's partially parkour, partially a boxing gym. She's also blind, with a wind quirk that allows her to see, for the most part. Izuku was shell-shocked. They already had everything set up? Aki's trainer is Takahashi Yuna. She has a quirk that allows her to speak to canines. She trains some of the best work dogs in Japan. Aki will train with her for about a year before we move you two up to train together. The schedule will be you two walk to school, drop Aki off at his training camp, and go to the gym 4 times a week. When you're done, you meet one of us at Aki's gym to pick you up. Kazan is an old friend of mine. She normally doesn't train groups, but she agreed to teach you two together. 2 hours a day, 4 times a week, only on weekdays. You're going to start running when you get a little older and can go by yourself, but in the meantime you will be restricted to only training on these days. No other activities on your off days beyond stretching morning and night, light yoga, and running around outside. You're 9 years old and you're going to act like kids. Understand? Understood, Izuku said. We have everything set up, but we have 2 rules before we put you in. Izuku, you need to be able to run and navigate without a lead. Not a straight run, but what you've been doing in the training room. Hitoshi, Kazan's quirk can let her see a lot, but she cannot sign. You need to be speaking as much as you can. Training will be slow, easy on you both. You have 6 years until UA, we can take our time. But when you're training, safety is important, and if you cannot communicate with your trainer, that is not safe. She's training you both together so you're more comfortable speaking with Izuku there, but he will have a different training regimen. You will be more one-on-one with her. You need to be able to talk to her and tell her if something is wrong, or if you can't grasp a concept. She is very perceptive, but accidents happen, and if you can't tell her you don't understand something, the chances of an accident happening go up a lot. Understood? Understood, Izuku said as Hitoshi barely whispered his acknowledgement. All that being said, Uncle Mirai trailed off. If I'm being honest, we all are wary about putting you in training so early, with you wanting to be heroes. It would be different if it was martial arts for health, but this isn't that. Kazan provides targeted training for disabled aspiring heroes, with emphasis on blind ones. The training is specifically tailored to prepare you for a heroics class, because the average heroics course moves too fast for disabled students. You need an edge, preparation ahead of time. Uncle Mirai was quiet for a moment. Hitoshi, your quirk is non-physical, with a stigma attached. It's brilliant for heroics, but people are very often narrow-minded and judgmental. Izuku, you're blind. You need a guide dog, and your quirk, while powerful, requires a lot of training and smarts and innovation to get to work for you. You too have an uphill struggle ahead. You are going to have to work twice as hard for half as much. People are going to judge you and dismiss you. They're going to write you off as another pair of dreamers who don't understand the reality of the situation. But I need to make something clear. We are supporting you too because we know the actual reality. You can do it. It's going to be a long 6 years, and UA is going to be even worse, but you're going to make it. There are going to be moments where you wonder if you're even capable of it, but you too are going to become some of the greats. Be gentle with yourselves, be kind, and you'll come out on the other side. Izuku took a deep breath and there was a sniffle next to him from Hitoshi. A beaming smile was directed in Uncle Mirai's general direction and Izuku set his spoon down. And people said Sir Night-Eye couldn't give motivational speeches. He teased, but tears were welling in his eyes. Before, only Mom really ever believed Izuku could do it. It was kind of nice, this. He could get used to this. Izuku took another deep breath. His shins were aching. He jarred his shoulder taking a tumble, smacked his head on the ground, then gotten right back up. It had been 20 minutes now, and it wasn't going well. Every time he thought he had it, he lost it. He was probably going to bruise, but he was determined to make this work. Izuku, you don't have to do it today, Uncle Mirai cautioned, and Izuku shook his head. No. Today is special. It needs to be today. He didn't know why today was special, but his threads were yanking, tugging, pulling even through the dampeners, dragging him in every conceivable direction, demanding his attention. Today there was something that had to happen, and he was going to make it happen. It needed to be today. Let's go again, he said to Aki and braced himself before breaking into a sprint. Nudge, nudge, tap, bump, tap, tap. He followed the commands, dodging and leaping, trying to aim his trajectory based on Aki's signals, those subtle differences in pressure and speed all around his thighs and knees. His feet skidded on the ground and he wove around at Aki's abrupt bump and focused, and tripped, rolling head over heels on the ground, and came up short. Pain blossomed over his shoulder, and he ruefully lamented not learning how to fall properly. Again, he said as he dragged himself to his feet. 30 seconds went by. Again. 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 His body was aching from physical activity he was entirely unused to. His muscles were screaming at him from the straight hour of sprinting, the bumps and bruises he was accumulating throbbing, and he rolled to his feet once again as Aki nosed at him, making sure he was okay. Izuku gritted his teeth and dropped into his stance. Again, he breathed and off they went. Left, right, dodge, jump, Aki by his side. Aki was always going to be by his side. Go, go, go. He needed to do this. Today was important. It was so important and he didn't know why. Today he needed to prove he was ready. Today he needed to take his next step, his leap of faith, and that meant he had to run. Izuku didn't even notice at first how long he'd been running. It was like he was breathing. You don't notice breathing, not until you stop. You just do it without a thought given to how you're staying alive so easily. He barely felt the nudges and taps of Aki's head, reacting to them without even a thought, sliding across the course, his sneakers squeaking on the floor, heart thundering in his ears. He was just running. It was like he was 4 again, going full pelt without a thought to the destination, only that he needed to maybe get there eventually. Izuku was flying. Aki gave him a nudge with a slide and he came to an abrupt stop, sliding to the right and kept going. Tap tap, and Izuku jumped, his hand brushing over the box under him, and kept going, Aki running right alongside him. Timing. It was all timing now, reacting to Aki within milliseconds, the dog judging the distance and his knowledge of Izuku's body and tailoring the run to him. A tap to the back of his knee and Izuku came to an abrupt stop, panting harshly, his chest heaving up and down, and someone pressed a water bottle into his hand. How? 10 minutes, Uncle Mirai suddenly said. 10 minutes and 24 seconds. You didn't bump a single item. Izuku froze, gripping the bottle, and his eyes went wide behind his BLFLD. 10 minutes. Your training starts with the first day of school, Uncle Mirai said. Bluntly. Toshi? Izuku croaked, and a hand brushed his arm, letting him know where he was. Izuku reached out as tears welled behind his BLFLD and he grasped blindly, finding a shirt and pulling him towards him. Hitoshi's arms wrapped around him, and Izuku let out a sob as he buried his face into his shoulder. He could run. Izuku, after 2 years of managing nothing but a straight shot before crashing into a wall, could finally run again. He was going to be a hero. Izuku and Hitoshi were bundled under a pile of blankets. Izuku was completely swaddled, while only Hitoshi's nose and eyes were peeking out, staring at the TV while Aki relaxed with his head in his lap. The dishes were done, the trash was taken out, all of their purchases of the day were put away, and both boys were freshly showered and in their pajamas, in case Hizashi and Shoyuta got back too late to take Hitoshi home before bed. Mirai was in his armchair, clad in joggers and a t-shirt as he made a list for their beach excursion. Sunscreen, water, onigiri for snacks, bentos for lunch. He was planning on dinner at a beachfront sushi joint, caffeinated beverages for Shoyuta, juice boxes, towels, maybe some mochi snacks, poke, perhaps some tempura chips, jelly packets. Of course the jelly packets were a necessity, fresh fruit, Aki's bowls, some of his food so they'd stay on his regular eating schedule. Since Izuku was insisting on leaving at 4 am, an umbrella, more sunscreen, these kids were going to be as white as a ghost if he had anything to say about it. Sunscreen, extra shirts in case their first ones got wet or dirty, first aid kit. Did they really need the first aid kit? Yes, absolutely. Sand could hurt you. There was probably glass out there, a beach volleyball, a frisbee so Aki could play catch Aki's treats. What else did they need? More sunscreen? Would it be enough? Maybe he should use his quirk on the boys just to be sure. You never knew how tiny children could get hurt. He knew he should be working on stitching the guide dog badges onto the life jacket, but he had stared at that yellow life jacket for a long, long time after buying it, and then spent a considerable amount of time considering the thickness of the badge, and ultimately, he did not want to bother with it right now. It was Friday. They wouldn't be going until Tuesday, with a day of recovering afterwards. He had time to struggle with it. It was so strange. He couldn't remember the last time he had taken so much time off. Was this going to become a thing? He added a few more items to the list and sighed, pushing up his glasses to rub at his eyes. His hair was a mess, sticking up, sideways, and somehow down in those damnable Sasaki tufts of straight, gravity-defying hair. Hizashi and Shoyuta hadn't seen him like this yet, fresh out of a shower and in his alternative natural environment. His hair had always been done previously, but they had never picked Hitoshi up late before. Wonderful. Now his glasses were smudged. Where was his cleaning cloth? Right in his pocket. Just as he took his glasses off to clean them, there was a knock at the door, and Hitoshi perked up considerably. Coming! Mirai called and stood up, wandering over to the front door and checking through the peephole. Hizashi and Shoyuta looked awful. Shoyuta was very nearly slumped against Hizashi, covered in soot and grime, his hero costume arm almost completely burned off and his arm wrapped in bandages. Hizashi had a bandage plastered to his forehead, his hair was a mess, and his jacket had a tear in it, white bandages peeking out from under the hole. What could tear through hero-grade leather? Mirai opened the door in alarm and stared at the mess in front of him. Sorry we're late, Shoyuta said shortly. What happened? You two look like you got hit by a bus, Mirai asked in shock. Hizashi didn't even have a shirt on, his jacket half zipped up. Shoyuta coughed harshly and Mirai rushed them in, Hizashi limping painfully. Did Ryo tell you to keep the TV off? Shoyuta asked and Hizashi paused. Yes? Don't tell me a hacker did this to you. There never was a hacker, Shoyuta replied as Hitoshi's alarmed eyes looked over the state of his parents. Hey, problem child. Are you? Hitoshi trailed off, his brows furrowed and eyes seeping concern. We're fine. Nothing we won't heal from, Shoyuda assured him as he tried to bend over to remove his boots before he gave up and sat down on the floor to unlace them. It was just a raid. His hand was bandaged and he was struggling with the laces. Mirai knelt in front of him and batted his hands away to start unlacing the boots. "Thanks," Shoyuda said quietly as Mirai tugged at the strings so he could pull them off. "It's no problem," he replied and stopped, his hands hovering over the second boot as Hisashi sat down to take off his own boots. "What do you mean there was never a hacker?" "We wanted you to keep the news off," Hisashi admitted, far more subdued than he normally was. Mirai looked over at him, brows furrowing intently. "What? We didn't want you to." Shoyuda trailed off and Mirai pulled off his last boot and tossed his slippers at him. When did Shoyuda get his own slippers? He had no idea. Why did Hisashi have his own slippers? Mirai stood and looked back at the kids. "Go to Izuku's bedroom," he ordered. "You can finish the movie later." The vaguely children-shaped lump on the couch moved and Hitoshi crawled out to approach his dad's, eyes burning with concern as he reached out to touch the bandage on Hisashi's head before pulling back like it had burned him. Hisashi smiled at him easily and climbed to his feet to pull him forward to wrap his arms around him. "See?" he asked and pressed Hitoshi's head to his chest. "Heart still beating. Still moving, walking around. We're just fine, okay?" Hitoshi listened to it for a second, his hands curling around the hem of Hisashi's jacket as he stared down at Shoyuda. He whispered, still frozen and worried. "Okay," Hisashi agreed. "Go to Izuku's bedroom, we need to talk to Mirai about something, alright? We'll be right here." "Okay," Hitoshi agreed quietly as Izuku crawled out of the blankets and froze, his nose twitching. "Why do you smell like smoke?" he asked. "There was a fire on the raid, Izuku," Shoyuda replied. "I got a little burnt." "A fire? We're not going to just keep you in the dark, but right now we need to talk to your uncle, okay?" Shoyuda said carefully. "Can you go to your room for us? You'll tell me when you're done." "Yes," Shoyuda promised. "Go to your room, kid." Aki hopped off the couch and nudged Izuku, leading him towards the hall, Hitoshi on their heels with another subtle glance back at the banged-up Hisashi and Shoyuda. Mirai waited for the door to click shut before he made a beeline for the remote, clicking the input to the cable and switching to the Hero News Network. Breaking news: the villain known as Dragon, a drag lord, has been arrested through the concerted efforts of multiple unknown underground heroes: Present Mike, Nikang, Best Genist, Fat Gum, Ectoplasm, Snipe, Ingenium, Gunhead, the Waterhose Duo, and Manual. Dragon has been revealed to be Midoriya Hisashi, and is being charged with multiple accounts of drag trafficking, racketeering, kidnapping, and the murder of his own wife Midoriya Inko, a nurse in Mutsafa who was discovered to be deceased in a house fire 1 month ago. Reports coming in state that Mrs. Midoriya acted as a mole to gain information for the pros, and was in the middle of fleeing her husband when she passed away. Mirai tuned the rest of it out, staring in horror at the overhead chopper footage, revealing an entire section of the docks smoking in Osaka. Multiple water-based heroes were fighting the still-burning flames. The shot cut out to a clip of Hisashi limping out of a warehouse, clutching his bleeding side with Shoyuda supporting him, hiding his face from the camera. Another shot revealed Manual and the Waterhose Duo engaging with Hisashi right by the water, gunshots ricocheting in the background as Gunhead threw henchmen around like ragdolls, Tsunago wrapping them up and containing them. It was chaos. "How did I not know?" Mirai croaked out and Shoyuda shifted uncomfortably. Mirai always knew everything. If a raid was happening, he knew about it, even if he wasn't involved. And Dragon was a big fish. There was no way he couldn't know. "We thought it would be best if you and Izuku found out after the fact," Hisashi said gently. "We'd rather tell you when we came back a little banged up than leave you worrying and fretting over the week it took to plan this." It clicked. Ryo lied about the hacker. His team had been acting dodgy for the past week. He'd heard absolutely nothing about the heroes involved, and some of them, most of them, actually, he had a good working relationship with, actually interacted with them more than anyone else. Everyone on the team knew from the start why you passed it off and who Inko was to you, Shoyuda explained. There was no way to hide it. You and Inko look a lot alike, and a good portion of them had even heard about her before. He'd gone to school with Tsunagu. He was actually his senpai. Inko had met him a handful of times at school events. They'd all fallen out of contact, only really interacting at work, and Tsunaga hadn't seen Inko since Izuku was born. He hadn't liked Hisashi either. "You've only had Izuku for a month," Hisashi said quietly. "We didn't think it would be a good idea for him to spend 1/4 of that month watching you worry and worrying himself. I don't know if we made the right choice, but I chose to pass this case off," Mirai cut in. "This was my choice to not know. You were working off what you understood of my stance on it." "Yes," Shoyuta agreed. "Yeah. We thought it would be better this way." "Izuku ran today," Mirai blurted. 10 minutes and 24 seconds in the obstacle course, at a dead sprint. He said today was going to be important. He couldn't put his finger on it, but it was important that Izuku ran the day Hisashi had been arrested. It was extremely important. It had taken him an hour to manage it, but he'd done it. Mirai had tried to cut in, get him to slow down, but Izuku was determined. Is that what it was like for Mirai's parents? When his quirk did weird things, demanded that he know certain things happened, even if he didn't use it. Izuku had just known. It would have been unnerving if Mirai wasn't used to it himself. Izuku was so similar to him in more ways than one. "He did?" Hisashi asked and blinked a few times. "He really is something, isn't he?" "Yeah," Mirai croaked out. "He really is." Hisashi was in jail. He didn't know what to feel. This past month his freedom had burned in Mirai's gut like a parasite, teasing him, taunting him, whispering dark thoughts in the back of his mind. He wasn't sure he would ever get over it. Inko was dead. Inko was dead, and Mirai had grit his teeth and blessed their union because she honestly did love him. He had trusted Hisashi to make her happy enough, even if something about him made Mirai refuse to trust him. Inko had just... She'd been so in love. She had glowed the day of her wedding. That smile was so real, so genuine, and Mirai had just let her go. Walked her down the aisle. Toasted to their health and happiness. Believed Inko could make it work. She'd been so in love. And Mirai, demon him, had stupidly overlooked the warning signs because Inko was happy. Hisashi was in prison. He was going to go away for a long, long time. May never see the light of day again. It was Inko's work that had done that. She wouldn't turn a blind eye. Even if she loved him. Sometimes he woke up to the feeling of flames crawling up his arms, scorching his back, and he would make a beeline for Izuku's room to watch his chest rise and fall as he clung to Aki. And watch. And only when his heart was no longer an earthquake in his ears, he'd go back to bed. Izuku was going to therapy once his training started. It was non-negotiable. As far as Mirai was concerned, if he was going to be a pro, he had to get into the habit now. Mirai needed to see his own therapist. It took him a second to realize he had just been standing there, staring at the TV without actually seeing. Hisashi gently pulled the remote from his hand and turned it off. "Mind if we take the guest bedroom?" Hisashi asked quietly. "I don't think we can make it home with Hitoshi in tow." "Of course," Mirai said numbly, before he realized the real reason behind the request. They knew Izuku would want all three here tonight. They knew Mirai needed them here. He couldn't have Tashinori anymore. He'd thought about it long and hard over the past month, and he couldn't do that. Tashinori would be thrilled to have a child in his life. He would take to the role of surrogate uncle, maybe more, like a fish to water, and that was exactly why Mirai couldn't have him around, couldn't have him knowing about Izuku. It wouldn't be fair. He wouldn't be a good parent if he let Tashinori around. Izuku had already lost Inko, lost Hisashi. Tashinori had backed himself into a corner by making himself the pinnacle of heroism. Mirai understood his choice. He really did. There was no choice, not to Tashinori. A true hero understood that one day they would die in the line of duty if they were unlucky, and accepted that, marching forward all the same. The world relied on Tashinori's example, not just Japan. Every hero wanted to be him. But every hero knew they would never measure up, and that was where the damage was. They couldn't measure up, because Tashinori was willing to sacrifice everything to be a hero, even the breaking hearts of those that loved him. He had stopped being Toshi, the man he was with his friends and family, a long, long time ago. It was really only All Might that remained, leaving behind a swath of forgotten, hurting people that had simply not needed Yagi Toshinori more than the world needed the symbol of peace. One day, Toshinori would die. He would die, and if he was around, Mirai would have to sit with Izuku and explain that he knew even before Inko died, and let him be around him all the same, setting him up for heartbreak. He would have to explain that Toshinori did nothing to prevent his own demise, explain why he made that choice to Izuku, and it wasn't fair to him. All Might protects the world from evil, but Mirai would now have to protect his nephew, his son, really, from All Might. The irony wasn't lost on him. Mirai was not so selfish as to call Toshinori back so he could finally cry, and he was not so cruel. It was the burden of his quirk. The knowledge. The pain. Mirai was a Pandora's box, and his hands were the damnable things that opened it. He had needed Toshinori this past month, but he couldn't have him. He'd needed Toshinori for a lot of things, but he couldn't have him. Mirai could still imagine his arms around him, sometimes. The almost. The could-have, would-haves, if Mirai hadn't had higher standards, if Toshinori had loved him just a little more. If Mirai had been just enough to be enough. And so Shoyuta and Hisashi had filled in the gaps. Not the stolen kisses, running on a high after being inches from death, as if they were daring each other to take those breaths they had stolen back. Not the quiet nights where Toshinori dropped his hands on Mirai's shoulders and massaged out the chaos. Not the days where Mirai and Toshinori stared at each other over the mountains of paperwork Mirai did without complaint and wondered if they could ever have what they wanted. They filled the other gaps Mirai had opened up when he walked away. And tonight? Tonight he needed them here, right down the hall, where he could know that Hisashi hadn't taken someone else, because they were right there, breathing alive. 1 month of panic and trauma could do a lot to someone. He hadn't seen it happen, had avoided the crime scene photos like the plague, arranged the funeral to be closed casket. But losing Inko had opened a gaping hole in his chest. Hisashi remaining on the run had only made it worse. He was out there, he could take Izuku, he could take everything Mirai had left. This year was shaping up to be the worst of his life. Toshinori nearly dying, stupidly using foresight on him, and then the consequential breakup had been the worst. Mirai hadn't thought it could get any worse, and it was only January. And then July. The end of July happened, a bare few days after Izuku's birthday, and Mirai had realized it could be so much worse. He'd lost everyone, and now he was picking up the pieces of his shattered life. So much good had come out of it. So much good. But it didn't. It didn't mean everything else didn't happen. The joy of gaining Izuku, gaining Hitoshi and Shoyuta and Hisashi was overshadowed by the loss it took to get here. He needed them tonight. Mir? Shoyuta said carefully, and Mirai's eyes started to well. He was arrested, right? He asked hoarsely. It was all he needed to hear. Not from the news, but from them. Yes, Hisashi replied, and Mirai's eyes, steadily filling with tears, drifted over to them. Shoyuta was burned. He knew the heat of the dragon's flames. It would scar. Hisashi was wrapped in bandages stained with red around his middle. That would scar. Will we be all right to take them to the beach? Mirai asked, and what a stupid thing to worry about. We're seeing Chio tomorrow, Shoyuta assured him. No open wounds by the ocean. The trip is still happening. You're going to scar. Part of the job, Shoyuta said quietly. Both men were hovering, unsure if they should touch him, and Mirai shook himself out of the sudden deadness that had descended on his mind. You'll need clothes to sleep in, he said and turned sharply on his heel, making his way towards the hallway. They'll be big, but I have spare joggers that shouldn't trip you up. You don't have to. Shoyuta trailed off as he realized Mirai was going to do it, anyways. Mir, Hisashi said suddenly, and Mirai froze at the entrance to the hallway. What will you tell Izuku? The truth, Mirai answered. I'll always tell him the truth. His eyes fell on the door to Izuku's room. It was cracked. He could have sworn he heard it shut. Unless he finds it out himself by eavesdropping when I told him to stay in his room, he continued conversationally as he gathered himself back together, hating every second of it. The door slowly opened to reveal the two boys standing there. Izuku. Izuku was shell-shocked. Hitoshi was staring at the floor, twisting his fingers, and Mirai sighed. Izuku, he said, and Izuku just bolted forward, banged his shoulder on the wall, fell over, and reached out for Mirai in less than 2 seconds. Mirai was there in an instant, pulling him to his feet so Izuku could meet him halfway, wrapping his arms around his waist and burying his face into Mirai's torso. Mirai wrapped his 2 long arms around him, ran his hand down the bushy green hair that really needed a haircut, and bore through it as Izuku let out a broken sob. Sasaki's. They all cried. I don't want to be a Midoriya, Izuku sobbed, and Mirai's brain immediately short-circuited. How did he even get to that conclusion? I don't want his name. Oh, Moms. I want my mom. Izuku had to be telepathic. That was the only conclusion Mirai could reach at the timing, but he pushed Izuku's hair down all the same, made a mental, distant note to take him to the hairdresser soon. I can do that, Mirai replied soothingly. It wasn't like anyone else was going to be adopting him, after all. I can do that. I don't want to be him, Izuku sobbed, and Aki patted out, nosing at Izuku's legs. I don't want to be him. You won't be, Mirai assured him softly as he started scratching at his scalp. You're a Sasaki, through and through. There isn't a bad bone in your body, Izuku. Izuku sobbed and sobbed and sobbed, soaking the BLNDFLD with white-hot tears, and Mirai focused on holding him as tightly as he could. Izuku hiccuped, and Mirai rocked him back and forth as Izuku just broke down in front of everyone. It had been a long time coming. You're all right, Mirai said soothingly. He's gone, okay? He's gone. Hisashi had been the model father to Izuku when he was actually around. There had been no warning, no building resentment, no abuse. They were the typical Japanese family, the hard-working father and the loving mother. They went for ice cream, had movie nights, chatted about what they were working on over dinner. Hisashi had taken Aki to the dog park once or twice, despite only knowing him for 3 months. He took Izuku to fancy restaurants of other cultures, determined to spread his horizons beyond the shores of Japan. They were planning a trip to Disneyland this summer. It made Mirai hate him even more. If there were signs, this would have been easier for Izuku. If there were warnings. Instead, his loving father, who worked more than he was home but always spoiled Izuku rotten when he was around, yanked the rug out from under his feet, and Izuku was never going to get closure. It simply wasn't fair. Izuku was sobbing even harder, his hands balled up in Mirai's shirt, and he moved his free hand to rub up and down his back. It's okay, he soothed. You're okay. It's okay. I hate him, Izuku sobbed. I hate him. Me too. I know, Mirai repeated. I know. He knew so well. It was never going to stop hurting. Mirai knew that. Izuku knew that too. But there was nowhere to go but forward. It had been a careful process, piling 3 adult men, 1 awake child, and 1 still sleeping child into the car, with a dog in tow to boot. Shoyuta had had to carry Hitoshi out, his body limp against his father's, head on his shoulder, and the 2 tallest men had been relegated to the front. Not that Hisashi was taller by much, but it was enough. Both Shoyuta and Hisashi had their hair pulled back into smooth braids to keep out the matting, and Mirai's hair was loose and free of gel. Izuku had passed out against the window the second they got into the car, and Hitoshi had settled with his feet in Izuku's lap and his head on Shuta's thigh. Hisashi, evidently having practice with early morning trips with kids in tow, had made the boys wear their swimming trunks and shirts to bed, barely woke them up long enough for them to brush their teeth before Hitoshi passed back out on the couch while the dads bustled around Mirai's apartment, getting everything together, checking and rechecking the list. Shoyuta had his hand in Hitoshi's hair, scratching idly at his scalp. Car rides really could knock kids out. Aki was squished down on the floor, but he didn't seem to mind, utterly dead to the world. You're sure this is a private beach? He asked, just for clarification, and Mirai hummed. Tsunagu offered it to me. It's owned by his agency, he replied. They use it for team-building exercises. Team-building exercises were just shorthand for barbecues, but Shoyuta could appreciate that. It was a good idea, honestly. The only downside is it's more of a drive to get to the restaurant I wanted to take you all to this evening for dinner, But we should be able to manage, Mirai added. How did you even score Best Genus Private Beach? Hisashi asked in disbelief as Shoyuta absent-mindedly massaged Hitoshi's skull. He'd been testing this lately, but he was finding Hitoshi passed out a little more easily when he was dead tired if someone played with his hair. A closer look into his line revealed an insomnia quirk in his grandfather, so it was evidently genetics that had left him so prone to not sleeping. Shoyuta was dreading the day melatonin wasn't going to be enough. He came in while I was putting a badge on Aki's life jacket, Mirai said awkwardly. We had a meeting. He got very frustrated with my lack of sewing prowess and took over and put it on for me. We got to talking and one thing led to another and suddenly he was offering me his beach to go to, among other things. Other things? Hisashi echoed and Mirai tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Yes, he said shortly. He wanted to talk about it. Shoyuta could see it all over him. But Mirai was not a man that talked about things that were bothering him. The immediate switch when Hisashi was revealed to be arrested was evident of that. He didn't really allow himself to unwind and deal with things properly. He was a new parent, his sister was dead, killed by her husband, and he had it in his head that he simply could not afford to be vulnerable right now. He was partially right, of course. There were things kids weren't supposed to hear, burdens they were not supposed to bear. The kids are definitely not faking, Shoyuta said quietly, but Mirai kept drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. He had a lot of strange little quirks, Mirai. He was a combination of a lot of different things, little pieces of evidence littered around that showed that the calm and composed and tactical-minded man was anything but. There were the nervous tics, the way he could not stay still when he was stressed about something, like he was barely holding himself from unleashing a rambling rampage the way he did when Shoyuta walked into his agency, Hitoshi in tow for the first time. He was holding back right now. He was bleeding tension, his shoulder twitching as his eyes scanned the still dark road. Mirai trailed off and frowned heavily, his brows furrowed tightly. This January, I thought it was going to be the worst year of my life, and any damage I could possibly gain in the span of 12 months had already been gained. Shuta's brain whirred to decipher that statement. January? What happened in January? Something had happened, something big, what was it? That's when the news broke you two were splitting, Hisashi said quietly, and it clicked. That was it. The hero community had practically exploded at the news. The news hadn't really paid it much mind. Sure, he was All Might's only sidekick, but the hero community knew he was so much more than that. He was quite possibly one of the few friends All Might had, not to mention the fact that he was easily the best intelligence pro-bar Nizu. He was a legend in their community, heavily respected and revered, and the idea of the two different pillars, both upholding two very different ideals of what it meant to be a hero, splitting apart, was not an idea that sat well with the community. They were less hero and sidekick and more of a duo, filling in each other's flaws and shortcomings the way the best duos did. Mirai was his equal partner in all but name. He is someone that will, Mirai trailed off, and Shoyuta could pick up those bare traces of hurt in his tone. I will always respect him, always be a fan. He is everything a hero should be, but sometimes what a hero should be isn't. It takes a lot of sacrifices, and there were just too many of them for me to bear if I was still by his side. Shoyuta mulled over that statement, trying to work it out. All Might had disappeared for 2 weeks around that time, came back doing less than half of the work he used to do. He rarely appeared at events anymore, and never on the same day as a patrol. There had been whispers that it had something to do with the split, but All Might was impossible to read. He was an enigma, with few actual friends, and none of them were actually heroes besides Mirai. You got close to ask him a question and he laughed it off, changed the subject. He changed the subject a lot when it came to Night Eye, and while All Might was a brick wall, it was obvious to some that his face would flicker only just, betraying a face of guilt. And when it came to Mirai, it was obvious to anyone that looked that he was a workaholic, driving himself to the bone as if he was running from something. Running from pain, probably. Heroes didn't work like Mirai did unless they were utterly refusing to deal with something. He couldn't do that anymore. He had to take care of Izuku, spend time with him, support him, provide structure and a nurturing environment. He had to be a father now, and because of that he couldn't drown himself in paperwork now to avoid facing his reflection in the mirror. He was starting to break. Shoyuta had gotten to know him incredibly well enough to see the signs coming. Word is on the street Best Jeanist is saying All Might shouldn't know about Izuku, Shoyuta said quietly, and Mirai's fingers stopped drumming, gripped the wheel tight. He's been through enough, Mirai replied, bitterness seeping into his tone like poison in a wound. I can't tell you. Perhaps ever. Shoyuta sat stock still, mulling over the way his voice cracked, the way his eyes went a little glassy. The tiny tells Mirai was trusting them within this car. It was so familiar, but he couldn't put a finger on it. You loved him, Hisashi suddenly said, almost in shock, and Mirai swallowed as Shoyuta placed that pain he wore like a second skin. It was the same pain he wore when Oboro died. It was so familiar, so aching and old, and Shoyuta briefly remembered the kisses the three of them snuck between classes, the way Oboro's cold fingers wrapped around his, the way he swung their arms and smiled his brilliant smile, and oh, that hurt. That hurt so much, because Mirai was in love with All Might. Shoyuta couldn't even quantify that kind of pain. Our relationship was complex, Mirai said softly as his hand flexed now, spreading those long fingers wide before wrapping around the wheel once more. If I had to quantify it, I would describe it as almost. We would have moments where we felt like it might work, but then reality would be back, and the reality was, All Might is All Might, and he had to give up the man I fell in love with to do what he does. That man has been gone for a long time. I was just too stubborn to realize it until he made a choice, and that choice was to tell me in his actions that I would never truly matter more to him than what he had to do as the symbol of peace. So I left. I cannot bring someone into Izuku's life that makes those sorts of choices. It would be unspeakably cruel, and I can face down a charging villain with murder in their eyes, but I do not believe I could ever have the courage to tell All Might why I have made the decision I have, much less stick to it when he would try to be here when I need him more than anyone else. He always stubbornly believed he could have both, the bull-headed optimist that he is, but I am. I can see the future, but that doesn't mean I can simply wait for it to happen. Shoyuta could never really understand that kind of pain. Loving the symbol of peace? Knowing that you would never be enough for the symbol of peace? Standing quietly in his shadow, waiting and waiting for you to matter more than what he turned himself into, and finally having to make the decision to love yourself enough to walk away? Shoyuta and Hisashi had always made a promise to each other. Before they were heroes, they were each other's. They would never belong more to their duties than they belonged to each other. That was the rule. Of course, sometimes hero work came first. If they were fighting or having SEC or something and patrol or an emergency came up, of course work came first. But they would never simply leave the other in a hospital. If they needed to take time off to care for each other, that's just what they did. That was how it worked. All Might simply had built himself up to the point where he couldn't do things like that. Plan vacations with his lover. Put his lover first. Shoyuta tried to understand what a relationship of almost could do to someone. Never really belonging to someone, but also being owned, heart and soul. Giving someone your all when they could give you nothing but half-butted excuses and a great view of their back as they walked away from you for the millionth time. It had always been Hisashi. They were high school sweethearts, wholly dedicated to each other, and found that balance early on. Shoyuta didn't have experience outside of Hisashi and Oboro, and he liked it that way. Hisashi was always going to be his first for everything. Shoyuta had never really felt the need to expand his horizons, date other people, not let nostalgia and childish ideals of a true romance dominate his life choices, because Hisashi was always enough. All of this framed Mirai in a new light. Shoyuta had already thought he was brave and strong. He'd turned his life around on a dime when Izuku came into his life, accepted his new responsibilities wholeheartedly and took to them like a duck to water. There was no hesitation, no deliberation. He altered his entire life to fit Izuku, and Shoyuta knew firsthand how hard that was, because he'd done the same, but he hadn't been dealing with the death of a sister and the only family he had left on top of it. He hadn't had to deal with his sister's murderer, his kid's SPRM donor, on the loose while adjusting to Hitoshi. There had been no grieving when Shoyuta took Hitoshi in, no looking at him and remembering something he cherished being lost. So he respected him. But the knowledge of the extra baggage with all might was. Shoyuta couldn't help but respect him more. I need him right now, Mirai suddenly said, and there was that flex again. I really do need him. But I think this is enough. It's rather nice. Nothing has ever just been enough before. Shoyuta, years down the road, would read into that statement. But right now, he took it at face value. Mirai had a son now and a dog. He was finding a good work-life balance. His sister's murderer and widower was freshly in prison, and he was going to the beach. Shoyuta was happy for him. Well, you got us, Hisashi said, somewhere between bright and soft, and a smile hovered around Mirai's lips. I suppose I do. The rest of the car ride was done in relative silence. They stopped near a train station to pick up some extra bentos, Hisashi handling the running in and out. Hitoshi and Izuku did not wake up. By the time they reached the beach, the sky was beginning to lighten. It wasn't pitch black anymore, but it was going to be a ways till sunrise. Hisashi carried Izuku out and Shoyuta carried Hitoshi while Mirai unpacked the car while Aki ran around to stretch out his legs after the long car ride. Shoyuta managed to sit down and wrestle Hitoshi between his legs, propped up against his chest while Mirai got the umbrella set up and the towels spread out. He's really knocked out, isn't he? Hisashi asked in amusement as Izuku started to stir, leaned up against his side. We need to wake them up for the sunscreen, Mirai said severely as Shoyuta managed to cross one leg under the other. In a minute, he replied. The sun isn't up yet. It will be in another 5 minutes, Mirai warned, and Shoyuta sighed, feeling unbearably guilty at waking Hitoshi up so early in the morning. Zuku, Hisashi whispered and jostled Izuku. Wake up. We're here. Was the reply, and Shoyuta resigned himself to being an evil human being and gently nudged along Hitoshi's side. Toshi, time to wake up, he said quietly. Hitoshi twitched, and Shoyuta dug his fingers into his ribs. Hitoshi groaned and Shoyuta let out a huff of amusement. Wake up. Sun's coming up, he whispered as Izuku presumably woke up, his beingfuldy all askew as Aki curled up on his feet. Hisashi set to straightening Izuku's BNDFLD as Izuku scratched at his horrendous bedhead. We at the beach? Hitoshi mumbled, almost. Yeah. Wake up, problem child. Hitoshi blinked sleepily and rubbed at the crust on his eyes before taking in the sight of the beach, the waves gently lapping at the sand. Shoyuta waited for him to get up and move away, but he surprisingly stayed put, pressed up against his chest and still waking up. Mirai bustled around, digging into the cooler and apparently reorganizing it as the kids slowly came to. Hitoshi went boneless against Shuta's chest and Shoyuta resisted the urge to swallow harshly as his arm loosely encircled Hitoshi's waist. It had taken him a month to even let Shoyuta touch him, and now he was letting him carry him around while he was unconscious and cuddling. The kid curled up slightly, pressing against Shuta's chest in the crisp early morning air, and Shoyuta found himself holding his breath, as if something so simple would break the spell. Mirai got the cooler organized to his liking and sat down on Izuku's other side, letting the tired kid who had insisted Hitoshi could see what he couldn't lean against him sleepily, feet somehow ending up slung over Hisashi's thigh, and the little mismatched family waited patiently in the quiet for the sun to rise. It did. Slowly, the dawn rays stretched across the blue expanse and lit it on fire like a gem that carried on forever, and Hitoshi watched silently, lips slightly parted with wide eyes. Does it always look like this? He asked in a hushed whisper. Almost always, Shoyuta promised as the world was painted in pink and orange and gold and purple. Hitoshi watched, barely breathing as he stayed curled right up in Shuta's lap. His eyes were so big. Shoyuta wasn't sure he'd ever seen that wide-eyed wonder on his face before, and it hurt him a little. This kid had never been allowed to be a kid, to the point where he was now in shock that the world could actually be beautiful. I like it, Hitoshi murmured, and Shoyuta huffed out a breath. Thought you would. Something very close to a smile split Hitoshi's lips, And Shoyuta realized that God's help him, he would do anything to make his kids smile. For a long time the five of them sat there, enjoying the rising sun, and then the day really began. Mirai was a monster over the sunscreen, setting a timer on his phone for reapplications. The boys spent the day playing in the water with Mirai worrying over Izuku's Bindefelde giving him a rash. Hizashi ended up getting buried in sand 3 times, patiently letting the kids pile it on him. Shoyuta got thrown in the water by his boyfriend and almost committed a murder in front of children, but then Hitoshi actually laughed with Izuku, so he let himself get thrown 2 more times before catching Hizashi off guard and dragging him into the surf. And then Hitoshi turned those pleading eyes on him and Mirai ended up getting teamed up on by both Shoyuta and Hizashi and dragged into the water, which utterly delighted Izuku. Poor Aki tried to guide Izuku away from the water for the first hour, spent another hour sitting there on the sand and whining quietly, sending whatever adult was near concerned glances, and then Izuku got into a water fight with Hitoshi and laughed for a good 10 minutes. After that, they couldn't actually keep Aki out of the water, letting him roughhouse with the boys and letting him sprint across the beach in pursuit of a frisbee. The sushi restaurant they went to that night was superb. Shoyuta had never had better oysters in his life. Hitoshi had recoiled at the sight of them, but Izuku just slurped them down, which prompted Hitoshi to at least give them a shot. Rose. A pretty great day. The kids passed out in the car on the way back to Mirai's, and Shoyuta found himself hauling Hitoshi back upstairs to their quiet little apartment, long after the sun had set. I think it was a pretty good day, Hizashi said as the two of them stood in the doorway of Hitoshi's room, watching him instinctively curl around a pillow in his sleep. Never thought I'd see him smile that much, Shoyuta admitted. Never thought I'd see you smile that much, Hizashi teased and tweaked Shuta's hair. We're going to have to change those sheets in the morning. Yeah, Shoyuta agreed and let out a long, low breath. We're going to have to go again. Yeah, Hizashi murmured and closed the door with a click before drawing Shoyuta forward to catch him in a low, slow kiss. You know, Hizashi whispered against his lips, I like seeing you happy like that. Even after all these years, Hizashi never failed to make Shuta's heart flutter. Want to share a shower? He asked as his hands slipped under Hizashi's shirt, brushing against skin-kissed skin, and he reflected on how lucky he was to have this man with him to raise children with. Always, Hizashi promised, and Shoyuta huffed out a laugh against his lips. Yeah. He was really lucky. Hello, Kazan, Uncle Mirai said as the heavy doors swung shut behind the 4 of them. Oi, Mirai, you're late, a woman's voice groused as Izuku stopped for a minute, taking in the sounds of sneakers squeaking, fists hitting punching bags, hands slapping onto something wood, air whistling as people flew and ran and bolted and Uncle Mirai had said this was a parkour gym and a mixed martial arts gym, right? Had to fill out some last-minute paperwork when we picked them up from school, Uncle Mirai replied. Kazan, this is Aizawa Shoyuta. This one is Hitoshi, and this one is Izuku. Nice to meet you brats, the woman replied. Let me get a look at what I'm working with. A hand grasped Izuku's forearm, worked up to squeeze his bicep, and Hitoshi made a noise of discomfort beside him. Noodles, both of you. I'll draw you up meal plans. No dieting for kids, but make sure they eat lots of meat and eggs. Eggs are great. And yogurt. At least a serving a day. Good for digestion too. You got these kids on vitamins? They take multivitamins, yes, Shoyuta answered. Add in some vitamin D and antioxidants. And calcium. Calcium is important, Kazan replied. Well, you, Aizawa, are Hitoshi's dad, right? Yes. Eraserhead, right? I hear about you from my old contacts. Mirai here is old friends with my dad. Yes. I'm Eraserhead. That's good enough for me. You've got a good reputation. Now, I'm going to lay out their training regimen. They're both 9, they're noodles, and Izuku isn't like my other students. He isn't totally blind, his eyes work just fine, which means his brain isn't rewired to the degree theirs is. So we're starting slow. They're not going to be throwing punches for a while, and Izuku is only hitting the parkour station after I'm satisfied with his reflexes. 2 hours a day, and for the first 3 months, they're going to be doing light work. Falls first, then dodge, duck, dive, dip, dodge. And meditation. Izuku is going to need a lot of meditation. Light strength building, running, building their flexibility, core workouts that don't press them too hard. I don't want them to just start right off the bat with getting battered around for 2 hours and sent home. Once I'm satisfied with how they manage to evade and defend, then we'll be moving up to actual offense. The plan built for them for the next 3 months is that Izuku and Hitoshi spend 1 hour working with me on sparring after a 10-minute stretch. Then they'll move on to yoga for 20 minutes, and Hitoshi will hit the parkour stretch for 20 minutes while Izuku spends 10 minutes meditating and another 10 minutes on the treadmill. 10-minute stretch and then they go home. This will change when they get older until they're sparring for the full 2 hours they have with me and using the membership to handle the rest on their own, or just do it at home. I expect them to keep up on everything and add in independent strength training on their own, but we won't be discussing that until middle school. As the parents, I have certain expectations for you to maintain my standards for my personal students at home. Minimal junk food. They're still kids. They should have sweets from time to time, but they're not going to be living off filth. They take their vitamins, stay hydrated, stretch in the morning and at night, add in the yoga routines I'll send you on their off days. If they're hurt at home, I expect you to tell me about the injury so I can decide to either work around it or call training off until they're healed. If I find out about overwork conditions you knew about, I drop them. Kids are sneaky, I get it, and the kind of students I take on are the sort to work themselves to the bone to catch up with the rest of their peers. I'm not about to have an overworked student on my hands with parents I can't cooperate with, not with the sort of careers I'm preparing kids for. This isn't an average martial arts class. This is an ex-pro preparing disabled hero hopefuls for a grueling heroics course, and it doesn't just stop when they go home. The next 6 years, we're a team, same as all my parents, and we gotta act like it. If they want to do independent training, I have to approve it. Does this all sound acceptable? Izuku hadn't. He had seen other versions of him train before, but it was rarely treated like this. 9 times out of 10 they were learning on their own, getting beat up in back alleys and learning on the streets to defend themselves. Well, it wasn't 9 times out of 10, but it happened. Pretty often. Honestly, Izuku was certain at the base of his character was a very smart dumbass with little care for his personal safety. That sounds just about right to me, Shoyuta said. We already went over the terms, so it's fine by me, Uncle Mirai replied and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Do you want us to hang around for their first training session, or would you like to work with them without us here? You two can hang around, but don't go butting in unless I tell you to, Kazan replied. Hero parents always want to butt in. Kazan, you have taught a total of 7 legacy children, Mirai said dryly. And that includes these 2. That's not exactly a large pool to judge. Bah. Come in noodles, we gotta stretch. Hitoshi reached for Izuku's arm, his hand wrapping around his bicep, and suddenly both of them were getting sprayed in the face with a spray bottle. No guiding Izuku in the gym. He's got to learn to manage on his own. Izuku blinked under the face mask and Shoyuta scoffed in amusement under his breath. Suddenly he pitted Shuta's students. She was going to give him ideas. But I don't have my cane. Then listen. It's a straight shot to the mats, the parkour court is to your right, and the strength training equipment is to your left. Don't run into anyone. Izuku paused and tilted his head, listening to Kazan walk off. Her steps were like she was dragging? The gait was mismatched, like one leg was being dragged behind her. Do you have? Izuku trailed off. That was rude. He shouldn't ask that. Yes. It's why I retired. Move it, noodle. Yes, sensei. He blurted and hurried to catch up. Straight shot. Listen to what was going on around him. There were steps coming from the left, and Izuku stopped as the air shifted in front of him, the body heat not quite close enough to feel, but enough to make him feel it. That's good, Kazan suddenly said. Could you hear him and feel his heat, or was it just hearing? I could feel him. HMF. Better than I expected. 10 steps and you'll reach the mats. Izuku carefully counted out his steps and his toes met the mats. He wriggled them and stepped onto the smooth, slightly plush fabric. All right, let's start our stretches. Their new teacher did not believe in wasting time and thoroughly ascribed to maximizing every second. By the end of the 10-minute stretch, Izuku had never felt so pulled out in his life. Kazan walked them through each step, telling them she was going to touch them before she did to correct their stances and press them down a little further. Izuku wasn't burning when they finished, but he felt a little tingly. His limbs had never really felt this loose before. And then the hour-long training started. Kazan moved slowly, teaching them first the basics of falling without hurting themselves. In all the movies Izuku had listened to, and most of the other hymns' lives, he thought people learned how to throw a punch first, but Kazan insisted there is no point in attacking if you can't defend yourself first. Izuku had not realized falling was so complicated. She started with what she called a soft break fall, having the boys kneel on the mat, one knee up and rolling forward on their shoulders so they could land standing up to face their imaginary opponent. Izuku got sprayed in the face twice for not bending his neck right to protect it, and she'd taken his head in her hands to properly demonstrate the correct angles. And then they'd learned how to soft break fall backwards, where Mirai and Shoyuta were dragged over to help them roll in the correct positioning. It was awkward having Mirai push him and angle him so he rolled right. But he appreciated it, in a way, mainly because it showed that Kazan understood that Hitoshi wasn't going to want just any adult to touch him, and Mirai could support Izuku so he didn't feel like he was being singled out. We'll move on to hard break falls later, but for the first week your first hour will be nothing but soft break falls, Kazan explained after Izuku and Hitoshi had been rolling aimlessly around the mats for a good 45 minutes. Then we'll start adding in evasion and blocks. Once I'm sure you're not going to hurt your necks if you end up getting thrown on the mats. I want these falls to be muscle memory at the end of the first 16 days, got it? Yes, sensei, the boys echoed in unison, Hitoshi a bare whisper compared to Izuku's enthusiastic almost yell. Great. Now water breaks. Izuku had lived a lot of lives. He was, in his own way, wise beyond his years. As such, he was a pretty perceptive 9-year-old. It was glaringly obvious that Kazan was holding back on throwing hits, even slow ones, at Hitoshi. He was certain that she was going to start with moving slowly, so they could memorize the muscle movements before they picked up speed. But even a slow movement where Hitoshi could watch carefully was probably going to send him skittering away. Uncle Mirai had picked the best teacher, even if she called them noodles, and Izuku was grateful for it. Izuku cast about for the water bottle, counting his steps along the mat to figure out where he placed it, and leaned over to pick it up. It took a second for him to locate it, but he eventually got his hands on it and took several small, deliberate sips. Who knew rolling around on the floor could leave you so sweaty? The rest of training passed relatively quickly. Izuku was left on the floor to sit and listen quietly to all of the movement going on in the gym, the harsh impact of bodies on the mats, the collisions of people treating the parkour section like a jungle gym, the huffs of exertion, the scent of sweat and disinfectant in the air. Sitting still for 10 minutes was, objectively, nothing to him, but he didn't realize how hard it was to do when he had nothing at all to occupy him. Part of fighting blind was training your hearing. He knew that. But this was boring. He was bored. Stop twitching, noodle. Kazan shouted from across the gym as she led Hitoshi through the basics of parkour with Shuta's help. Something about a basic vault. Izuku stuck out his lower lip and tried very hard not to pout. How much longer did he have? He wanted to run parkour, but it was probably for the best that he waited. He saw, but he wasn't like the other blind kids she taught. He didn't have a quirk that really made up for it. The seconds ticked on by and he just kept listening and listening, calming himself down and leaning into what he could hear. It was going to be a long 6 years. A very, very long 6 years. School was let out. It was the second day of them being there, and Izuku was finding it pretty okay. His teacher was nice, didn't mind him always having his headphones in, so he didn't disturb the class with his tablet reading the material to him. None of the kids had really talked to them when they figured out Hitoshi didn't really talk and they couldn't touch Aki, but the awkward questions about why his quirk made him blind were kept to a minimum. There was a general sense of curiosity, but Hitoshi and Izuku bore through it, relieved that the bullying wasn't already starting. Not that their parental figures would let their classmates get away with bullying. Uncle Mirai had told him he was starting the adoption process, and his teacher had been informed yesterday to call him by Sasaki, since that was going to be his new name soon enough. Uncle Mirai wanted knowledge of the last name Izuku was attached to be limited. Hisashi was all over the news nowadays, noise rattling around Japan of his upcoming court date. Mom had barely been mentioned beyond the initial reports. It seemed no one wanted to talk about her murder. Hitoshi's adoption process was almost finalized. It was more difficult for Shoyuta, since Hitoshi wasn't a blood relation, and there were a minimum 2 months of fostering before he could start the process. It was being streamlined, at least, since it was a pro-fostering situation. He was being introduced as Aizawa, too, just to make things easier. The sticky wet heat hit the boys right in the face as they stepped outside. Izuku hitched up his backpack and Aki nudged him along to walk next to Hitoshi on the way to the train station. "You ready to fall a lot?" Izuku asked brightly as Aki contentedly walked alongside him, and Hitoshi snorted. "It's kind of fun," he replied quietly. "Just rolling around. If they're soft falls, I am really nervous about the hard ones." Izuku said thoughtfully. "I wonder if they're going to hurt." "We're going to start hurting sometime," Hitoshi replied, and his shoulder bumped Izuku's as he shrugged. It's fight training, right?" "She said it was a hybrid martial art, but I wonder what kind it is," Izuku mused. "She probably just picks stuff from everything," Hitoshi replied. "Most hybrid arts are like 1 or 2 styles, though." Izuku protested. "I asked Shoyuta about it, and he said hybrid arts are generally a lot of different things designed to fill in the blanks or add onto each other so you have all your defensive holes plugged. Besides, does it really matter, so long as we can do it? Thus, we have to sound like we know what we're talking about." Izuku insisted. "You just want to sound like an expert?" Hitoshi replied with a snort. "It's probably just some restraint-based martial art, maybe jujitsu, mixed with Jeet Kune Do. That's what Shoyuta said, anyways. If you're fighting blind, it's better to rely on contact first, so you know where someone's at, and Jeet Kune Do is all about interception." Izuku was silent for a second before he turned on Hitoshi and pointed an accusatory finger in his general direction. "And you said I just wanted to sound like an expert. Rude. I just asked him. It's not my fault he's a bonehead underground hero that pretends to be all gruff and non-communicative but will talk for hours if you find the right topic." "Very rich that you're calling Shoyuta non-communicative," Izuku said with a huff of a laugh. "You both communicate, you just do it to the point and as quickly as you can." "No use wasting words," Hitoshi muttered under his breath. There was a scuff behind them and Izuku blinked. The street didn't sound too crowded. Why was someone walking so close? "Hey," Hitoshi said, and there was a muffled squeak. "Jittery. Who's that?" Izuku asked, and there was awkward shuffling from behind them. "I think he's in Class C? Right down the hall, right?" There was no verbal response. "What's your name?" Hitoshi asked, and there was the sound of clothes ruffling together and someone waving their hands very hard. "What?" Another squeak, and Izuku tilted his head. "Toshi?" "Koji. Izuku, this is Koji. Koji, this is Izuku. I'm Hitoshi. Are you walking to the station?" Koji. Izuku knew that name. It was a cute name, but... "Are you mute?" he asked bluntly before he could stop himself. "Izuku, you can't just ask people that." "But I can't hear him." "Yes, I'm mute." Hitoshi translated. "Mute. Yeah. New word." "Koda Koji?" Izuku asked carefully. Was that the name? He didn't really interact with him much in his other lives, but there were a few where he was much more present. Hitoshi shifted next to him. "Again?" he asked bluntly, and Izuku nodded. "You heard talk about me?" Hitoshi translated patiently, and Izuku froze up. "You can just tell him," Hitoshi said dryly. "But it's weird." Izuku protested as they kept their sedate pace towards the train station. "It's not that weird. Plenty of people have weird quirks." There was a tap on Izuku's arm, opposite from where Hitoshi was walking next to him with Aki between them, and he tilted his head in Koji's general direction. He had wanted Koji this time around, how could he not? Izuku had Aki for the next 50 years, but he hadn't stopped to consider that Koji was almost always mute and Izuku was objectively blind. He liked Koji. He could almost never find him where he was front and center, but he was always soft and sweet and seemed like he gave warm hugs and just a doll. "Hi," Izuku said softly. I'm Izuku. I won't think your quirk is weird? Hitoshi said, and Izuku scrunched up his nose. It's okay if you do. Some people think it's invasive, he said carefully. It's called parallel sight. If I take off this BLNDFLD and open my eyes, I can see through the eyes of other Izukus in other parallel universes. Sometimes I, know people. Before I meet them. I mean, I already met them, but they weren't them, just another potential them, so it's not like I know you, I only kind of know you and… Izuku. Breathe, Hitoshi cut in. Does he look freaked out? Izuku blurted. I feel like he looks freaked out. You look more freaked out than he does, Hitoshi replied flatly. Koji, do you want to walk to the train station with us? Great. Look, Zuku, your hoarding is paying off. Tashi, Izuku whined. It's not hoarding, I only have 4. 5 now, Hitoshi drawled. Where you headed, Koji? Most kids just have to walk to elementary. My aunts. Hitoshi paused at that, and then shrugged. Izuku appreciated he always made sure their shoulders bumped when he shrugged. It was a nice gesture, letting Izuku in on the little things he tended to miss. He and Izuku had grown to fill in each other's holes nicely. Izuku finished questions for him. Hitoshi let him see the movements he generally missed. They just worked. Though Kazan was not going to let Izuku keep finishing questions for him. He could already tell she was going to start breaking the habit. It was probably for the best. Hitoshi needed to be able to talk on his own to adults. He generally did well with Izuku and kids his age, used to bullying and not really caring what they could throw at him. Not that that would happen at this school. When the class started pressing them about their quirks, their teacher had shut it down immediately. Izuku was pretty happy about that. He was used to the teacher not caring when the kids teased him about his useless quirk they didn't even know the specifics of. Not even Katsuki. Not even Katsuki actually knew how it worked, and Mom. She hadn't confided in Mitsuki about it, and Mitsuki had taken it in stride. All anyone knew was that Izuku's quirk made him see things, and then he couldn't see at all. It was a fresh start. Izuku still wasn't comfortable sharing his quirk in front of people. Hitoshi may never be comfortable sharing. They reached the train station and all boarded together. Izuku thought that was weird for a moment, but then figured they were all going in the same direction. And then Koji got off with them, and the 3 boys kept walking in silence down the streets. Turn after turn Hitoshi led Izuku down, walking quietly so Izuku could memorize the scents and the steps. Coffee shops, restaurants, the specific creak of the door to the corner store, Izuku found himself focusing on it all, taking it in. Step, 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 turn here, pause to cross the street, pay attention to where the sound of the flow of traffic is coming from. He'd had 2 years to get used to all of this. But sometimes he found it so overwhelming. They were nearing the training center now. Kazan's gym was just down the way, about a block east, and they needed to drop Aki off with Takahashi Yuna first. The barking and snarls of dogs drew near, and Izuku came to a stop outside the administrative building with the dog park behind it. Bring him into the office. Yuna shouted. Oh hey Coco. Coco. Izuku whispered. There was something similar to flapping next to him, and he realized that was Koji. But wait. Koji almost always had a quirk that let him talk to any living animal. Yuna could talk to canines. Koji was going to his aunt. Oh, this was just too coincidental. Oh, did you walk Hitoshi and Izuku here? Yuna asked kindly through the fence, and there was more stressed flapping. We all walked together, Izuku said. We didn't know he was coming here too. Well, Koji is going to be coming here a lot. Yuna said proudly. He wants to start practicing for UA already. Hitoshi and Izuku are training too, Coco. I know, Izuku said with a light shrug, and Yuna hummed. Oh, you already knew my nephew? She asked, and Izuku grinned at her. He's got good chances. You hear that, Coco? You got good chances. Isn't that great? Rustling clothing to Izuku's side, and he assumed Koji was signing. Oh, that was fast, Hitoshi said quietly. I think so, Yuna translated. Koji, why don't you bring Aki in so the boys can hurry to class? He's pretty well trained, So maybe you help me work with him for rescue training. It's okay, Izuku said before Koji could start panicking. So jittery. Aki, go on with Koji. I'll see you in 2 hours. A scratch was given to the underside of Aki's chin, and a covert lick was placed on his palm before Koji whispered something to Aki, who detached from Izuku's side to follow him into the office. Have a good day at training, boys. Yuna said cheerfully. Thanks, Yuna. Please take care of Aki. Izuku replied brightly, and Hitoshi lightly grabbed his arm to keep guiding him down the street. You're going to harass him into being friends, aren't you? Hitoshi drawled. I'm going to do more than that, Izuku said confidently. We're getting phones so we can talk in 6 months, mark my words. You're going to have a hard time convincing Mirai of that, Hitoshi remarked dryly, and Izuku's bottom lip jutted out. I will not. Just you watch me. I'll get him on my side and your dad's. And how will you convince his parents you've never met? Hitoshi asked, and Izuku froze before shaking himself. Aki. Aki is always the answer for guilting parents, he replied firmly. How are you going to use a dog without opposable thumbs as an excuse to give a 9-year-old a phone? Carefully. Izuku had no idea. Yeah, sure, Hitoshi snorted. Why don't you just let him use the typing app on your tablet? That doesn't involve conning our dads into getting us phones, Izuku replied petulantly. Seriously, the child locks and timers are annoying. Nothing on the internet could be more interesting than me being stuck in a zombie apocalypse as a steampunk pirate. The crossovers, Hitoshi. I don't know why you think your quirk is useless, Hitoshi said quietly. I don't think I've met anyone who thinks more out of the box than you. Yeah, I know, but that's just... Izuku vaguely waved his hand. Just thinking. Yeah, but you wouldn't have the ideas you get without your quirk. You think it's useless, but you figured out crochet in an hour. I think you could probably make any quirk useful. So I don't know why you get so stubborn about just passing your quirk off as nothing. Shoyuta doesn't get it either. I mean, it's the limitations, Izuku protested. The closer a universe is to me, the less I can see into the future. Like, quirkless with Uncle Mirai as my guardian, you as my best friend, I can barely see like a week ahead, and it gets so vague. So it's kind of pointless. That's just because you haven't gotten creative yet, Hitoshi grumbled. I'm plenty creative. Izuku protested. It's just that there's clear limitations. So get a stool. What? When you can't reach the top cabinet, do you give up and whine until Mirai shows up, or do you get a stool? Hitoshi asked boldly. I mean, I generally just climb onto the counter. So climb on the counter. Whatever. But if anyone could make your mess of a quirk work for them, it's you, Hitoshi declared. Izuku fell silent as he considered that, his hands still wrapped around Hitoshi's arm, until his friend shook him off and pulled open the heavy glass doors that led to their awaiting training. Noodles! You're late! Kazan roared. Sorry. Izuku chirped. We made a friend. And Hitoshi gave him an existential crisis, but Kazan didn't need to know that. Izuku hit the wall again and crashed down, landing right on his back and rolling to his feet, only to hit a platform and jar his shoulder. Stop! Kazan called as pain blossomed in his shoulder. Sheet kid, let me see your arm. Kazan shuffled over to him as Izuku sat on the ground, frowning heavily as she nudged along it. 3 weeks. It had been 3 weeks since he started parkour, and he was getting effectively nowhere. It was nearing the end of November, and he couldn't do anything. He could clear something, land properly, swing from the monkey bars, but when it came to measuring distance, he was lost. Does it hurt? Kazan asked as she felt along his shoulder. Yes. He hissed, and she carefully rotated his arm, one hand placed firmly on his shoulder. Oh. You didn't dislocate it. But you hit the platform pretty hard. Go take 5 while I call Mirai. Kazan stood up and Izuku climbed to his feet, hissing lightly in pain. It hurt. It hurt really badly. There was the sound of her speaking quietly into her phone, ordering Siri to call Mirai, and Izuku slumped over to where he knew the benches were and sat down. Hitoshi, take a break. Kazan called, and a few seconds later someone sat next to Izuku and pressed his water bottle into his hand. That didn't sound nice, Hitoshi said as Izuku frowned angrily at the ground. It hurts. Hey Mirai, Kazan said into her phone and drifted off, likely to tell him what just happened. Izuku tuned it out as embarrassment settled into his gut. It hurt. Badly. But the shame stung worse. I can't get it, he mumbled, and Hitoshi tapped the bottom of the water bottle to get him to drink. Izuku took a sip and swirled the water around his mouth. You're doing better than last week, Hitoshi replied carefully, and Izuku let out a huff of frustration. I wasn't doing good last week either. It hasn't even been a month yet. Yeah, but you're doing way better than me. You shouldn't compare me to you. Izuku just let out another angry noise, and the two boys fell into silence, only breaking the pause by sips from their water bottles as the pain continued to blossom and throb. Alright kids. Mirai's coming to pick you up, and if it's bruised tomorrow, you're taking a few days off, Izuku. Hitoshi, you can take a break with him, Kazan said as she strolled over to them. Hitoshi, I need you to look at Izuku's shoulder for me and tell me how red it is. Hitoshi pushed up Izuku's sleeve and ran his fingers along the tender flesh. It's really red, he finally said, and Kazan let out a huff of frustration. Alright, that's fine. It's going to bruise. Take a few days off, Izuku, and we'll talk about it when you get back, okay? I messed up, Izuku muttered. I'm not getting it. It's going to take time, Izuku. You're almost there. None of that moping shit, alright? You've been doing really well, you have 6 years to figure it out. Izuku let out an angry hiss and slumped down into his seat. Kazan ruffled his hair. You're not doing bad, Noodle, she said. It takes a while to get the hang of it. You're doing just fine. Your fighting is great, isn't it? It's not the fighting I'm worried about, Izuku mumbled and frowned at his feet. His fighting was good. He consistently got the upper hand on Hitoshi and had taken to it like a duck to water. But the parkour? The parkour was a nightmare. I know you're frustrated, but this is just a little bump. When you get back, we'll refocus on muscle memory, alright? Alright, Izuku replied, even if he hated it. It wasn't the muscle memory that was the problem. It didn't take long for Uncle Mirai to come collect them. He'd picked Aki up on the way, and not even his solid weight on top of Izuku could make him feel better. Uncle Mirai had a raid in the middle of the night, so Izuku was left with Hisashi and Shoyuta for another sleepover. It was a quiet dinner, Izuku poking at his food more than eating as Hisashi filled up the room with chatter, until finally it was movie time, since there was no school tomorrow. Izuku, want to pick a movie? Hisashi asked as he flicked through Netflix. No, Hitoshi can pick, Izuku mumbled as Shoyuta pressed the ice pack to his bare shoulder under the blanket. You sure? Hitoshi said, and Izuku slumped down even more. Yeah. I don't care, he replied morosely. Aki laid down at his feet and Izuku leaned up against Shoyuta on the cramped couch. It was a jumble of limbs at this point, with Hitoshi and Izuku squeezed between Shoyuta and Hisashi. Hitoshi, why don't you invite Koji over tomorrow? Hisashi asked as Hitoshi presumably took over the remote. You three can hang out for a few hours before Mirai comes to get Izuku. He has to go work with Yuna, Hitoshi grumbled darkly. I guess he volunteers at an animal shelter on the weekends with her. Darn. Maybe we can set something up over break. I like his mom, Hisashi replied, and Izuku tuned out the sound of chatter and Hitoshi flicking through the options as he glowered into his BLNDFLD. Is it hurting really badly? Shoyuta asked. Do you want some numbing cream? I'm fine, Izuku mumbled, but pressed against Shoyuta a little bit more all the same. Why did Uncle Mirai have a raid tonight? Izuku was already in a bad mood, he didn't want to be worried. You'll figure something out soon enough, Shoyuta said, and Izuku let out a little hiss. It would be easier if I had a quirk that actually fills in the gaps, Izuku complained. World on Fire works. I wish I had Kazan's quirk. Maybe you should just look at it from another perspective, Shoyuta reasoned. Didn't you just say the other day there's no such thing as an impossible quirk for heroics? I think I'm proving that wrong, Izuku muttered angrily and huffed, worming his feet under Hitoshi's thighs so he could wriggle down more into Shuta's side. Izuku, your feet are cold, stop. Hitoshi complained and Izuku stuck out his tongue. That's why they're there. Izuku. Analyze your quirk for me for a second, Shoyuta said suddenly, and Izuku's brows furrowed. Why does that matter? I've heard your voice recordings. I know you have a good eye. So analyze parallel sight for me, Shoyuta prompted, and Izuku sighed. Parallel sight allows me to see through the eyes of other Izukus in parallel universes. That's the definition, not the analysis. Come on. Give it a little thought, Shoyuta pushed, and Izuku growled under his breath. After I lost my eyes, a scan showed that my optic nerves are intact, but instead of operating in a straight line, they explode out into multiple dendrites in a snowflake pattern before continuing to the brain. The dendrites receive signals, but they don't know where the signals are coming from, because parallel universes are a little beyond our current science at the moment, and probably always will be. The snowflake dendrites act as a sort of interrupt, taking the image I'm seeing and replacing it with another. My visual cortex and LGN are approximately 15% larger than the average brains, with twice the output when my quirk is in use, so it's entirely possible that they somehow control how I move through the threads. The size is what enables me to actually control my visual input. So, hypothetically, I could lose my actual eyes and still retain my quirk, so long as the dendrite snowflake stays intact. Nice breakdown, kid. Now give me your thoughts on how it can be used beyond the scientific explanation, Shoyuta said, and Izuku frowned. Well, the way I think it works is my brain has a mild attachment to the threads independent of my eyes, but my visual cortex allows me to select the threads I want to see. I've been messing around with it, finding versions of quirkless me that lives with Uncle Mirai to predict the future, but since we don't have the same quirk, I have limited options because that spawns too many differences in daily routines. It is allowing me to hone my predictions. I'm getting pretty decent at breaking down a combat scenario, even if I'm learning from back alley fights, because 9 times out of 10 I'm an idiot with no concept of not sacrificing myself, but I think there's a way to apply that ability to predict a scenario to my real life. I just haven't figured it out yet. What are your closest threads? Shoyuta asked, and Izuku huffed in annoyance. The other parallel Izukus, which are useless, because I would only see what they're looking at. Shoyuta hummed non-committally, and there was a pop as he unlocked his phone to check the time before he removed the ice pack. Izuku immediately burrowed his freezing cold shoulder against Shuta's side and sighed in relief as his body heat brought blessed relief. Stop stealing my dad, Izuku, Hitoshi said, and poked Izuku, who stuck his tongue out at him as Shoyuta barely stiffened next to him. Mine too, Izuku shot back, and Hizashi coughed out a laugh. What? You three just share us. Izuku, that's not how that Shoyuta started to say, but Hitoshi cut him off. We're watching Spider-Verse, Hitoshi announced, and Izuku groaned. Am I a joke to you? Yes. Izuku huffed and settled down anyways as Hitoshi shifted, presumably getting comfortable next to Hizashi, and started the movie. Izuku fell into listening to it, his mind drifting far, far away. He complained, but Spider-Verse was a great movie. Everyone said the animation was the selling point, but Izuku just liked the plot. Different perspectives, he supposed. It seemed Hitoshi insisted on playing this movie every time Izuku was feeling down about his quirk and lack of power. What he wouldn't give for the ability to just drag other Izukus into his dimension. It rarely worked to cheer him up, but the thought was nice. The hum had been weird. Izuku couldn't place it, but he felt like something was off. Was Shoyuta trying to get him to think of something? What could he possibly want Izuku to think about? Izuku's quirk analysis was typically in-depth, but he tended to just skim the surface of parallel sight. Hitoshi had never even used brainwashing in front of Izuku, and he had a full 30 minutes of rambling dedicated to it. Granted, that rambling was done on the rare occasions Hitoshi wasn't around Izuku. He didn't want to make him uncomfortable. Hitoshi was still twitchy about his quirk, so Izuku kept that recording locked up tight, ready for the day Hitoshi asked him for help. Izuku really should be reading into parallel sight, but he tended to use his quirkless selves as a crutch. They did it quirkless, so why couldn't he? He'd already partially written parallel sight off as a lost cause. But there was something tickling at the back of his brain. He was missing something. Parallel sight took a lot of brain power, in more ways than one. Izuku had to be smart. He had to be witty, quick on the uptake, and ravenous for knowledge to make it work for him. There was so much to learn, and he had to analyze and analyze and analyze to make it work. As far as he was concerned, at its best it was a learning vessel he could use to cram his brain with more knowledge than he knew what to do with. It was only through parallel sight that his reading, with his eyes, specifically, was as good as it was. It took a lot of concentration, a lot of effort, and it took control. Slipping time streams wasn't easy. The best way to describe it was dreaming. He was in limbo, and he had to control the amount of time he spent there. Being able to listen to outside input was hard. Being able to walk around and function was hard. He'd come pretty far with his crochet, could now walk around while tripping the time streams and respond to external stimuli, but he wasn't sure what he could do with that beyond not waste time during the day. It was like, he just knew it was important. He knew it was important, like a crawling in his gut, a pressure on his spine. It was almost like when he knew he needed to run. He had to run the day Hisashi was arrested. It was so important that he ran. It meant something, even if he could never figure out why it meant something. It was symbolic. Hisashi was in jail, and Izuku was running. It was just something that needed to happen exactly like that. Izuku, growing and learning and thriving away from him while he lost everything he was willing to sacrifice his wife for. Everything he was willing to sacrifice his son for. It was important that Shoyuta and Hisashi were the ones to catch him, too. Izuku didn't know why that was important, but it was. Some things just had to work out the way they did. It was important that Shoyuta brought Hitoshi to the agency that day. It was important that Hitoshi talked to Izuku that day. It was important that they went to the same school, modeled their lives to include each other. It was important that they learned and grew together. It was all important. And it was important that Izuku functioned while using his quirk, but why? Why was it important that he had the dexterity needed to crochet an amigurumi? Why was it important that he was able to walk around and talk and take in the input from all of his senses and make them work with the mess he made of his brain while his quirk was on? It couldn't just be that he couldn't be left vulnerable while he was drifting, learning, observing. If it was just that, all he really needed out of his senses was the ability to snap out of it if he heard someone coming. He didn't need to move, or jog, or jump, or catch a hit. Catch a hit. It was in his gut, screaming at him, telling him to push through this mystery his quirk had presented him. He hated that his quirk liked to play these games, hated that he had to trust it blindly, but even Uncle Mirai had the same problems. He just took the mysteries as they came, didn't try to work them out, just worked with them, and told Izuku the answer would always present itself when it was time to know. It was like that feeling in his gut that he needed to avoid those glimpses of all might until the time was right. He had a built-in plot hook and spoiler warning, for lack of better terminology, and it was always the plot hooks that were such a problem, because he never knew if he needed to work to figure out the truth or let it reveal itself eventually. Why did he get saddled with such a difficult quirk that got even harder to deal with when it was trying to make things easy? He was 9. How was he supposed to figure these things out? He needed to stop pouting and think. Think. Everyone with a quirk that made them blind had a way to use that quirk to get around obstacles. Well, almost everyone. It was an evolutionary trait, so why should parallel sight be any different? His brain whirred as the movie played in the background, going over the options. He didn't think the visual cortex or LGN could help him in this scenario, so those were out. His quirk didn't enhance his senses, only overtook them and drowned them out with something else, so that was out. He had tried to stop the interruption sequence, but while he retained control to some degree, there was no way he could do that simply because your brain did not have a way to consciously send neurotransmitters to your eyes. Your eyes took things in, they didn't just cut off vision without closing your eyelids because you said so. You could trick your nerves into ignoring things and whatnot, but no, that wasn't the problem. He knew the problem. The problem was the dendrite snowflake. There was an interruption process there. But that begged the question, at what point did he jump in to see through the eyes of other Izukus? Was it before or after the dendrite started? They didn't have the dendrite, or they would have his quirk, so they weren't sending the signals, he was going to them. So, when he was going to them, what was here when he wasn't? And if the visual input was being replaced, where did it go? Was it just fizzing out? They didn't have a way to see how his neurotransmitters were firing around his dendrites, so… Sasaki Izuku was a stubborn idiot when he convinced himself he wasn't worth anything. Izuku slowly reached up and Shoyuta shifted next to him, the scruff on his face brushing against Izuku's forehead. Izuku? Shoyuta started to ask, but Izuku didn't respond. Izuku unwound the BLNDFLD and it fell into his lap. His eyes stayed shut for a long moment, and then he found that strong, unbreakable thread, the exact same Izuku as him who had just barely shifted to the left instead of the right, and then he opened them. Oh, this was what they meant by Spider-Verse having the best animation. Wow, Izuku whispered as other Izuku's eyes drifted over in time with his to take in Shuta's face. There was a small smile there, eyes warm, and Izuku smiled up at him. I think I got it, he said softly, and Shoyuta ruffled his hair. I think you did too. When the boys went back to training, if Kazan noticed anything different about the determination pouring off Izuku in waves as he blew through the parkour gym, she didn't say anything. She just stood there, thick arms of corded muscle crossed, and let her lips twitch into something that was almost a smile as Hitoshi and Izuku so easily, high-fived next to the benches. Very rough, I am not an artist, but here is a diagram breakdown of how Izuku is making his quirk work for those that are confused, because it is very confusing. Hitoshi was, for all intents and purposes, minding his business when Shoyuta knocked on the door to his bedroom while he scribbled on his homework. It's open, he called, and Shoyuta opened the door before closing it behind him. Hitoshi looked up at him and blinked a few times. The adoption had gone through a month ago. It was nearing December now, and Hitoshi was officially an Aizawa. It was still taking some getting used to. He'd been called Aizawa since the semester started. None of his classmates even knew there was another name besides Izuku and Koji. Lately both Shoyuta and Hizashi had been acting weird. Ever since the adoption had gone through, actually, they were dancing around each other and Hitoshi, and while it worried him, he also didn't think there was anything too bad going on. It was more like they wanted to ask him a question and didn't know. Do you have a minute? Shoyuta asked, and Hitoshi spun his chair around to look up at him. Yeah. This was weird. Hizashi wasn't home yet, and Shoyuta kept glancing at the door like he was expecting him to walk in at any second. So, sit with me? Shoyuta asked awkwardly and sat down on the bed cross-legged. Hitoshi crawled onto it to face him and stared at him expectantly. What is it? He questioned, and Shoyuta took in a deep breath, let it out, and allowed the tension to drain from his shoulders. I want to ask Hizashi to marry me, and I wanted to know if you were okay with it, he finally said, and Hitoshi stared at him for a long moment. What? So you're not okay with it? Shoyuta asked, and the two stared at each other, Hitoshi a little incredulously, Shoyuta a little worried. Why are you asking me if I want my parents to get married? Hitoshi finally asked, and Shoyuta stared at him. What? He was always here. You were always here. He's my pops, you're my dad. Why are you asking me again? Oh, right. Hitoshi was 9. He understood that he was 9, and anyone beyond his age seemed ancient to him, but he spent a lot of time with Izuku, and he also understood when someone wasn't old. Shoyuta was 24. It never occurred to Hitoshi that 24 was young. It seemed so old, so unattainable, but it was young. Like really young. And he was kind of skipping all over the place with life. It was generally marriage, maybe have kids at 30, but when Shoyuta was 30, Hitoshi would be entering high school. Hitoshi dropping into his life had turned everything backwards. Every kid has a moment in their life when they realize their parents are fallible and often have no idea what they're doing, they're just doing the best they can. Not many kids had that realization at 9, but Hitoshi, you're a good dad, he said suddenly and then flushed. I'm not like an expert on good dads, but you're a good dad. You should marry him. To me, you guys are like, already married. It doesn't feel like you aren't, but I think like, weddings and stuff are important. Just like, celebrating that you're already doing it, I think. So, you should marry him. You don't have to ask me. Shoyuta stared at Hitoshi for a second before letting out a huff of disbelief. Niza told me I was going to have a moment where I realized you were smarter than me, he said and reached over to ruffle his hair. Thanks, Toshi. You're a pretty great kid too. Hitoshi grinned at him and Shuta's phone buzzed in his pocket. Poor Izuku was still running Operation Let Us Have Phones, and it wasn't going well. He kept trying to come up with ways to have them land in trouble so they could use the excuse of, well, if we had phones, this wouldn't have happened. So far, it only extended to picking up items from the store, but Hitoshi was mildly concerned it was going to get worse, fast. Shoyuta pulled out his phone and checked it before frowning. I gotta run to the store. Hizashi forgot coconut milk, he said. Will you be all right by yourself for 20 minutes? Yeah, it's fine, Hitoshi replied. Shoyuta paused mid-getting up before reaching out to pull Hitoshi into a hug. Want to help me pick the ring? He asked and Hitoshi's heart fluttered in his chest as he wrapped his arms around Shoyuta. Yeah, he mumbled into his chest. Shoyuta pushed down his bushy hair before dropping a kiss on the top of his head. Be right back. Love you, Hitoshi said as fast as he could. Heat rose in his cheeks and he kept his face stubbornly buried in Shuta's chest, who was stiff against him. Love you, too, problem noodle, Shoyuta finally replied as the tension drained out of his body. Another kiss was pressed to Hitoshi's hair and then Shoyuta was hurrying out the door. He wasn't subtle about the way he swept at his eyes. Hitoshi stayed on his bed for a long, long moment, taking deep, calming breaths. It took several minutes for the hammering in his chest to wind down, but when it did, he found himself reaching under his pillow for the little yellow journal there. My Firsts was scribbled messily on the cover in permanent marker, and he flipped open to the newest entry. November 25th, I told Dad I love him today. And he said it back. Hitoshi slammed the journal shut and shoved it back under the pillow. Struggling to catch his breath, he face planted into the pillow and took several deep, calming breaths. He said it. He did it. He loved Dad, and he loved his pops, and he loved his papa, and he still did not have the courage to call them that to their faces. Maybe in time. Even Izuku was struggling with calling Mirai, Papa. He wanted to. He really did. But the whole thing was so weird with him being his uncle. And yet, Hisashi had lost the title. Firmly. He was never going to be called Dad again. Not by Izuku. No, that was reserved for Shoyuta. Hitoshi took a few more seconds to calm down, and then he sat up and reached for the Fujifilm Instax camera sitting on his desk. Holding it out, he let the panicked smile and few overwhelmed tears he had been holding back slip through, and snapped a photo. The Polaroid printed out with a whir, and Hitoshi waved it through the air before grabbing the glue stick in the drawer of his desk and pulling the journal back out so he could slap the selfie in under the entry. One day, he was going to flip through these entries, read over them, go over his panicked smiles and teary eyes, but right now it was going right back under his pillow. He couldn't panic for long. There were keys jingling in the front door, which meant Hisashi was home, and Hitoshi was very obviously not doing his homework. The front door opened and shut. Toshi, I'm home. Hisashi called and Hitoshi scrambled to get back in his chair and focus on his homework. In my room. He called. Come help me with groceries. Hisashi called and Hitoshi pursed his lips at his math homework. Show for nothing. He got up from his desk and schooled his face into careful neutrality. He told Dad he loved him. But he really did that. Maybe a little smile. Hitoshi walked out into their small kitchen and Hisashi ruffled his hair. How was school? He asked as he sorted through the groceries. It was good, Hitoshi replied and pulled out the chicken. Shoyuta just left to get the coconut milk. Ah, yeah, I was halfway home when I realized I forgot it, Hisashi said and paused, looking over at Hitoshi. What's got you so smiley? Hitoshi hid his grin and shrugged. Nothing. Just happy. Ah. Hisashi twitched and Hitoshi eyed him. Well, that's good. You should be happy. What was it with all the adults in Hitoshi's life not being able to ask him a simple question? Why did they always act so weird? Are you okay? Hitoshi asked and Hisashi swallowed. Yep. He said brightly as he pulled the fridge open with a little too much force. I definitely did not forget the coconut milk on purpose because That was a very abrupt way to cut himself off. Did you want to talk to me without Shoyuta? Hitoshi asked carefully, and Hizashi swallowed again as he heaped the produce into the drawer. You know, now that you bring it up, I definitely had something to ask you, he said, his words running a mile a minute. What a crazy coincidence that he isn't home right now. Well, he'll be home soon, so. Right. Hizashi was really frazzled. Hitoshi was starting to get worried. So, well, you see. Hitoshi said flatly, and he jumped. Yes. Take your time. Hitoshi felt vaguely like he was comforting him. Well, Hizashi muttered something in English and fiddled with his hearing aids, turning them completely off before whirling on Hitoshi. I wanted to know if you were okay with me asking Shoyuta if he'll marry me. Hizashi had really bad volume control without his hearing aids on, and he was beyond freaked out, so Hitoshi found himself just standing there, blinking at the way that he just screamed the question directly into his face. At least he kept control of his quirk? What even was his life? Was this actually happening right now? Hitoshi stared at Hizashi, who stared right back, evidently forgetting to turn his aids back on, so Hitoshi's hands just moved to start signing. I am not sure why you think I'd have a problem with it, Hitoshi signed. Why would I be upset that my dad asked my dad to marry him? The two of them stared blankly at each other, Hizashi's eyes blinking at Hitoshi's chest, where his hands had just been, and one shaking hand reached up to flick one single hearing aid back on. Can you repeat that? He asked hoarsely, and Hitoshi blinked at him. Why would I be upset that my dad asked my dad to marry him? He repeated, and yep, here we go. Hizashi's eyes started to well up with tears, and Hitoshi looked at him with some extreme concern. Present Mike, with performance jitters? To the point where he had to switch off his hearing aids so he couldn't trip himself up with a question? Was Hitoshi really that scary to him? Izuku was gonna love this. You think I'm your dad? Hizashi asked hesitantly, and Hitoshi just kept blinking at him. Yes. Oh, Hizashi croaked out, and not sure what else to do, Hitoshi carefully stepped forward to wrap his arms around his middle. Hizashi hugged him back and sniffled over him, tears falling onto Hitoshi's head, and sheet. Was this okay? Had he just made two of his parents cry on the same day? Within 10 minutes of each other? Was this normal? He really loved them. And they were getting married. Hitoshi's parents were getting married, and both of them were crying, and neither one knew it. A thought hit him, and he craned his head back to look up at Hizashi. Can I help pick the ring? He asked, and Hizashi choked on his laugh. Hitoshi, you can do whatever you want, of course you can. Hitoshi found out that was not as simple as it sounded. 1 week later, he was walking into a jeweler's shop with Shoyuta, perusing their selection. Hizashi wouldn't want something pricey, he argued. It should be simple, with no gems so he could wear it at work, that Shoyuta could have engraved. Words flew around he couldn't follow about metals and sizing and fonts, and Hitoshi floated out the idea of Shoyuta getting Chiyo to record the sound of his heartbeat and send it to the jeweler to engrave on the inside. The jeweler had jumped at the idea, and Hitoshi picked out a plain black ring that would blend in with Hizashi's fingerless gloves. 2 days later, he walked into that same shop with Hizashi, and the jeweler had stared at him for a long moment while Hitoshi desperately shook his head no behind Hizashi's back, and the same idea was proposed as delicately as the jeweler and Hitoshi could. Hizashi, being the romantic sap he was, loved it, and thought the black ring would be fitting for Shoyuta. By the time the jeweler realized he was working with Present Mike, Hitoshi was doing his damnedest to hurry the process along while he and the jeweler fell into some kind of weird inside joke the man was probably going to relay to whoever he came home to. The two definitely shared a conspiratorial grin as Hizashi led Hitoshi out of the shop. The man looked like he was going to explode with how endearing Hitoshi supposed it was. Both parents ended up taking Hitoshi along on their trips to Recovery Girl, and Hitoshi pleaded with her to keep it a secret. By that time, he was sure Nizu knew what was going on, because he gave Hitoshi a very concerning smile when he passed him in the hallway, and then it was only a matter of waiting. And waiting. And waiting. And waiting some more. Shoyuta and Hizashi got even more jumpy around each other, like they were reading into each other being nervous and figuring it wasn't the time, it wasn't the place. They had to deal with the culture festival too. There was so much going on at work. Crime always jumped in winter. Of course it wasn't the right time to ask, and Hitoshi felt like he was internally dying, especially when he started being used as a buffer. Romantic date nights where he was generally left with Nizu or Mirai became non-existent. Either they went out with Mirai and left him and Izuku with Nizu, or they didn't go out at all. Their schedules got packed, and when winter break hit, they got unbearable. He had been right, Izuku did love this. That kid lived on chaos. Hitoshi wasn't sure why it was so complicated. They wanted to marry each other, they'd been together since they were in high school, they should just ask the question and get it over with. They always knew they were going to marry each other. It was never even a question. They made plans for it. Nizu had gotten ordained long ago expressly for their eventual wedding. They talked about it openly and wondered about when they should buy a house together. They evidently had 3 accounts, 2 for each of them, and 1 for shared household expenses, which was evidently a married thing that Hitoshi didn't really understand. Adults were strange and wild beings, and they were getting even more confusing as he watched this painful dance go on. Which led him to now, sitting on the couch with Mirai and Izuku as Mirai answered emails on his tablet while Izuku listened to the movie Hitoshi had his eyes glued onto. "They're being stupid," he finally said, and Mirai hummed. "Who?" "Shoyuta and Hizashi," he grumbled. Shoyuta was on patrol, and Hizashi had been called in at the last second for work, leaving Hitoshi with some blessed distance for once. "Why do you say that?" Mirai asked as he frowned severely at an email and started to viciously tap out a probably humiliating reply. Someone was getting humbled tonight, it seemed. "They're just stupid," Hitoshi muttered, unsure of how he should explain this. "Shoyuta asked me if I was okay with him marrying Hizashi, and then asked me to help him pick out the ring, and then Hizashi forgot to get coconut milk on purpose like 10 minutes later so he could ask me if I was okay with him marrying Shoyuta while Shoyuta was at the store, and then I helped him pick out the ring, which was really weird, because the jeweler recognized me from when I helped Shoyuta, and I somehow managed to get them to both pick out matching rings with their heartbeats engraved on them, and now Recovery Girl and Nizu know, which is weird, but they haven't asked each other yet. They've had their rings for like a month now, and they're just using me or you as a buffer to avoid being alone together, and it's getting weird. Like, if they want to get married, they just have to ask each other. It's not a big deal, they already know they're getting married eventually. I don't know why they're making a weird big deal out of it." Mirai, at some point during Hitoshi's breathless tirade, had stopped typing on his tablet and traded his attention on work to just stare at Hitoshi blankly. "It sounds like they both want to make it romantic, because Hizashi is romantic and wants to spoil Shoyuta, and Shoyuta knows Hizashi is romantic and wants to treat him, but they haven't figured out the right way to do it that's perfect," Mirai finally said, and Hitoshi blinked. "You know, that's the most I have ever heard you talk. Teruko says I should appropriately vent when I don't understand something," Hitoshi mumbled and stared down at the blanket thrown over him. Mirai sighed. "Sometimes adults get wrapped up about weird things," he said to placate Hitoshi, but he just huffed. "I don't know why they have to be so weird about it. Hizashi cried when I told him he was my dad. Shoyuta cried when I said I loved him. Are you going to cry when I say you're my dad too?" Mirai paused and blinked a few times. "That's not how that works, Hitoshi," he said carefully, and Hitoshi rolled his eyes. "See, here we are again. Adults complicate things," he complained. "Yeah, you're kind of our dad, Uncle Mirai," Izuku chirped. Hitoshi hadn't even realized he was listening. "I mean, you buy both of us clothes and food and spend time with us even if you never get off your tablet and listen to us when we have problems and teach us how to do things. You know what kind of foods we like and cut the crusts off Hitoshi's sandwiches and pick us up from training more than Hizashi and Shoyuta and get us books and argue with teachers about our behavioral issues, whatever that means. The school knows to call you if they can't get through to Shoyuta because you can take calls more easily than Hizashi. That's just dad stuff." Mirai stared at the two of them for a long moment, likely trying to formulate an argument, and nope, Hitoshi was not dealing with more adults complicating things that don't need to be complicated. He huffed in irritation instead and wormed down into his blanket burrito. But that's not the problem right now. Hisashi and Shoyuta are the problem, he grumbled. They are a problem. But being around Izuku had really taught him how to completely derail a conversation. Shoyuta likes snowboarding, doesn't he? Mirai mused, taking the out from an apparently uncomfortable conversation. He was complaining the other day that he hasn't found time to go. What's that got to do with anything? Hitoshi grumbled and Mirai raised an eyebrow at him. There's nothing more romantic than a trip to the mountains when it's snowing, Hitoshi. Niseko should still be blanketed during spring break. You want me to wait until spring break? Hitoshi asked, utterly aghast at the connotations. But that's like forever away. I'll be in 4th grade when we get back. I can't put up with them for that long. Yes, but they will be much less annoying if they have a definite romantic location to pop the question where they can think it'll be a surprise for the other since I proposed it to both of them at the same time. Mirai replied dryly and flicked Hitoshi on the forehead. Think smarter, not harder. Hitoshi blinked. Oh, that made sense. Is this like a parent trap? He asked as he squinted up at Mirai, who squinted down at him. I really don't think you paid enough attention to that movie, Toshi, was all he said as he turned back to his tablet. Now let's see. School break, it lines up with UA's. I'll foot the room bills, we'll only need 2, 3 at the most, we'll need a hot spring, it'll be best if the inn has a restaurant, I'll have to do the bookings now, Niseko gets overtaken during spring break, you two will need lessons booked on the bunny slopes to make this believable. Hitoshi, does Shoyuta still own a snowboard? Yes, it's shoved in the closet, Hitoshi replied. We'll need to get you 2 appropriate gear, Mirai muttered. They'll definitely want to make a tradition out of this after this. Do you want to help me pick an inn? Hitoshi settled in over Mirai's tablet and resigned himself to orchestrating 2 of his parents' actual engagement. At least he got snowboarding lessons out of it. What if they say no to the trip? Hitoshi suddenly asked, and Mirai let out a huff of amusement. As stressed as they are about the whole ordeal? They're going to see it as a gift from the gods, Hitoshi. Now let's get this inn picked out. This entire week had been a hassle. Hitoshi had had a blast, honestly. Shoyuta had scoffed at the idea of paid lessons and simply given up his time spent snowboarding on the difficult runs to take to the bunny slopes with Hitoshi and Izuku to show them how to ride a snowboard, which was evidently much harder than skiing. Mirai, surprisingly, was very good at skiing and spent a lot of time going down the intermediate trails with Hisashi, switching off every so often to watch Hitoshi and Izuku while Hisashi and Shoyuta went off to tackle the difficult slopes together. It was packed, but with all the protective gear, no one recognized them. Izuku had jumped at a chance to train his quirk in an active situation outside of training, and he'd been allowed to use it for an hour or 2 each day. There were also hot springs and all sorts of neat shops and things to do, which had been pretty awesome. The amount of snowball fights they got in was ridiculous. And now it was the last day before they left tomorrow. Shoyuta and Hisashi hadn't made a move yet, so Mirai had taken matters into his own hands with the help of the boys. Mirai had talked up this udon restaurant he wanted to take everyone to that night, made a show of making reservations for the balcony, and then in came Izuku. He'd pushed to spend the last hours on the slopes, and by the time they left for the inn to get ready for dinner, he was acting like a professional, swaying and stumbling until Mirai just picked him up and gave him a piggyback. Well, he'd said as Izuku buried his face into his neck. I don't want to waste the reservation, so will you 3 be alright to go on without us? Maybe bring back takeout? Hitoshi honestly felt like he was in the middle of a rom-com, but Hisashi and Shoyuta had agreed, not even registering the strangeness of the timing. Izuku had had a full day of snowboarding today, of course he was tired, and Aki was clearly freezing in his little dog coat. They'd had to warm him up a lot, and he was as tired as Izuku was pretending to be. Which led them to now. The balcony was small, with only a few tables, and it was overlooking a good view of the land stretching out beneath them. There was a snowdrift built up against it, and the forest was close enough to reach out and touch. Heaters were placed along the cobblestone floor, and it was dark out. The restaurant was the sort of place where you had to dress nice, but not too nice, in a sort of business casual affair. Hisashi was in a soft yellow button-down with white pants, and Dad was in a black dress shirt tucked into black slacks. Hitoshi had been wrangled into the nice clothes Mirai had told him to pack, just in case. He probably planned this. The lighting was low and warm, and Hisashi and Shoyuta were both taking their time through the meal while Hitoshi watched both of them with wide eyes. The udon was nice. Hitoshi personally preferred the cheaper way to eat udon. He liked going down the line and picking stuff out, but this was nice, too. It was cold out, so Hitoshi had gone with cake udon, and the soup was really good. Have you been having a good time, Hitoshi? Shoyuta finally asked, and Hitoshi nodded. I'm kind of sad we have to go back tomorrow, he said with a frown. I was having a lot of fun. Well, maybe we can come back next year, Shoyuta reasoned. You got the hang of it pretty quick. Snowboarding is hard. Can we? Hitoshi asked and brightened up considerably. Yeah. Maybe a few days in December and the week of spring break too, Shoyuta said with a shrug. When you even out with your growing, we can start buying your own stuff instead of renting. Izuku had a really good time too, Hitoshi said and stuck more udon into his mouth. Aki was cold though, Shoyuta reasoned. He still really liked the snow. He just needs a better jacket, Hitoshi mumbled. Aki did have a blast. I was surprised Mirai knew how to ski. He doesn't mention having actual hobbies, Hisashi commented. He just works. This small talk over dinner was grating at Hitoshi. Why couldn't they just ask? He knew they both had the rings on them, mainly because Hisashi had actually lost his in the snow and freaked out on their second day, and Hitoshi had to help him look for it. They found it, thankfully, but they really both needed to keep them in ring boxes. Shoyuta had just slipped his on a chain around his neck, but Hitoshi had noticed he didn't have the necklace tonight when they were getting dressed, which meant he put it in his pocket for ease of access. They were the only ones on the balcony too. Hitoshi was pretty sure Mirai had something to do with that. Only one of them had to make a move. How hard could it be? The small talk continued over dinner, and then they ordered dessert, and by then Hitoshi was watching them both like a hawk. Hisashi was clearing his throat a lot. Shoyuta kept trying to run his hand through his hair, but it was pulled back. Both of them kept giving him sidelong glances, and Hitoshi didn't know if he needed to excuse himself to the bathroom or if they actually wanted him there. Both of them knew he knew, they just didn't know the other one knew that he knew. Auntie Namuri would call them both useless by disasters if she was here. Hitoshi could actually hear her voice in his head. He wasn't entirely sure what being bisexual had to do with being a disaster, but they were both definitely a mess. Hitoshi quietly sat there with his cheesecake as Shoyuta and Hisashi talked about work and the new year and who Shoyuta was planning on expelling if they didn't shape up. Really, it was way too casual. They were both trying to play it off that they were cool and collected, but if they kept playing it off, they were going to be too cool and collected and just not get it done. Eventually, Shoyuta set down his spoon and took a deep breath. Hitoshi's eyes widened at the motion. Was it time? Was he going to do it? Zashi, he said hoarsely. I have something to ask you. What did you need to ask me? Hisashi asked carefully and Shoyuta fumbled in his pockets. It's important so, just a second, he blurted and then took another deep breath. Hisashi asked cautiously as Shoyuta dove into his pocket to pull out the ring. Wait, Shoyuta went onto one knee, and Hitoshi watched with wide eyes, barely managing to breathe, as Hisashi stared at the ring, white-faced and panicking. A hand drifted up to his mouth and then he started laughing. Shoyuta, he gasped and reached into his own pocket to pull out his own ring. I was supposed to ask. Shoyuta stared at the ring in Hisashi's fingers, and then Hisashi squinted at the ring in Shuta's, and as one, they both looked over at Hitoshi, who was rapidly turning red. Just say yes already. Hitoshi blurted as the flush went right up to the roots of his hair. Did we just get parent-trapped by a 9-year-old? Hisashi asked faintly and Hitoshi squirmed down in his seat, scrunching up his shoulders to his ears. Shoyuta, you asked me if it was okay if you asked Hisashi to marry you, and then when Hisashi forgot the coconut milk, he didn't actually forget it, he was just panicking trying to get you out of the house to ask me like 10 minutes later, so I thought if you guys were really worried about me not liking it, You would think I was okay with it if helped with the rings. He blundered through his explanation. And then I thought, oh, you guys would be really happy if you had matching rings, so I just... Shoyuta actually laughed. He started laughing and came to his feet to pull Hisashi up, grab him by the waist, and kiss him. Hitoshi watched in wide-eyed wonder as Hisashi squeaked, Shoyuta sliding his hand up to rest on his cheek. It took less than half a second for Hisashi to melt into the kiss as a big grin suddenly split Hitoshi's lips. His parents were getting married. They were really getting married. And then there was a clink and Hitoshi's lips fell as Hisashi dropped the ring that was supposed to be on Shuta's finger. It hit the banister and bounced off right into the drift and everyone froze. Again! Hitoshi blurted in disbelief as Hisashi flushed right to his yellow roots. What do you mean again? Shoyuta asked and peered over the edge of the banister at the ring glinting in the snow. You're a mess. You can't kiss me like that and expect me not to drop things. Hisashi complained and Hitoshi burst into laughter as Shoyuta pressed another kiss to his lips as he slipped the ring onto his finger. Don't drop this one. Let's go get it. I love you, Hisashi murmured against Shuta's lips, and Shoyuta gave him a third kiss. Love you too, he breathed. Hitoshi fidgeted in his chair and both parents looked over at him. Shoyuta narrowed his eyes for a second. You complained to Mirai, didn't you? He finally asked and Hitoshi twisted his fingers. Maybe a little. Hisashi let out another breathless laugh. I thought I made you mad, he said and then snorted. We really need to thank Mirai. Yeah, probably, Shoyuta agreed, and was that red on his cheeks? It had to be the cold. It was definitely the cold. You get the bill, here's the card, I'll go track down your ring, Hisashi said as he flipped out the wallet, and Hitoshi couldn't keep it in anymore. I love you. He blurted and flushed once again. I mean, I love you both. I'm going to go get the ring. And then he bolted as both parents' jaws dropped in shock at his sudden declaration, but Hitoshi was just too embarrassed to stick around. Rushing into the restaurant, redness seeping into his ears at his exclamation, he got his coat and hurried into the cold to go find the ring. In the end, he couldn't find it on his own, and Hisashi still came to help him. After he hugged Hitoshi for a good 30 seconds and cried. Because Hisashi always cried when he was happy, and Hitoshi just had to get used to it. Maybe he should carry tissues. That night, Mirai greeted them at the door of the inn with Izuku and Aki, and a picture of two hands was sent to multiple group chats. Koji's mom Kimi called immediately, Aunt Namuri spammed them with congratulations, and Aika offered her help for planning the wedding, and Hitoshi realized, not for the first time, that he had gotten really, really lucky.